Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me.
7 NITC 41. Enel previous chapter next chapter advertisement. Naruto walked to the temple unimpeded all the way, and occasionally saw the figure of the priest. These people stared at him angrily, but didn't make a move, and Naruto didn't bother to argue with these people. Naruto finally entered the temple and saw Enel sitting in the temple. The temple was empty, only Naruto and Enel were there. As soon as Enel saw Naruto, he let out a strange laugh of, "Yeah ha ha. Welcome, outsider, are you going to challenge God?" In the empty temple came the lazy voice of Enel. Naruto felt a little uncomfortable watching Enel lazily lying on the seat. So Naruto didn't answer, and struck towards Enel with the lightning strike. Enel escaped the lightning strike. The stone seat was smashed to pieces, and Enel also stood on the ground with both feet. Naruto also knew that this blow could not hit Enel, but Enel's condescending attitude in his seat made Naruto very unhappy. Enel stood on the ground and stared at Naruto coldly. The smile on his face finally disappeared. Naruto looked at Enel, no longer showing a fake smile, and thought it was normal. Rao is that Naruto has seen a lot of people here with weird looks, but Naruto also has to admit that Enel is definitely the most weird one Naruto has seen so far. There is a big 353 rings on the back of Enel with 5 small plates connected in series. The symbols on the small plates are somewhat similar to a certain stage of Sharingan. The strangest thing is Enel's ears. Naruto is the first person to see earlobes grow to the waist. Looking at Naruto's eyes full of interest, Enel guessed what Naruto was thinking, and the anger in his heart kept rolling, and he couldn't wait to teach Naruto a lesson. Naruto looked very satisfied at Enel, who was provoked by himself. He is not afraid that you will be angry, but he is afraid that you will not be angry. Advertisement. Naruto and Enel looked at each other and attacked each other at the same time. The same lightning flashed on both of them. The difference is, because Enel is the owner of the Logia Thunder Devil fruit, a part of Enel's body can be transformed into a real thunderbolt. And Naruto's lightning style just attaches the lightning to the body. After the two fought, Naruto found that many of Enel's attacks were similar to some of his lightning style's ninjutsu attacks. That's how it gets interesting. Enel turned his wrist into a straight line of thunder to attack Naruto, and Naruto used Chidori to fight. Enel used electric light to protect his whole body, and Naruto used the sky spell Chidori to cover Chidori all over his body. BIFB, Enel uses Thunder Fruit's ability. Naruto also only uses lightning style ninjutsu. The two fight equally. Enel looked at Naruto, who was evenly matched with him, and finally realized that it was impossible to defeat Naruto without using all-out attack. So after a fight, he withdrew and retreated, and Enel was ready to amplify his move. For ignorant mortals, God is omniscient and omniscient. God will know everything about you. I am the ruler of this island. God has a heart network, and all your thoughts will be known to me. After saying these two sentences, Naruto found that Enel could accurately predict his own attack, and watched Enel's movements. Naruto laughed. What a god or not, isn't this a further strengthened observation haki? Observation haki Naruto also has. Advertisement. Soon Enel found that his heart network was not dominant. Enel was a little surprised. It turned out that Naruto also had the heart network. Even Naruto's observation haki gradually strengthened in constant battles, a little bit stronger than Enel's heart net. After Enel found that his heart network had failed, he finally lost his composure. I saw Enel raised his golden cane and chanted adages that Naruto couldn't understand. The cane released thunder and lightning to the clouds in the sky, and the clouds in the sky flickered with thunder and thunder roared. Naruto knew that the big move was coming, and stood still and used Kilin, the ultimate mystery of lightning style. It's just that the formation of Kilin is somewhat different from Enel's method. Naruto first used the fire style Great Fireball technique to heat the surrounding air, promoting the rise of hot air and forming thunderclouds. I saw huge thunderclouds formed above the heads of the two of them, and for a while, the sky above Sky Island was as terrifying as the end of the world. The clouds in the sky were dark and heavy, but there was no trace of thunder falling, which was enough to see the superb control skills of the two people on thunder and lightning. The two of them had a tacit understanding and launched an attack at the same time, guiding the thunder and lightning from their own thunderclouds to strike at each other. Enel was very shocked watching Naruto's attack. He clearly saw that Naruto's body was not lightning-like, so he was sure that Naruto's devil fruit was not Logia devil fruit. Such results overturned Enel's long-standing belief that Logia devil fruit is stronger than non-Logia devil fruit. Enel has always believed that his thunder fruit is a powerful ability that can only be possessed by a god, and now there is a person who has the same power as his own and is as powerful as him. Enel's heart was full of fear, feeling that he was about to be pulled down from the altar by Naruto, and fear would trigger even greater power. Enel thinks that there is only one god, so everyone else should be destroyed. Controlled by fear, Enel is ready to exhaust his ability to launch a thunder attack. This kind of thing Enel has already done once to his hometown, first time familiar, second time. Advertisement: Enel doesn't mind destroying the entire Sky Island. What's important is to destroy the person in front of him who picks his status. If you destroy all of them, you can find a new country and become their god. Naruto looked at Enel, whose eyes were full of madness, knowing that Enel's last and strongest blow was coming. Naruto sighed in his heart. As expected of Logia devil fruit, there are still some merits. Against such a destructive thunderball, Naruto's lightning style is not enough. Of course magic must be used to defeat magic. For such a destructive thunderball, Naruto decided to use his own Enel's thunderball to make a collision. Enel's thunderball is huge, and all the residents on Sky Island have seen this huge thunderball. The priests of the temple even knelt down, praying non-stop, hoping that God would let them go. Compared to Enel's thunderball, Naruto's Rasengan is a bit undersized. Naruto didn't stop rubbing the balls, but when he finally attacked, Naruto didn't rub the balls for many days. Only Naruto knows that his own Rasengan energy is definitely not less than Enel's. And after Naruto's continuous compression, the huge energy is compressed into a small Rasengan. The smaller the volume, the greater the bursting power. A small ball collided with the huge thunderball, and the small light ball that seemed to be easily swallowed by the thunderball was miraculously evenly matched with the thunderball. But when it exploded, the thunderball was swallowed by the energy emitted by the small light ball. As the dazzling white light dissipated, Sky Island was not destroyed, and the small light ball resisted Lei Ying's attack. The aloof god Enel was knocked down to the ground, making a deep humanoid pit. Naruto didn't check to see if Enel was alive, and he hit a Rasengan that was either dead or injured, and it was impossible to pose a threat to Naruto again. 42. Take it away, take it all away. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement: Naruto received a warm welcome from the natives of Sky Island when he returned to going merry. It turns out that Enel, in order to teach Naruto a lesson, and to deepen his rule over Sky Island, out of self-confidence in his own strength, he set up an audiovisual shell at the place where he was fighting, preparing to broadcast his heroic fighting posture to the people of Sky Island, and preparing to let people know what it would be like to challenge God. But Enel is not Naruto's opponent, and the people on Sky Island see Naruto's heroic appearance. So they prepared gifts and walked around going merry to thank Naruto and the others, so Naruto saw the scene of his return. The chief of Sky Island stepped forward and said to Naruto, "Guests from afar, thank you for going out for us to oppress the demons of the people of Sky Island. We would give anything to show our gratitude." Naruto looked at the chief in front of him and asked, "Anything?" The old chief nodded seriously. "Yes, as long as you want anything." Now that the chief has said so, Naruto opened his mouth wide. "I want the entire history of golden browning on Sky Island, the stones of the text." The old chief agreed. It was these things that attracted Enel and began Enel's years-long reign of terror over Sky Island. Naruto as their benefactor can take nothing too much. What's more, taking these things away by Naruto has also solved a big problem for Sky Island. At least it will not attract guys as greedy as Enel in the future. Advertisement: Naruto stopped the chief who was about to arrange things and added, "I also need a bunch of various Sky Island shells." The chief didn't care about it. There are such shells in the White Sea and Bye Bye Sea of Sky Island, and they must meet the benefactor's requirements. Without Enel's reign of terror, the residents on Sky Island are very energetic and busy under the arrangement of the chief. Prepare a thank you gift for your benefactor. Nami and Nuo Kagao stood beside the boat and received all kinds of gold products from Sky Island residents. Suddenly a little white fox ran up to Naruto. The little fox jumped into Kaya's arms and was lifted up by Naruto's neck. The little fox had a shell in its mouth. Naruto reached out to remove the shell and opened it. The chief's old voice came from inside the shell. "Your Excellency, there is a huge golden clock in the center of the island. There is also a big golden pillar, and the stone tablet with the text of history is too huge to be effectively destroyed. I hope the benefactor can make a instruct." Naruto was in a cold sweat when he heard it, but he couldn't destroy it, otherwise he would not be able to do what he promised Robin soon. Naruto spoke to Yinbei. "Stay where you are and don't move, wait for me to deal with it." Naruto handed the shell with his reply recorded to the little fox, and the little fox hopped away. Naruto turned to greet Robin to go with him. Nami and Nuoki had a great time collecting gold. Kaya is very interested in the shells just now, and wants to stay to accept all kinds of shells. Naruto can only take Robin, who is interested in the historical text, to the place the chief said. Hearing the historical text, Robin was interested, and urged Naruto to speed up. Advertisement. Looking at the anxious Robin, Naruto turned his eyes and came up with a bad idea. I'm so anxious, why don't I carry you and run away? Robin heard Naruto's words. 2 red clouds flew up on his face. Robin didn't speak, just nodded shyly. Seeing Robin nodding, he was ecstatic in his heart, picked it up and rushed forward. Naruto needed to vent his excitement. Robin felt a great sense of security in Naruto's fast-moving arms. So Robin relaxed his tense body and rested his head on Naruto's chest. Over the years, Robin has been alone no matter what, and occasionally she needs a firm embrace. Listening to Naruto's powerful heartbeat at this moment, Robin thought that he might have found his safe haven. Feeling Robin's support, Naruto's speed became even faster. At the destination, Naruto reluctantly put down Robin in his arms, out of nostalgia for the excellent touch on his opponent. Naruto rubbed his fingers. Robin saw that Naruto hid in the place where the historical text existed to interpret the history. Watching Robin hide, Naruto turned his gaze to the huge golden clock standing in the middle of the clearing. It's really big, and it's really not easy to take away. Naruto remembered that he still has Kamui space. Yes, these things are so huge, even if they are chopped up, they may be too heavy for going merry. It is very convenient to store them in the Kamui space. Ask for flowers, and the historical text that Robin is interested in can be taken away. Just when Naruto cast Kamui space and was about to devour the golden clock, a chestnut head jumped out. It turned out to be a pirate from Magic Valley Town. With tears streaming down his face, Lizutu begged Naruto, "Your Excellency, can I ring the golden bell once?" Advertisement. I am a descendant of the adventurer Rolando, and I hope that the golden bell will ring to prove to the world that the golden land really exists. Naruto looked at the weeping and very excited chestnut head and nodded in agreement. Lizutu rushed forward excitedly and pulled the core of the golden clock, and rang the golden clock with all his strength. This ancient big clock rang the first bell that had been silent for thousands of years. The bell rang throughout Sky Island, and the pirates on Mushroom Island also heard the huge bell from the sky. Point zero. After the chestnut head was knocked, he collapsed on the ground excitedly, and kept murmuring, "I did it, I found the land of gold, and my ancestors did not lie." Naruto ignored the chestnut head, and took the golden clock into his Kamui space bit by bit without hesitation. Turned to find Robin, who deciphered the historical text. Seeing Naruto's hand, the old chief sighed in his heart. This is the real means of God. Naruto found the serious Robin, and Robin also noticed Naruto's arrival, and said without looking back, "This piece of history is about Poseidon, one of the 3 weapons that destroy the world." Naruto was taken aback when he heard the news. The last time he was in Alabasta was the news about Pluton, and this time it was about Poseidon. They are all terrifying weapons that can destroy the world. Naruto really wants to see them. Naruto said to Robin seriously, "Since we like the historical text so much, let's take it away." Robin looked at Naruto speechlessly and explained, "The historical text is made of special stone, which cannot be destroyed. And we can't fit such a heavy historical text on our ship." Naruto didn't answer, just unfolded the Kamui space, pulled in all the stones engraved with the text of history, looked at Robin's shocked little face with a smile. I saw Robin suddenly rushed over and kissed Naruto heavily, and then ran away shyly. Naruto touched the cheek kissed by the beauty and chased him out like a whirlwind. Foxy and the Slow Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Through Sky Island and his party, Robin finally began to accept Naruto. Naruto feels happy when he thinks of Robin's kiss. When returning to Going Merry, Nami looked at the gold on the shore that hadn't hit the boat and was very distressed. If it was too much, it would exceed the carrying range of Going Merry. Nami and Nuo Kagao feel a little pain when they look at the gold that they can't take away. Isn't this killing them? Looking at the listless Nami and Nuo Kagao, Naruto waved his hand and put all the gold in the Kamui space. Nami and Nuo Kagao also rushed forward and kissed Naruto's left and right cheeks. Naruto is a little bit drifting. What a good day today. After gathering all the things, Naruto boarded Going Merry with the 4 girls. Using the Earth-style light and heavy rock technique in the voice of thanks from everyone on Sky Island, Going Merry landed slowly along with the land of Magic Valley Town. The central topic of discussion among the pirates in Magic Valley Town recently is the half of the island that flew away. They're back, the Flash Pirates and that island are back. Hearing the pirates shout, all the pirates raised their heads and looked towards the sky. With the lesson learned from last time, all the pirates watched Naruto and his party's landing from a distance. The ground finally came into contact with the ground, and the friction between the ground made a rumbling sound. The land fell back to its original place, and Going Merry finally floated on the sea again, as if everything was still the same as before. But the huge crack left on the ground told everyone that the land in front of them really flew up to the sky, and just fell back again. All the pirates looked at the Going Merry who went away and talked about it. Most of them lamented Naruto's strength. He deserved to be the big pirate who offered a reward of 100 million Baileys. Since then, the huge cracks formed on Magic Valley Island due to the land rising into the air and then falling back are called flashing cracks. The story is told from generation to generation by the pirates who witnessed the opening of this rift. Advertisement: Naruto and the others left Magic Valley Island, and they are sorting out the harvest of this trip to Sky Island at sea. Needless to say, Nami and Nuo Kagao, the two wished to sleep in the pile of gold, counted over and over again, and came to kiss Naruto once after counting. According to the two, Naruto helped them install so much gold, and kissing Naruto is kissing gold. Kaya is obsessed with a bunch of seashells from Sky Island, various shells, and various functions. Kaya tried the shellfish directly like the sea, and directly harvested a bunch of ingredients. Robin rubbed down the historical text, sorted out the notes, connected the historical texts he had seen before, and looked for clues to connect them. Seeing that the four girls each have their own things to do, Naruto also began to check the ability of the thunder fruit he got after fighting Enel. No matter what kind of ability it is, if it is associated with the word lei, it must have considerable power. My own lightning style also consumes chakra, but these Logia devil fruits can completely transform my body. What an amazing ability. Of course, Naruto also gained a lot from observation haki this time. Naruto got a lot of usage methods of observation haki from Enel's heart network. I have obtained this top-level knowledge, which will definitely be beneficial to future battles. After sailing on the sea for several days, an island appeared in front of Naruto and the others. From a distance, there is nothing strange, but there is a white column in the middle of the grass, and I can't see where the two ends are, but as Going Merry approaches. Naruto found this white column moving forward. After Naruto took the four girls ashore, the white column finally moved to the end, and the end was a dog's butt. Naruto felt a little speechless, such a long thing turned out to be a white one. As Naruto and the others continued to go deeper, Naruto discovered that all creatures on this island have a common feature, that is, they are long. A few people continued to go deeper. A giraffe with a long neck is not surprising, but a bear with a long neck is very scary. Naruto became more playful, and the ability to use rubber fruit also stretched his neck. Advertisement: but after getting a supercilious look from the long-necked bear, Naruto returned to his original state in embarrassment. Seeing Naruto's childish behavior, the four girls covered their mouths and laughed. Naruto and his group walked towards the middle of the island, and saw two bamboo poles in the distance. When Naruto and the four girls rushed under the bamboo poles with great interest, they discovered that the two bamboo poles were actually a pair of stilts with a height of 10 meters. A man on stilts is weeping sadly. Naruto yelled and asked many times below, but there was no answer. So Naruto stretched his neck, stretched out his long neck with his head in front of the man on stilts, looked at the man's head that suddenly appeared in front of him. The person on the stilts was frightened, lost his balance, and fell backwards. Thanks to a last-minute pull from Naruto, the man landed safely on the ground. As Naruto's head grew longer, he noticed a man with a long rosacea walking away with a white horse not far away. Naruto recognized the man as Foxy, who has the ability to slow others down. Seeing the long nose, Naruto thought of Usopp. Sure enough, Naruto didn't like people with long noses, let alone those with long noses made of wine lees. Robin sorted out the ins and outs and told Naruto through the uncle's whimpering narration. Naruto felt a little speechless. This uncle stayed on stilts for 10 years because he was afraid of heights. It was outrageous. Seeing the crying and ugly uncle in front of him, Naruto impatiently walked towards the direction Foxy left just now. Seeing this, the four girls followed immediately, leaving the uncle alone in a daze. In this direction, Naruto and the others came to an open space. I saw that the ground was very lively, and the pirates wearing fox blindfolds were obviously welcoming Naruto's arrival. Naruto was very sure that Foxy must have seen him when he stretched his head just now. Advertisement, hey 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 hey. There was a burst of strange laughter, and Foxy appeared on the stage amidst the warm welcome of all the pirates. Honorable Captain of the Flash Pirates, shall we have a fair duel? As long as the winning side can choose any crew member on the opponent's ship. Your Excellency, the captain, looks very powerful at first glance. She. Hearing Foxy's suggestion, Naruto asked without any ups and downs, are you trying to hit the crew on my ship? Foxy hadn't realized the danger lurking under Naruto's questioning. Kaya's expression changed. Kaya knew Naruto's personality very well, and Naruto regarded the four of them as treasures. This Foxy dared to play their ideas. I am afraid that in Naruto's eyes, it is already a foursome. Naruto didn't want to talk nonsense with Foxy anymore, and rushed towards Foxy. Foxy looked at Naruto, who rushed over and was very surprised. The pirates that Foxy met before were very confident in their own strength. At the same time as 1.5, in order to expand his pirate group, he agreed to Foxy's request. It's the first time I've seen someone like Naruto rushing over without saying a word, who let Foxy touch Naruto's reverse scale. Although Foxy panicked, he still unhurriedly released a slowing light wave from his hand. Naruto's whole body was enveloped by this light wave, and his movements became sluggish. Naruto looked at Foxy, who was dancing and dancing in front of him, thinking that he could subdue him, and a red light flashed in his eyes. I originally wanted to give this long nose a good time, but since the long nose doesn't appreciate it, I'll see you later. After the delay time of 30 seconds, Naruto quickly returned to the four girls and took them away. Foxy behind him screamed in terror, convulsed, and died in pain. Hearing the pirates behind rushing up and yelling to avenge the captain, Naruto didn't want to kill any more, so he released the delay light wave backwards. Let these people also have a taste of their captain's trick. After the statute of limitations passed, these people could no longer find the shadow of Naruto and his party. 44. City of Water. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Through the way Naruto treats Foxy, Robin finally realizes why the other three girls trust and depend on Naruto so much. Because Naruto is really protecting them with practical actions, Naruto has no mercy for everyone who dares to covet them. They can give corresponding respect to them, which is very worth relying on. At this moment, Robin said to himself, I seem to have found a partner and lover I can rely on. It turns out that the son of the devil will also be lucky. Robin finally admitted Naruto. Although Naruto is really caring, but he is willing to provide a warm embrace for every girl. Naruto is looking at Robin, the two eyes are full of emotional communication. But at this time the system appeared untimely. Ding! Your physical fitness is too competitive, automatically exercised to the admiral level. Naruto has never hated the appearance of the system as much as now, and the good emotional communication has been ruined by this unsightly thing. When passing by the place where Uncle Stilts was, I saw Uncle Stilts welcoming his white pony happily. Uncle Stilts thanked Naruto and his team with tears in his eyes, and tried his best to treat Naruto and them. Nami told Naruto that the memory pointer is not full yet and needs to wait for a while. While waiting, Nuo Kagao told Naruto that it had been a long time since Going Merry was created. Advertisement. The most important support of the pirate ship's hull is the keel under too much pressure, which may not be enough to support the high-intensity voyage in the future. Nami anxiously asked Nuo Kagao if there was any way. Nuo Kagao spread her hands and said, I'm just a helmsman, and I don't know much about ships. We need professional boaters to secure Going Merry. For a while, the four women were very worried about Going Merry. After all, Going Merry has been with him for such a long time, and there are precious memories of everyone getting along. At this time Robin said, as far as I know, the next island pointed to by the memory pointer of the Long Chain Island as the capital of water. There are the best boatmen in the Grand Line, and we can ask the boatmen of the Water City to help us strengthen Going Merry. After listening to Robin's words, Kaya, Nami and Nuo Kagao smiled again. Nami, a small money fanatic, said proudly, repair, it must be repaired, and it will cost as much as it costs. Anyway, what we have is gold. Let Nami say no matter how much it costs, it is enough to show that Nami attaches great importance to Going Merry. Finally, after a period of trimming, the memory pointer is also full. Naruto and his team set off in a hurry regardless of the Stilt Uncle's persuasion. They couldn't wait to rush to the water capital to reinforce Going Merry. With Going Merry drumming up the sails, he hurried on day and night. Naruto and his group finally saw the outline of the Water City. Following the water flow, Going Merry entered the Water City. After anchoring on the shore, Nami and Nuo Kagao hurriedly took a lot of gold to exchange for Bailey. since Going Merry needs to be reinforced, in order to allow Going Merry to drive better in the next voyage. Advertisement: all materials must be the best, which must cost a lot of Bailey. Naruto arranged his own shadow clone to protect them. After all, it's a lot of money, and it would be bad if you run into a greedy but powerful pirate. Kaya volunteered to go to dock number 1 and decided to invite the best boatman to repair Going Merry. Robin has been silent since he came to the water capital, and Naruto found that Robin was a little nervous. Naruto knew that the capital of water was close to Eni's lobby. Robin would be afraid, of course. Naruto was considerate and didn't say anything. He himself is the biggest support for Robin. He will not let Luo Jian suffer any harm from Marine. After the 3 women left, Naruto said seriously to Robin, "I think you should believe in your man's strength. Marine does not represent justice. I will seek justice from the man who made you suffer so much. With me here, I will always be your harbor." Robin threw himself into Naruto's arms after listening to Naruto's words. Naruto felt the drenched skirt, and felt more distressed for Robin. It was as if Robin had shed all the tears that he hadn't shed in these years, and it was all right to cry. Crying out means that Robin is willing to get out of that dark past. Naruto can't wait for it, and Naruto silently accompanies Robin. Nami and Nuo Kagao returned after exchanging gold. Kaya wasted some time by inviting the best boatman in the City of Water. After all, the best boatman in the City of Water is the captain, Mr. Ace Bagu, but because of the shock of Naruto shadow clone, the captain of the iceberg did not refuse the invitation of the Flash Pirates. Advertisement: after all, Naruto's name has been spread throughout the park. He defeated a Shichibukai crocodile not long after entering the Grand Line, and he is a super powerful rookie. After checking Going Merry, Ace Bagu told Naruto a very bad news. This ship has been around for a while. It's a miracle that the keel of the boat didn't break after 450 hours of such high-intensity sailing. Bingshan Shicheng's expression softened a little. Of course, without Naruto's observation skills, he couldn't observe any changes. Ace Bagu continued, "It is enough to show your love for this ship. But if you don't replace the keel of the ship, this ship will not be able to support your future navigation needs at all." Hearing that Going Merry can be repaired, the nervous hearts of several people calmed down. Nami took the words, "We repair and replace the best keel, and it doesn't matter how much we spend." Cut the 4 daughters. Ace Bud Naruto opened his mouth and said, "If you have enough funds." There is a black market in the City of Water, and there are a batch of Adam's treasure trees, which are the hardest wood in the world. After saying these words, Mr. Ace Bagu left. Naruto thinks this person is very interesting. Before leaving, what he said inside and outside the meaning is very sure that Naruto and the others are willing to buy Adam treasure tree to strengthen Going Merry. But this person is right. Naruto and the others are really willing. As long as they are good to Going Merry, they don't care how much Bailey spends Naruto. But the black market, Naruto thinks it's not bad to eat black. 45. Slaughter CP9 previous chapter next chapter advertisement. Naruto took the 4 daughters to the black market in the City of Water. For the arrival of Naruto and his party, the people in the black market were curious and fearful, and some people admired Naruto very much. Coincidentally, the owner of the treasure tree Adam is an admirer of Naruto. Looking at the black shop owner with the light of admiration in his eyes, Naruto, no matter how bad he is, he can't do black and black things, and it's not a shame to be unable to do something to his admirers. So Naruto bought this batch of precious trees at half the original price under the warm greeting of the owner. When looking for Ace Bagu to use the treasure tree Adam to strengthen and upgrade Going Merry, Naruto suggested that the 4 girls go to the water capital to shop for supplies. Unexpectedly, Nami, Kaya and Nuo Kagao refused. Kaya is because she has too much affection for Going Merry, and she wants to witness the success of Going Merry's upgrade. Nuo Kagao wants to steal the teacher and wants to know more about ships, while Nami feels sorry for the 100 million Baileys spent. She is the one who obviously needs to spend money, and now she is the one who feels sorry for the money. Naruto exclaimed, "How cute." So it fell to Naruto and Robin to go out to purchase supplies. In fact, the 3 women also intentionally created time for Naruto and Robin to be alone. Naruto found that the prying eyes around him increased. As early as when he was buying wood in the black market, Naruto found that someone was after them. But these people have not made a move for a long time. Now that the number of people has increased, is it finally time to make a move? Advertisement. Robin was a little nervous because she knew these people were after her. It turns out that Naruto's reputation is too loud. After entering the City of Water, Kaya went to dock number 1 to invite the boatman to include Marine's secret spy CP9. The spies reported the discovery of Robin to the Enies lobby closest to the water capital. Enies lobby ordered Robin to be arrested, so more and more people are under surveillance, and they are going to secretly arrest Robin today. Naruto took Robin to the abandoned dock, and the spies followed, thinking that Naruto and Robin were about to escape. In fact, Naruto just didn't want to do it in a place with many people. Now Naruto and Robin led these people to the abandoned dock, and now they can exercise their muscles. Naruto said lightly, "Come out, I have already found you." The people following around knew that Naruto had spotted them, so the 9 men in black came out in unison. In order to capture Robin, CP9 even dispatched all members. The leader of CP9 said, "Whirlpool Naruto, don't be stubborn, give us the woman behind you, and you can leave safely. She is an unlucky woman, close to the church will only bring bad luck. What do you say, Nico Robin?" Robin's face was pale, but looking at Naruto in front of him, Robin felt that he had endless courage. Robin shouted loudly, "You are wrong, I am very lucky, I have found a lover and a friend." Advertisement. Naruto was very happy to hear Robin's words. This is the first time that Robin said that he is her lover. As Robin's lover, Naruto must bear Robin's hatred. Looking at the CP9 who is high in front of him, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Naruto's face. He always used blood to wash away the damage caused by blood. So Naruto let Robin push away, and rushed towards CP9 by himself. These people don't want to leave here today. Seeing that Naruto dared to attack first, Lucci, the leader of CP9, felt that Naruto might be a fool. So he signaled Naruto the ferret, Kumadori and Otonashi Fukuru to get rid of Naruto as soon as possible so that Robin could be captured and returned to his command. Naruto saw that Lucci underestimated himself so much, he smiled instead of anger, a slow light wave. Seeing the 3 people in front of them slowly, Naruto's right hand turned into a lightning blade, and the lightning flashed, and the 3 people fell to the ground lifelessly. At the beginning, the bodies of the 3 were still falling slowly, and the time of the slow light wave has not passed yet. After the light wave aging passed, the bodies of the 3 people kept rushing towards Naruto at the original speed and fell heavily to the ground, turning into pieces of meat all over the place. It was only at this time that Lucci began to look at Naruto squarely, not because he was overconfident in the strength of the team members. It's because these 3 people are really not weak, but they ended up with such a miserable result when they met under Naruto's hands. Naruto's strength is greatly underestimated. Lucci simply ordered, "Everyone go together, don't hold back." The remaining 5 attacked Naruto together. Advertisement. The 3 most powerful people in CP9 are all animal fruit ability users, and Naruto easily withstood the siege from the 5 people. The left hand turns into mist, and the right hand turns into sand. If you look closely, there is not only armament haki attached to it, but also a trace of purple thunder lingering around it. The leopard formed by Lucci's transformation does have swift speed and powerful strength. He does have the capital of pride. However, Naruto's physical strength not only has the physical strength of giants, but Naruto's physical strength has increased to the admiral level when he was in Long Chain Island. Compared with the speed, Naruto's use of spring fruit is not comparable to Bellamy's. The 5 members of CP9 played on a par with Naruto, which is probably the result of Naruto keeping his hand. After completing his own experiments, Naruto was convinced that he could mix and use various devil fruits, so Naruto didn't hold back anymore. All of a sudden, the members of CP9 found that Naruto's attack had changed, and his ruthless moves hit the vital point. Khalifa, who has the ability of bubble fruit, lost his combat ability first. In fact, this is the result of Naruto's mercy. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that Khalifa's beauty has affected Naruto. The biggest reason is that Naruto needs someone to take him to the Enies lobby and kill the culprit who gave Robin trauma. With Naruto, the guide, the firepower was fully fired, and only Lucci was left struggling to resist. Naruto looked at Lucci and raised a smile, only to see the slow light wave from Naruto's fingertips hit Lucci. Lucci never felt that the time was so long. He saw Naruto slowly swinging down the saber. Unable to dodge, he felt something warm slipping out of his neck, and then fell down clutching his neck. Robin looked at Naruto who was covered in blood and smiled at her. He didn't think the corpse on the ground was scary at all. Instead, Robin felt that Naruto in battle was the most attractive. 46. Brand new Golden Mary. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Robin looked at CP9's body. I still can't believe that Marine's super espionage organization was ruined by Naruto. Just as Robin sighed, Khalifa, who was knocked out by Naruto, woke up. Seeing Naruto and Robin trying to sneak away without noticing her, what Khalifa didn't know was that her every move was under Naruto's perception. When Khalifa touched the door, he turned around and saw Naruto standing at the door. Khalifa turned his head to look at the place where Naruto used to be. Very horrified, Naruto appeared. Naruto was about to tease Khalifa, but saw Robin's smiling face. Naruto quickly controlled Khalifa with the Rinnegan, and explained to Robin, I just want to find a guide to take us to the Enies lobby. After listening to Naruto's words, Robin couldn't care less about Khalifa. The average pirate can hide as far as possible from Enies lobby, but Naruto offered to go to Enies lobby. Robin asked suspiciously, what are we doing at the Enies lobby? Robin, I'm going to smash the things that trap you, Naruto said looking at Luo. Robin froze for a moment, turned his face away in embarrassment and said incoherently, I. Nothing, it's like convincing yourself 990. Yes, there is nothing that traps me. Naruto straightened Robin's face forcefully, looked into those tear-filled blue eyes and said, Robin, you're trapped. It's the Buster call that night that stuck with you. It's that Enies lobby that stuck with you. What traps you is Marine's self-righteousness. Advertisement, Robin, trust me, I'll get you out of this. 11. Let's destroy the Enies lobby first. Robin looked at the man speaking in front of her, and she understood the meaning of every word. But taken together, each sentence is like a sledgehammer, and Robin feels that he almost doesn't understand the content of these words. Robin has always felt trapped in an extremely dark space. Alone, the man in front of her knocked a crack in her dark space with an extremely powerful posture. The light shone on Robin through the crack, and Robin felt that it was already very warm. Today, Naruto's words completely shattered the dark space surrounding Robin. Looking at Naruto's face, Robin felt that it was his own son. So Naruto took Robin and Khalifa back to the place where Going Merry was upgraded. Before the three girls could speak, Naruto quickly explained, this is one of the marine spies CP9, named Khalifa, and just asked her to take us to the Enies lobby. Naruto's urgent and quick explanation finally satisfied the three women, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. The progress of Going Merry's audit slowed down after a few boatmen left at Dock 1. Naruto went directly to Ace Bagu and told him, your boatmen can't come back, they are members of CP9, and I fired them all. Hearing the news, Ace Bagu had an obviously shocked expression on his face for the first time. Killed them all? Seeing Naruto's affirmative nod, Ace Bagu sat down on the ground slowly, buried his head in his knees. Naruto didn't care about the grievances between this person and CP9, and directly asked Ace Bagu, can you quickly help Going Merry upgrade? I need to get to Enies lobby fast and destroy that goddamn unjust place. Ace Bagu jumped up excitedly after hearing this. You are crazy, that's Enies lobby, are you going to fight Marine? Naruto didn't care. If you start a war, start a war. Pirates and Marines are natural enemies. Advertisement. Ace Bagu lowered his head and thought for a while, and it was obvious that he was struggling in his heart. At this moment, Ace Bagu thought of his master Tom, when his master was taken away. When I reluctantly broke up with my junior brother. When I had to cooperate with the world government. When you are surrounded by spies, these times are full of unwillingness and helplessness, and now there is a person who is willing to enter the Enies lobby for his lover in front of Ace Bagu. Ace Bagu felt the anger in his heart rise again. He decided to help Naruto. So he said to Naruto, "B.A., Your Excellency, please wait for me, allow me to invite a boatman who is as skilled as me, and the cooperation between the two of us will definitely speed up." Naruto knew that Ace Bagu was going to invite his younger brother Frankie, and Naruto was very interested in this reformed man who only wore underwear. It is said that the masters of the two of them gave Frankie the casting drawings of Pluton before they were captured by the world government. It is not known whether such technology was used by Frankie in self-transformation. Sure enough, Ace Bagu rushed to Frankie's dismantling room, but no one paid him any attention. Ace Bagu didn't care, and said in the first sentence, "Baoshu Adam is at my client's place." I saw the person in the seat folded his arms and raised his head above his head, shouting hoarsely, "What are you talking about? Dead iceberg." "It was you who told the news about the tree." Ace Bagu nodded and said, "That's right, it's the Flash Pirates, the same pirates who made a big fuss about the Marine 16 branch. The captain of this pirate group just killed CP9, who the government has been monitoring me for." Without waiting for Frankie to speak, Ace Bagu continued, "Now they are going to Enies lobby for their partners, they need a boat." Hearing this, Frankie opened his eyes and stared at Ace Bagu. Ace Bagu continued, I need your help, Lanky. Advertisement. Frankie still didn't speak, just got down from his seat, and the two passed by. Only Ace Bagu could hear. Frankie said to him, "Dead iceberg, let me lead the way ahead." The corner of Ace Bagu's mouth twitched upwards, as if he was about to laugh but also seemed to be crying. The two came to the dock where Going Merry was located one after the other, and devoted themselves to the upgrade of the ship seriously. Going Merry has been given a new look thanks to the cooperation of two extremely good boatmen. Nuo Kagao also learned a lot about the maintenance and repair of ships in this process. After repairing the boat, Frankie left without a word. But Naruto felt that Frankie hadn't left. He had been hiding in the dark and watching Going Merry go into the sea. What a weird person. Naruto manipulated Khalifa with illusions, and now Khalifa obeys Naruto. Naruto asked Khalifa to point out the way to Ini's lobby. Sure enough, Khalifa took out a permanent pointer pointing to Ini's lobby. Naruto and his team headed for Ini's lobby on the newly upgraded Going Merry. Robin's mood is very excited. Her lover is also a partner for her to go to war with the world government. A little tail followed Going Merry quietly, and it was Frankie who brought his dismantling house. It is impossible for Frankie not to hate the world government that took away his master. Especially when I have to assemble myself into a robot in an endangered state. Now a warrior like Naruto appears to destroy Ini's lobby. Frankie felt that he had to witness it. He admired Naruto who dared to fight against the world government. Of course, if Naruto and the others lose to Marine on Ini's lobby, Frankie thinks he can still support them. 47. The Sunken Ini's Lobby. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naruto pretended not to notice the little tail coming up behind him. Now Ishin only wants to rush to Ini's lobby, but the upgraded Going Merry is indeed easier to use than Naruto expected, and Nuo Kagao can't put it down while holding the rudder. Under Khalifa's guidance, Going Merry quickly approached Ini's lobby. Soon I saw the shadow of Ini's lobby, worthy of being the representative of the world government. You can see how majestic the building is when you see the shadow from a distance. What kind of shitty absolute justice, this Ini's lobby has caused so many tragedies. Unfortunately, it will disappear today. Naruto will never let go of anyone who gave Ohara the Buster Call and who caused tragedy to Robin. Before reaching the Ini's lobby, Naruto ordered Khalifa to signal the garrison at the first gate. Say this is the Flash Pirates who were arrested by CP9, don't launch an attack yet. When the guards saw the familiar Khalifa, they took it for granted, because they did not believe that anyone could defeat and control CP9 members. When Naruto reaches the first gate of Ini's lobby, Rinnegan, Amaterasu, I saw the black flame rising slowly from the first gate. Before the guards could react, Naruto pulled them into the environment. Looking at the people struggling in the environment, I feel that this is less than 1/10,000th of Robin's burden. Seeing that Khalifa Naruto didn't know how to deal with it, when the incident happened, Khalifa hadn't joined CP9, and she hadn't participated in the Buster Call, but she would definitely bring discomfort to Robin. Advertisement. So Naruto knocked Khalifa unconscious, put it in an open space, and cut off Amaterasu. Naruto will not kill her, and will not care about her anymore. The first gate was breached by Naruto with just one encounter. Naruto gently arranged for the four daughters to wait for him here, watching him go to destroy the island. Naruto walked unhurriedly across the main island, which was full of empty courts and no one was there, but Naruto still dropped a flame of Amaterasu. Looking at the piles of marines at the entrance of the Tower of Justice, Naruto took out Yukino and Kito from the Kamui space that had not been used for a long time. Although using the Devil Fruit ability can also turn the body into a blade. But Naruto felt that it would make more sense to split it with a knife in this situation. As coward Spandam orders from the city walls, kill him for me. When Naruto saw this person, the murderous intent in his heart was as strong as ultimate. There was some red aura around him, and some marines who rushed up couldn't bear the killing intent and passed out. Naruto opened and closed two famous knives like cutting watermelon. Looking at the crazy Naruto in front of him, the marines in front of the Tower of Justice are becoming more and more unable to fight, but because of the orders of the officers, these people have to take their own lives. But there are also marines who have been killed, and more marines have collapsed and fled in all directions. Watching the marines fleeing one by one, the Spandam on the Tower of Justice immediately ran for his life. Naruto jumped up to the high gate of the Tower of Justice, watching Spandams fleeing back and did not catch up. Naruto felt that this trash should also experience the despair that Robin experienced at the time. Advertisement. Naruto pulls a pile of gold from the Kamui space. While melting and reshaping with the ability of Thunderfruit, while looking at the back of Pandam running away. If this trash knows that he can't escape death no matter how he runs, will he be desperate? Spandam looked at Naruto, who did not catch up, and thought Naruto would let him go. The despair that gives people hope in the future is the real despair. Naruto raised the golden cane formed in his hand to the sky, and a beam of thunder shot towards the sky. Spit out the great fireball technique from the mouth, heating the surrounding air. Naruto wants to try the combined attack ability of lightning-style Kilin and Thunder Fruit. I saw two huge dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky. Why are there two groups? Anyone who sees them can tell the difference. Because there is a purple lightning dividing line between the two clouds, which prevents the two clouds from merging. Although they did not merge, the blackness of the two clouds is pressing on the top of the head. Marine, who was still on the Tower of Justice, thought he had escaped a catastrophe just now, but looking at this thundercloud now is the real despair. Seeking flowers. Naruto sees that Spandam has run to the bridge connected to the Gate of Justice. With a slight smile, his hand thundered, and an attack as strong as a buster call landed on Ini's lobby. Under Naruto's intentional control, lightning bolts struck Spandam continuously. Just before Spandam was about to rush through the Gate of Justice, Naruto split him into a coke with a thunderbolt. Seeing the Island of Justice destroyed by thunder, Naruto decided to destroy the 3 islands to nothing. Naruto used his traditional ball rolling technique to continuously compress the thunderclouds in the sky. Advertisement: transform the thunderclouds into thunderballs with top-level destructive power until Naruto can no longer compress the thunderballs. Naruto released the destructive thunderball over the Isle of Justice. Then turned around and left here and returned to Going Merry, urging Nuo Kagao to drive Going Merry to leave quickly. Nuo Kagao is a little confused. Looking at the confused Nuo Kagao, Naruto explained, "The Ini's lobby will collapse soon. If we don't leave, our boat will be sucked in by the vortex." Nuo Kagao has always believed in Naruto's words, and immediately drove away with Going Merry at full speed. For the sake of Frankie's contribution to his Going Merry, Naruto kindly reminded, "There will be a grand firework here. You can only feel the excitement by watching it at 10 o'clock before the election." Of course, Frankie didn't want to miss this wonderful event, and immediately took the dismantling house and followed Naruto and the others to leave. Naruto didn't tell Nokigao to stop until he was far away. At this time, Naruto has detonated the thunderball. I saw lightning flashing above Ini's lobby, and after a while, I heard rumbling thunder. The purple thunder was like a beautiful firework. But such beautiful fireworks shattered Ini's lobby, who represents absolute justice. The thunder light dissipated, and I saw that the 3 judicial islands that stood tall and tall were slowly sinking. Frankie next to him was already stunned. Once upon a time, Frankie hated the Island of Justice that took his master away, but watching the Island of Justice sinking slowly now still feels a little unbelievable. 48. Repel Aokiji. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Although Frankie doesn't want to believe it. But looking at the sea waves that kept coming, the hulls of the 2 ships shook violently with the waves. The sea can always swallow anything. Watching the waves rolling in the sea, Frankie finally believes that the Island of Justice has finally disappeared. This guy Naruto actually did it. Frankie looked at Naruto like a monster. Robin looked at the scene in front of him, although he didn't say anything, but Naruto felt that Robin really relaxed at this moment. The things that imprisoned Robin disappeared. The sinking of the Isle of Justice in Naruto. They bid farewell to Frankie. When embarking on a new journey, it has already spread throughout the Grand Line, and all the forces on the Grand Line were shocked when they heard the news. Shocked by Naruto's boldness, and more people worship Naruto crazily, thinking that this is what the new generation of pirates should look like. 797. How bold they dare to challenge the world government. The world government was furious when they heard the news. Immediately, an order to arrest Naruto was issued to the Marine headquarters. Sengoku frowned as he looked at the order on the desktop. Only now did he realize how correct Garp's judgment was. So Sengoku immediately issued an order, and Naruto's reward amount was increased to 500 million berries. As soon as the reward order came out, Naruto's name resounded across the sea again. What is the captain of the Shining Pirates who made a big splash on the Grand Line doing now? Naruto is being directed around by Nami, because Naruto melted Nami's gold in the Kamui space without authorization. How can he get away with the money of a small money fan? Suddenly Going Merry couldn't drive. Naruto also stopped working. Naruto sensed that a powerful person was approaching. It turns out that there is a thick layer of ice around Going Merry. No wonder Going Merry can't move forward. Naruto stood solemnly at the bow of the boat, watching the figures approaching slowly on bicycles from a distance. Advertisement, I thought to myself. This time there is a powerful person, as expected of Admiral, who can control the fruit's ability so precisely. Nami, Nokagao and Kaya don't understand who is coming. Robin said solemnly. The person who came was Admiral Aokiji. The three women were shocked when they heard that. Do they need to dispatch Admiral to capture Naruto now? Although the three women are very confident in Naruto's strength, it is Admiral who is very worried about the arrival. Robin saw that it was Aokiji, but his expression was a little strange. Naruto looked at the figure not far away, jumped off the bow, and walked towards that figure. Since this battle is unavoidable, then stay away from Going Merry, so as to save Going Merry from being destroyed in a later battle. The two met on the ice controlled by Aokiji. Aokiji looked at Naruto silently. He can feel that Naruto seems to be standing on the ice, but Naruto's feet are separated from the ice by a special layer of energy. This energy prevents Aokiji's ice from affecting Naruto. Aokiji said to Naruto, "I'm here to catch you." Naruto also replied, "I know, so I came." Aokiji looked at Naruto in front of him. He got the news that Robin became the partner of this guy in front of him, and it is said that there is also a relationship of lovers. Since Aokiji saved Robin back then, he needs to be responsible to him to the end. Now he has to try whether Naruto is qualified to be Robin's partner. I saw the cold air around Aokiji. Naruto knew that Aokiji must have some special qualities if he could become Admiral, and he did not dare to underestimate Aokiji at all. Aokiji's combat power has been improved even more on the sea. The sea has a steady stream of water, which provides Aokiji with a steady stream of weapons. Advertisement. Birdman decided to use Crocodile Sand Fruit. The ability of Sand Fruit has a restraining effect on the ability of Water System. Aokiji watched Naruto use his ability. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But it is Admiral after all. Aokiji guessed Naruto's ability at once. Now Aokiji can be sure that Naruto must have the ability to copy fruit. It is really a terrible ability. Aokiji took the lead in launching an attack on Naruto, and Naruto's reaction was not slow. Not only did he receive all the attacks from Aokiji, but he still had the power to attack Aokiji. The fight between the two was very exciting, but no one who knows how to fight appreciates it in the sea. Aokiji was shocked during the fight with Naruto. Because Aokiji understands that Naruto's strength is vaguely stronger than him, and it is because of Aokiji's old combat experience that he can fight so far. It can perfectly control the use of every trace of power, so it has not fallen into a disadvantage even if it persists until now. But Aokiji himself was also distracted to maintain the ice on the soles of his feet, so the two did not fight with all their strength. It was Aokiji who took the initiative to stop and retreat during the battle, and Naruto also stopped immediately when he saw this. Aokiji was very relieved. It was impossible for him to take away the Flash Pirates alone. He was also relieved that Robin could find such a powerful partner. Aokiji looked up at Robin, and saw the worry in Robin's eyes that hadn't disappeared in time. Seeing Robin so nervous about his captain shows that Robin is very satisfied with his current partner. Aokiji looked at Naruto again, and without saying anything, he rode away on his bicycle. As Aokiji left, the ice that trapped Going Merry melted gradually. Naruto soul-attached author Chakra walked back from the sea. The hearts of the four women fell back into their stomachs, and there was a little worry mixed with happiness. Advertisement. The happy thing is that Naruto can fight against Admiral without losing the wind, but the worry is that the stronger Naruto is, the person who fights will be more powerful. Now that Admiral has been attracted, maybe a more powerful person will move people against Naruto in the future. Nami, Nokiko and Kaya went about their business seeing Naruto back safely. Only Robin looked at Naruto and hesitated to speak. Naruto waited for Robin to tell him himself. After struggling for a long time, Robin finally decided not to hide anything from Naruto anymore, and he will not hide anything from Naruto in the future. Robin told Naruto, "I've known that Marine Admiral since I was a kid. It was 1.0 who saved me. He let me go when Marine rounded me up. He came just now, maybe because of me." Naruto looked at Robin. He didn't expect that Robin was struggling with this matter all the time. So Naruto spoke comfortingly. Then after this confrontation, he should be relieved. "You will be safe with me." What if he came here because of my high bounty? Watching Naruto make fun of himself by making jokes. Robin is sure that he thought he was lucky to meet Aokiji and escaped his life. But now it seems that meeting Naruto is the luck that Robin has exhausted all her life. Robin was finally really relieved, so he replied with a smile, "Maybe, my dear Naruto." Naruto stared at Robin's relaxed smile for a moment. 49. Resolution of Marine Headquarters. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Naruto's feelings are harmonious, but the atmosphere in Marine Headquarters is not so harmonious. Sengoku looked at the generals below. Last time he felt that Naruto was not a threat and there was no need for such a terrifying bounty amount. The generals are now pale. When they heard the news that Aokiji brought back, they felt that their faces were swollen from the beating. Most of them are not as strong as Aokiji, and now Aokiji can't bring back the Flash Pirates, let alone them. Under the order of the world government, Naruto's reward amount has been multiplied by 5 times. This is the reward amount that Garp gave when Naruto and the others were still in East Blue. Garp didn't say anything about the current discussion. He felt that it might be too late to offer this amount of reward. Sengoku said seriously, "Now the strength of the Flash Pirates cannot be underestimated. Let's discuss our attitude towards this pirate group. Some main combat factions still feel that for dangerous elements like Naruto, Marines should be dispatched with stronger combat power to directly attack such dangerous elements. But some people think that there are many pirates who cooperate with Marine, and Naruto is fully capable of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Marine can recruit Naruto, as long as Naruto does not do anything to Marine. Marine can completely ignore any behavior of Naruto." Garp watched the quarrel below without saying a word. If Marine's strongest combat power is now in the 18th set, it might be possible to win Naruto in one fell swoop. But looking at those people who want to win over Naruto with the condition of allowing Naruto to do anything, the vast majority of them. Garp suddenly felt that such justice was a bit hypocritical. It's not that Garp and Sengoku don't know what some of the Shichibukai working with Marine are doing, but there's nothing they can do about it. Looking at the people struggling under the atrocities of Shichibukai, they can only obey orders. Advertisement. Now Sengoku is pretty sure Garp is right. Although Sengoku is the Marine Marshal, he still has to obey the orders of the world government. Sengoku knows that the admirals are under the order of the world government to perform their duties and are busy with affairs. It is very unrealistic to call them together. So Sengoku could only agree with the opinions of the majority and agreed to recruit Naruto to become 7 warlords of the sea. Naruto needs to choose the object of his challenge and kill it completely. In fact, this is also a way for Marine to consume the pirates' fighting power. There are only 7 fixed positions. If you want to get that position, you have to kill the person in that position first. The current Shichibukai has not changed for many years. Sengoku felt that Garp knew Naruto's personality and strength very well, so he sent Garp to talk to Naruto about joining the Shichibukai. On the way out, Garp felt that this was not going to be a smooth negotiation. Naruto looked a little annoyed at the oncoming Marine ships, and he was really stabbing the hornet's nest endlessly. He just left an Admiral Aokiji, and now a hero Garp came. Naruto dare not underestimate Garp. Although Garp is Vice Admiral, Naruto believes that Garp's strength is definitely higher than those of Admiral. After all, Garp was Rogue's true rival back then. It is also because of Garp's personality that Naruto is annoyed that the old man Garp does not face other Marines. Even Naruto admires this old man a little bit. This old man really earned his current reputation with his own fists, and he didn't eat any powerful devil fruit. But his strength and ability are not inferior to any admiral, enough to beat Garp's armament hockey. Naruto is still a little curious about Garp. The hardcore Marine Garp actually raised the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and a grandson who is quite the One Piece. It's really interesting. Garp shouted to Naruto on the boat. "Boy, I have something to ask you. There is an uninhabited island ahead, follow up." After shouting, Garp ordered the ship to turn around and head towards the uninhabited island. The adjutant next to him asked Garp, "Win the lottery, what if that pirate dare not follow?" Garp said firmly, "No, that kid's eyes are full of fighting spirit, he is interested in me." Advertisement. The adjutant didn't believe it in his heart. He felt that it would be good if the pirates didn't run away after seeing their vice admiral. They must have been scared out of their wits if they didn't run away just now. They would definitely run away. When the adjutant thought this way, he looked back to see the pirate ship that had escaped without a trace. But the adjutant was stunned, and the Flash pirates obediently followed up behind him. It was hard to ignore the huge sheep's head. This pirate group is crazy, they really dare to follow up. Garp's prediction was correct, and Naruto was indeed very interested in Garp. Also has an extraordinary favor. Naruto wants to see the pinnacle of human physical strength. No devil fruit, no chakra, only a strong body and hockey. Naruto would like to have such a collision. So Naruto followed without hesitation. Probably Garp also had the same idea. Otherwise, how could he directly invite Naruto to the uninhabited island? It is a wonderful fate that two strangers who have never met have miraculously appreciated each other. We Naruto don't admit it. Naruto's fate is only with a beautiful old man. Naruto followed the warship to an uninhabited island. He saw Garp landed on the island alone, so Naruto decided to go to the appointment alone. Although Naruto believes in Garp, he doesn't believe in Marine who came with Garp. So Naruto asked the four girls to prepare all kinds of attacks they got in Sky Island. Once Marine launches an attack, contact them with the mini snail as quickly as possible. Naruto will definitely appear to protect them as soon as possible. After setting up the four daughters, Naruto set foot on the uninhabited island alone. In an open space in the center of the uninhabited island, Naruto saw Garp sitting on the ground. Garp said, "Boy, sit down first, and I will talk to you on behalf of Marine." Naruto nodded and sat opposite Garp. Garp admired in his heart, this kid's hockey is not simple, sitting opposite him has a tendency to rival him. Garp didn't keep it secret, and directly explained his intentions. I'm here to show my goodwill to you on behalf of Marine. Advertisement. Let me first let you know about 7 Warlords of the Sea, and privileges owned by 7 Warlords of the Sea. On behalf of Marine, I invite you to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Naruto did not agree, but instead asked, I have the privilege 093, so what price do I have to pay? In other words, what does Marine need from me? They're all smart people, beauties are willing to make money losing deals. Garp thinks this kid is really good, smart enough, ruthless enough, and most importantly, strong enough. Garp is a bit pity. How can such a person become a pirate? It would be great if he were a Marine. You're right, but being 7 Warlords of the Sea is too good for you, Garp said. You've already defeated Crocodile, if you want, Garp paused. I believe it is a simple matter with your strength. Naruto pressed, willing what? Garp frowned, as if reluctant to say the next thing. But thinking that this is an order, Garp still told Naruto, as long as you kill Crocodile and don't trouble Marine, you are a new member of 7 Warlords of the Sea. When Naruto heard it, he was as expected, so he sneered and asked Garp, this is the just Marine. As long as it's useless and can't help you deter pirates, just kick them away? You have made a good plan with these 7 positions. Garp has no way to explain and can only say heavily, first am Marine. Naruto also Kaido. I am a pirate. Garp was relieved to hear Naruto's answer for some reason, as if as long as Naruto chose to kill Crocodile, Garp felt that he would be very disappointed. 50. The man who won a bounty of 1.5 billion against Garp. Previous chapter next chapter advertisement Garp looked at Naruto and said, so we can't agree? Naruto's attitude is very arrogant. I don't want to, do you understand? Then Naruto said, let's fight, old man. Garp raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. Do you know how many years no one dared to take the initiative to fight with me? Naruto said with a smile, it means you are old and can't do it. As soon as the words fell, Naruto rushed up. Seeing Naruto rushing over, Garp's heart was also ignited with passion. Good boy, face. Garp has no fancy tricks, only a pair of casserole-sized iron fists. Now the iron fists are so dark that Garp has made his name as a hero with such a pair of fists. Naruto didn't use ninjutsu and demons either, just relying on his body which is comparable to Admiral's strength and Garp's iron fist to fight hard. The two of them come and go, punching to the flesh. The blowing wind smashed the ground into pieces, and under the fighting between the two, these pieces were quickly turned into powder. Naruto became more and more excited as he fought. He felt that his physical skills in hockey were slowly increasing, so he punched more swiftly and cunningly. Garp became more and more frightened, and he found that Naruto did not use the power of those devil fruits. There was such a message in the news reported by Aokiji, saying that Naruto had replica devil fruits. Can copy the ability of anyone who fights with him. Garp also thought that Naruto's ability can copy his own strength at first, but later Garp found that he was wrong. Naruto did not use other powers. Naruto only relied on physical strength and not very strong hockey resisted his iron fist, and Naruto kept learning and improving in the fight with him. Advertisement Garp can easily find that Naruto's strength is slowly increasing from the beginning to now, and his fists are getting stronger and stronger. Garp felt that Aokiji's report was not comprehensive, and the kid Naruto relied not only on Devil Fruit's power zone. His mind, body, and talent are all monster-level characters, and he can even be said to be pervert. No matter what kind of rubbish ability such a person has, it is a deadly weapon, not to mention that Logia's ability is even more devastating in the hands of this kid. Naruto doesn't care what old man Garp thinks, he just knows that he has grown a lot in the battle. I am also happy to fight with Garp. The two hit the air from the middle, and then smashed into the ground from the air. One day and one night, the beating was so dark and dark. After Naruto and Garp finished punching each other, they both stopped at the same time, knowing that no one can do anything to the other. Moreover, this uninhabited island has been beaten to pieces during his 2 days and 1 night of fierce fighting. Big pits can be seen everywhere on the ground. The seawater slowly seeped out of the pits. The island was about to sink under the attack of Naruto and Garp. In order for the warship waiting outside and going merry not to be sucked into the huge eddy created by the sinking of the island, the two had no choice but to stop. The old and the young looked at each other silently, with sympathetic eyes flashing in their eyes. Strangely, Garp felt that he was even capable of arresting Naruto. He wouldn't do that either, and now Garp doesn't know whether it was right or wrong to be the hero who captured Luogia. It is precisely because of Garp's character that even Admiral has not been mixed up to now. Garp said to Naruto, "Boy, I hope you will still be so arrogant when we meet next time." Advertisement. Naruto will also retort, "Old man, I hope you can raise your fist when we meet next time." After speaking, the two looked at each other and laughed, and turned to leave at the same time. Garp felt that Naruto was a perverted brat. Naruto thinks that Garp is a strange old man. The two sides have completely different positions, but appreciate each other. Garp returned to the warship, and the adjutant came to ask, "Did the pirate agree?" As he spoke, he continued without waiting for Garp to speak, "I'll just say, you don't need to come in person at all, just send a document. He'll come begging after he knows he's got 7 warlords of the sea." Garp interrupted the adjutant's chatter. He said, "No, we're a draw." The adjutant's voice stopped abruptly, and his mouth opened wide, as if he had just swallowed a huge seabird egg. The adjutant couldn't believe what he heard, and probably didn't want to believe it. Garp commanded the warship to sail forward at full speed, and he had to tell Sengoku the result. Back at Marine headquarters, Garp told Sengoku that Naruto refused to accept Marine's offer, and told Sengoku about the tie with the celebrity. Garp said to Sengoku seriously, "My old man, this is the time of the young people. Naruto is definitely the one with the scariest strength and the strongest growth ability among the rookies I've seen. He also possesses a brilliant mind and the terrifying potential to continue to grow like an abyss. Old friend, we are getting old." After saying this, Garp left without giving Sengoku a chance to speak. Advertisement. Sengoku fell into deep thought. He knew that Garp's words were definitely not aimless. As early as when Naruto was in East Blue, Garp had an accurate judgment on Naruto, and that was when he had never met Naruto. This is what I brought to Sengoku after meeting Naruto and fighting. Sengoku felt that it was time for the Marines and pirates of the New World to face Naruto's existence, so he signed Naruto's new wanted amount. Next day, when Naruto received his new arrest warrant on the ship, his head was full of black lines. "I saw that the wanted amount above has increased from the original 500 million Baileys to 1.5 billion Baileys, a full 3-fold increase." Just one day after Garp left, Naruto felt that he couldn't believe that Garp had done nothing. But to say what Garp did, Naruto felt that his rank was not enough to do anything. But such a large increase in the amount of reward must have something to do with the old man, of King Zhao. At this moment, the big shots in New World have also received this arrest warrant. In just 3 days, the reward amount has tripled. What happened? On an unknown island in New World, a tall and strong white-beard old man was surprised. "Goog. What did this brat who dared to destroy the Enies lobby and challenge the world government do? The bounty has risen so much, the level of horror." On another island, a black giant dragon murmured, "Has someone who can kill me appeared?" The other pirates in New World even inquired about the Flash Pirates. What did this person do to destroy the Judicial Island? Naruto was gnashing his teeth on the boat, wondering what the old man Garp said to Sengoku. The whole Hai was shocked by the reward amount of 1.5 billion Baileys. 51. Famous Knife Chusui. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After the 1.5 billion Bailey shock, Naruto and his party quickly returned to a peaceful life of doing nothing. Their pointers were affected after the uninhabited island sank, and they are currently floating aimlessly on the sea. Fortunately, Kaya's cooking skills are improving very quickly, and Naruto thinks the life at sea is very good. The four beauties walked back and forth in front of him, and Naruto felt that he would never get tired of watching them for a long time. Sailing in the sea is boring, only constant adventures attract many pirates. After several months of wandering at sea, Naruto received a special message. It turns out that Luffy, the protagonist group, has already sailed, and now he has gained a lot of fame in East Blue. Of course, Luffy's crew includes Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Chopper. What Naruto couldn't see the most was that there was a beautiful navigator on board Luffy who was as good as Nami. Naruto thinks that idiot Luffy really got lucky to meet so many beauties. Kaya was also very happy to see Usopp on the wanted notice, and ran over to tell Naruto the good news. What Naruto can do, of course, is to agree with 743, secretly gnashing his teeth with hatred. Don't let him see Usopp again, and give him a discounted nose if he sees him again. Why doesn't Kaya believe that Usopp is a liar? Going Merry keeps going forward. Unknowingly, fog rose around the ship, and visibility continued to decline. Advertisement. The four girls were very nervous, and at this moment there was a strange singing sound in the distance. Kaya, Nami and Nuo Kagao kept sticking to Naruto's side because of fear. Even Robin held Naruto's hand very calmly. Naruto was very happy in his heart, and decided to let him live no matter who came. It was the first time he had enjoyed such treatment. Naruto thinks that this strange singing voice may be the owner of Laboon. Naruto remembers that the protagonist group also met the skeleton man in such a thick fog. After a while, an old pirate ship passed by Going Merry, and Naruto and the four girls clearly saw the skeleton man wearing a dress on it. The Naruto of the three girls was tighter, and Robin also hugged Naruto's arm. Naruto, BIEC, is very satisfied with the current state, but the happy time is always short. Naruto knew that he needed to shoot. Naruto used Shadow Clone to rush towards the skull. Before the skull could react, he knocked the skull out. Looking at the skull that Naruto took away, the three girls left Naruto's body, and Robin also let go of Naruto's arm. Feeling the gentle bodies leaving one by one, Naruto wanted to play tricks to wake up the skull. Naruto knows that this is Brook, one of the members of the protagonist group, who is also the owner of Laboon. So Brook was tied up and put on the boat to follow Going Merry. Naruto remembers that Brook is still in a state of losing his shadow, and now that he is thrown back to Red Line, it will disappear immediately. In order to make a promise with Laboon, Naruto decided to take him with him temporarily. Advertisement. Using the smoke fruit ability of the White Hunter. Even if Brook has the devil fruit ability, he can't break free. Naruto remembered that Brook should now be in Gecko Moria's Lost Shadow territory. So Naruto used Rinnegan to look forward, and Naruto could clearly see the outline of the island in front through the thick fog. The Going Merry, which was driving suddenly, stopped, and Nuo Kagao judged that the ship must have run aground. After sailing for several months, they finally set foot on land again. Naruto is now certain that this is Moria's lair, Devil Spinnaker. But here is very strange. The island is quiet, and the four women decided to go up to check it out. Although the island is a bit weird, the time spent at sea by a few people is a bit too long. Besides, with Naruto's protection, there will be no major problems. From the moment Naruto set foot on this island, he knew that he had come to Moria's territory. This Moria was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Naruto was very interested in the ability of his shadow fruit. So Naruto and his party walked to the depths of the island. After walking a short distance, a few people saw the tall castle standing in the center of the island. The 4 girls thought that they could meet someone in front of them, so they walked forward excitedly. Naruto calmly controlled the sand on the ground to bury the zombies trying to emerge in the ground. After Naruto left, the power to suppress these zombies suddenly dissipated, and these zombies rushed up uncontrollably. Some got their heads stuck, some got stuck at their waists, and they were dumbfounded and unable to move. Soon, a samurai appeared in front of Naruto and his group. This samurai was wearing tattered clothes. Holding a long knife in his hand, Naruto decided to get it as soon as he saw the long knife. Naruto was sure that it was the famous sword Chusui. Advertisement. Naruto beckoned the 4 girls to retreat, and pulled out Onitsu, who had just drank blood on the Island of Justice. At this moment, the blade of Onitsu is constantly vibrating. It is the challenge of Onitsu to the famous sword of Righteous Way. This zombie holding the famous knife Chusui should be the original owner of the famous knife Chusui. But such a great swordsman should not experience such humiliation after his death. Naruto decided to help the great swordsman free. Nothing is more sincere than a battle between swordsmen. Naruto clenched his excited demon sword Toru, and challenged the zombie in front of him. Naruto knows that although the zombie in front of him is not as powerful as before, the exquisite moves are worth learning from Naruto. The zombie on the opposite side also felt Naruto's fighting spirit, and the two held their knives at each other, frozen in place like a sculpture. Suddenly the two rushed towards each other. In a blink of an eye, two people's knives collided several times, and the blades rubbed against each other to produce sparks. They suddenly approached and collided, and then suddenly moved away. But Naruto has Koshiro's sword skills after all, and he is only facing Ryoma as a zombie. After Naruto blocked the blade that was slashing at him, he quickly turned around, turned his back on Ryoma, and thrust Onitsu into Ryoma's chest. At this moment, Ryoma was awakened from his previous consciousness. "Thank you, samurai, I will give you the famous sword Chusui as a gift." After speaking, the samurai fell to the ground, and a black shadow floated from his body and fell back on Brook. Naruto knew that it was the shadow Moria took away from Brook. 52. Little Loli, Perona previous chapter next chapter. Advertisement. The shadow returned to Brook. Naruto knew that now Brook could face the sun directly. So before Brook woke up, he used Flying Thunder God to send Brook back to the entrance of the Grand Line. This is what Naruto promised Laboon at the beginning. Naruto sends Brook away and back again in a split second. Naruto, who returned to the place, cremated Ryoma's body. Naruto decides that one day he will send Ryoma's ashes back to his hometown Wano-kuni. Such a hero should not wander the seas. Naruto hates Hogback and Moria who bother such heroes with their devil fruit abilities. Looking at the castle in front, I also watched Naruto's battle with zombies. Naruto explained his behavior to the four girls, and after listening to Naruto's story about Ryoma's origin and why he ended up like this, the four girls were also very angry and agreed with Naruto's trouble to find Moria. They didn't feel that Naruto would lose against Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The four girls unanimously decided to go back to Going Merry and wait for Naruto, so that Naruto can fight with confidence. As always, Naruto sent Shadow Clone to protect the four. Back on Going Merry, 4 girls, feeling like I've finally come out of that eerie place, and can't wait to go to the bathroom to clean up. When the 4 girls were relaxing, they didn't find anyone following them back to the boat. But Naruto's Shadow Clone found an unusual aura. He showed a bloodthirsty smile. Absalom, the transparent human fruit ability user. This satyr really coveted the 4 girls. Advertisement. He even touched the boat. Naruto felt the sneaky approaching breath. He casually held a knife in his hand, and when Absalom secretly rejoiced that he passed in front of others without being noticed, a knife protruded from Absalom's stomach. After receiving a fatal attack, the transparent ability will naturally disappear. Absalom stared in disbelief at the blade protruding from the center of his stomach. "How did you find out?" Naruto, without giving him a chance to finish his sentence, twirled the hilt of his knife. Directly crushed Absalom's internal organs. Absalom lost his breath instantly. Then Naruto disposed of the satyr's body without leaving a trace. So the 4 girls inside were still chatting and laughing, not aware of all this outside. Naruto is approaching Moria's castle. Apparently the death of Ryoma and the disappearance of Brook have alarmed the owner of the castle. Otherwise, they wouldn't arrange for a transparent person to follow the 4 girls to inquire about the situation. Knowing that Naruto has arrived, the owner of the castle has been missing for a long time. But they have been sending these zombie legions in front of them to hinder Naruto. Now that the 4 girls are gone, Naruto doesn't need to control the sand to hold the zombies in the soil. Looking at the zombies with their heads popping up like gophers, Naruto condensed a long-handled earth hammer in his hand, and hammered the zombies with their heads back to the ground one by one. Naruto figured out why Moria didn't show up. It must have been a message from someone inside the marine government. Know that as long as Naruto is willing and kills any 7 warlords of the sea, Naruto can become the new 7 warlords of the sea. Moria only got the news, but didn't know that Naruto had rejected Marine's invitation. "I thought Naruto was here to challenge me now, so I avoided seeing him. Has been sending his minions to consume Naruto." Advertisement. Naruto has seen through Moria's thoughts, and feels a little wronged. But if Naruto explained to Moria, it is estimated that Moria would not believe that Naruto came to Devil Spinnaker just by accident. What's more, Naruto doesn't intend to explain. Ever since Naruto met Ryoma, Naruto decided to take care of Moria. Naruto was enjoying the fun of whack-a-mole, when suddenly the sound of "he he he" sounded around him. Naruto looked around, but found no one around him. So Naruto released his observation haki. noticing that there is a woman holding an umbrella and her legs dangling on the tall tower. Naruto smiled slightly, little lowly, there should be one ongoing Mary. So Naruto looked around, pretended he didn't find Perona, and continued his whack-a-mole business. Perona, who was sitting on the tower, shook her feet and muttered, "It's not very good, let me be negative, he. Talking and releasing the ghost of negativity. Naruto felt something approaching him from behind. He smiled and didn't really care. The white ghost shadow penetrated from Naruto's back and passed out from his chest. Ask for flowers. Naruto didn't react at all. Instead, the ghost passing through Naruto's body trembled from the killing intent in Naruto's heart. When Naruto looked up, the ghost was so frightened that it dissipated. Perona on the tower saw this scene and stood up suspiciously. What is in this man's heart? My negative ghost can't infect the man, but is frightened by the man and dissipates. So the unbelieving Perona continued to launch ghost attacks, but every ghost that passed through Naruto's body disappeared in fear. So Perona couldn't sit still. Advertisement floating down from the high tower. Naruto saw Perona finally appeared in front of him. Perona tilted her head and asked, "What are you thinking in your heart? Why is my ghost so scared that it dissipates?" Point zero. Facing Perona's question, Naruto smiled like a bad uncle. "Whatever is on my mind, you can explore by yourself." Perona's face sank. Although Perona is like a little girl physically and mentally, Perona can affect the enemy through emotions after all. So I intuited that what Naruto said would be meaningless. So the small mouth pouted, and a large group of ghosts took shape in front of Naruto. Naruto looked at the ghosts in front of him and felt the chaotic energy contained in the ghosts. Naruto knew the purpose of these ghosts. Sure enough, as Naruto expected, these ghosts exploded around Naruto under the control of Perona. Naruto looked at Perona's childish behavior, still too young. Naruto's body strength has reached Admiral. Such a small explosion can't cause any substantial damage to Naruto. When the explosion smoke dissipated, Perona looked at Naruto, who was safe and sound, and opened his mouth. "Why are you fine?" Naruto spread his hands and replied, "I don't know either." Perona looked at Naruto angrily. "I can't beat you, I won't beat you." As he said that, he wanted to float away, but after rising to a certain level, Perona found that she could no longer rise, and there was a pulling feeling on her ankle. Perona looked back. At some point, a thin line of white smoke appeared on his ankle, and the other end of the thin line was held in Naruto's hand. 53. Nara Clan's Shadow Art and Shadow Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Perona struggled a few times, seeing that the very fragile thin wire turned out to be extremely strong. So Perona stared at Naruto and said, "What are you doing?" Naruto said with a smile, "Nothing. How can you want to run away after hitting someone? Could it be that you are the only one who bullies others, and you are not allowed to fight back?" Naruto pretended to be surprised and shouted, "So you are such an unreasonable person." As soon as Perona heard this, she immediately gave up her plan to leave, and angrily rushed to Naruto and shouted, "I'm not, let me go. Do the math yourself, how many ghosts you put on me at that time. In exchange, do I have to pay it back on you?" Perona was speechless listening to Naruto's nonsense. Naruto went on to say, "I just got a thread tangled up, and you can't get rid of it yourself. I can resist your 090 ghost bomb." Perona was confused by Naruto, and felt that what Naruto said was quite reasonable. Naruto took the opportunity to ask, "Are you saying I'm right?" Perona nodded in a daze, and Naruto hit him with a stick. "Since you agree, then I'm not going to be polite." As a result, wrist-thick smoke wrapped around Perona's body. Perona screamed, "Why did you tie me up?" Advertisement. Naruto looked innocent. "You agree." Perona said angrily, "What did I agree to?" Naruto continued, "You said you were not the type to hit and run." Perona nodded firmly, "You threw a ghost at me, I should fight back." Perona felt that Naruto was right, and nodded again. "It's over, you throw a ghost at me, and I'll tangle the thread for you. You count it yourself, I have the same number of threads as your ghosts, I didn't take advantage of you. I resisted your ghost attack, that's because I'm strong. You can't get rid of my ghost thread by yourself, that's your problem." Perona was not convinced that Naruto said she couldn't do it, so she struggled hard, trying to break free from the smoke, but seeing the smoke that would disperse as soon as she blows it, it was unbreakable at the moment. Perona struggled until she had no strength, so she could only let Naruto be tied up aggrievedly, and asked Naruto pitifully, "How can you let me go?" Naruto said, "What does it matter to me if you can't earn your own money? It's not impossible to let you go, unless you promise me a condition." Perona immediately asked, "I promise you any conditions." Naruto smirked. You have to join my pirate ship, and I will let you go. Perona heard this and found that she was tricked by Naruto again. She wanted to cry, but she still didn't promise Naruto to join his pirate group. Naruto looked at the silent Perona and said, a man must keep his word, you said it yourself, and if you agree to my terms, I will let you go. Perona still didn't speak. Naruto sighed and said, well, in order not to let you break your promise, I can only tie you up and put you on my boat. Advertisement. Perona made up her mind to remain silent to the end. So Naruto sent Shadow Clone to carry Perona, who was bound by smoke, back to Going Merry. Having harvested a little beauty, Naruto was very happy. Naruto is thinking now, should he show some mercy to Moriya's subordinates? After all, Moriya is regarded as a father by Perona. Naruto happily played the gopher all the way to the gate of the castle, looking at the deserted castle. Naruto blasted a big hole in the castle with a thunderball. Shirin had to go in. No matter what happened to the others, that Dr. Ubok must die. Looking at the deserted castle, Naruto wondered if Moriya gave up resistance, and the zombies who just blocked the way disappeared completely after entering the castle. Naruto reached the center of the castle unimpeded all the way. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Naruto saw Moriya and one of the remaining 3 weirdos in the hall, who was also the one Naruto had to kill, Hobak. Seeing Naruto coming, Leah believed in fate a little bit. I was so young and vigorous looking for the last 7 Warlords of the Sea challenge, and now my own challenge has come. Although Moriya is hiding in this strange sea area, she has a lot of information about the outside world. Moriya knew that Naruto was the rookie who was making huge waves on the Grand Line. In just a short time, this rookie stood in front of her. Fortunately, Naruto doesn't know what's in Moriya's mind, so if he knows, he will tell Moriya, you really think too much. The idea of the 2 people facing each other is not on the same channel at all. Moriya thought Naruto was coming to challenge his position. Naruto came to this sea area just by accident, and was very interested in Moriya's shadow fruit. But no matter what the 2 of them think, this battle is destined to be unavoidable. Moriya stepped down from his seat solemnly. He knew that he had to do his best in this battle, otherwise he would die in the hands of someone who came. Advertisement. Naruto watched Moriya stand ready, and felt that such a fight would be rewarding. Moriya raised her hand to hold her own shadow, cut off a part of the shadow with a pair of extra large scissors, and threw it into the shadow of the hall. Naruto watched Moriya's movements with great interest. The ability of Moriya's shadow fruit is somewhat similar to the shadow ninjutsu of the Nara family. I saw Moriya's shadow merged into the shadow, and a huge figure walked from the shadow, and the heavy footsteps made the hall vibrate. A red demon with long horns appeared in front of Naruto's eyes. Naruto knew that what appeared now was Oz controlled by Moriya's shadow. Naruto looked at Ozzy's processed body and knew that it was also Hobak's masterpiece. Ancient giants. Naruto looked at the tall corpse in front of him, and didn't want to waste time on this giant. Naruto moved his fingers and clenched his fist. The fist turned black because of the attachment of armament hockey. Naruto jumped high and hit the giant head straight. The giant raised his arms to block. But the huge giant couldn't stop Naruto's small fist, and with just one punch, Naruto knocked Ozda down to the ground. The body of the giant fell down heavily, the smoke dispersed. A black hole the size of a fist appeared on the giant's arm and head. With just one punch, Naruto knocked out the strongest zombie in Moriya's hands with just one punch. Moriya looked at the mighty Naruto in front of her. Although this person is very strong, he is still young after all. Moriya has already touched the shadow behind Naruto. Moriya tensed up, just barely, almost touched. As long as he touches a little shadow, the young man in front of him can't take it off. Moriya was excited, and suddenly saw Naruto standing still. Moriya's cold sweat flowed down at once, because of the joy of imminent victory. Moriya ignored the distance he had used for a long time. 54. Moriya who wants to die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naruto looked at Moriya who had stopped, and said slowly, did you finally find out? I thought I'd have to wait a long time. This is really long. Unfortunately, I also have a little research on shadows. Naruto had discovered Moriya's tricks long ago, but he didn't say anything about it. He deliberately made Moriya think that he could almost touch Naruto's shadow, and Moriya was hooked. However, it took so long for Moriya to react, and Naruto was a little disappointed with Moriya's strength. Moriya finally got angry under Naruto's teasing. Moriya raised her head to the sky and screamed, and black shadows flew from all directions of the castle like rain. The end of the rain is the earth, and the end of this rain of black shadows is Moriya. Moriya's body swelled up like a balloon. The power of these shadows is also superimposed on Moriya, producing a powerful reaction that is more than 1+1. After absorbing 18 shadows from all directions, Moriya moved her body full of strength with satisfaction. Stretching out his hand to the side, the dark shadow turned into a huge shadow horn gun in Moriya's hand. Naruto looked at the seemingly powerful Moriya in front of him. Keenly feel that Moriya's absorption of shadows is not unlimited. This limit is the number of shadows that Moriya's spirit can control. Advertisement: Moriya just looks powerful. These powers are only borrowed from others, not Moriya's own power. Naruto is a little disappointed. The shadow ninjutsu of the Nara clan is very powerful, but that is because the Nara clan itself is powerful. But Moriya's shadow fruit of the same type was used by him like this, and now Moriya is just a balloon blown up by power. Naruto turned his hand into a huge maraca. Balloons, of course it is fun to blow them up with a hammer. Looking at the stabbing shadow horn spear, Naruto jumped up and flashed, dragging a huge maraca into the air. Naruto held the wrist of the deserted hand with his other free hand, raised the maraca and smashed it at the top of Moriya's head. Really, Moriya simply cannot fully control the power of so many shadows. Naruto went down with a hammer, and Moriya suddenly became shorter, and a lot of shadows spit out from Moriya's mouth. Naruto didn't stop, he hammered down one after another. Moriya couldn't resist at all. Like a hammer, Moriya's body was getting smaller and smaller. Unlike cast iron, the blacksmiths knocked on the huge iron body and finally got small pieces of steel, but Naruto got Moriya smashed into a pool. Seeing the hammer that Naruto was about to drop, Moriya finally begged for mercy. Please let me go, please don't kill me. I am willing to surrender 7 warlords of the sea to you. Naruto stopped the hammer when he heard Moriya begging for mercy. Hearing what Moriya said later was even more ridiculous. God knows Naruto didn't mean it at all. Naruto's huge maraca became his own hand again, and he looked down at Moriya who was lying on the ground and said, I don't care about this position, and I also rejected Marine's invitation early. Advertisement: Moriya didn't believe what Naruto said at the first time, but Naruto stopped because of his begging for mercy, which made Moriya feel absurd. Since Naruto has no idea about his position, then why are the two of them fighting so hard? Naruto continued. I literally stumbled across this sea. It's all here, it's like seeing the power of your shadow fruit. I didn't expect you to be so unbeatable. Moriya looked at Naruto angrily, and suddenly burst into tears. Naruto couldn't handle Moriya's magical operation for a while. In Moriya's crying, Naruto knew Moriya's mental journey. It turns out that Moriya didn't want to be in the position of 7 warlords of the sea for a long time, but every alternation of the old and new 7 warlords of the sea is accompanied by blood and death. Moriya didn't want to do it, but she didn't want to die either. So he took 3 of his men and hid in this little-known sea area. Fortunately, the people who have passed through this sea area for so many years are not Moriya's opponents. So the shadow was taken away by Moriya, so fewer and fewer people on the Grand Line know the news of Moriya. If it weren't for Naruto's mistake this time, Moriya would have survived for a long time. Naruto still wants to take Perona to sea together. Moriya Naruto, who respects and loves Perona like a father, of course also wants to solve his problems. So Naruto knelt down and pulled Moriya up friendly, and comforted him patiently. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just wanted to chat with you, I can also help you with your concerns. After Moriya was beaten by Naruto, she was treated so tenderly by Naruto. Now I am very convinced of Naruto, so I asked Naruto with tears in my eyes, how can you help me? Advertisement: Naruto almost laughed out loud looking at Moriya who was like a bag of tears, but Naruto held back. And Moriya said softly, now this position is the fire pit, if you don't want to do it, you can feign death. Moriya thinks this is a good idea, but it's not easy to find someone who will kill her. Looking at Moriya who was lost in thought, Naruto continued, people who can help you are far away in the sky, but close in front of you. Moriya looked up at Naruto very excitedly. You can really help me, but this will bring you a lot of trouble. Naruto gave Moriya an affirmative reply. I am willing to help you 310. I am not afraid of trouble, and also to express my apology to you. Moriya was very moved. Now he has forgotten Naruto's beatings on him, and only thinks that Naruto is really a good person who solves big troubles for him. Naruto enjoys Moriya's gratitude, but he thinks in his heart that Perona, who has just been tied to the boat by himself, has become Moriya's benefactor. Will Perona be far behind? After Birdman comforted Moriya, he and Mo shared their plan, and the two of them needed to continue fighting until they got out of the castle. Then kill Moria in front of those people on the island, so that Marine will believe Moria's death, and then Moria can find Fang Yin to live in. Moria agreed to Naruto's plan, and the two immediately started fighting. Looking at the huge momentum, in fact, it did not overthrow the real place. It's just that the surrounding buildings were damaged and smashed to pieces by two people. The person who had just been returned to the shadow watched the two fight. Suddenly Naruto gave a critical blow. Moria fell to the ground and never got up again. Someone daring came over to check on Moria's status. Ecstatically said, "Dead, Gecko Moria is dead, we are liberated." These people who had lost their shadows for a long time finally felt the warmth of the sun again, and under the shock of ecstasy, they firmly believed that it was Naruto who killed Moria. 55. Can't take it anymore, start Buster Call. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Seeing the ecstatic crowd, Moria, who was lying on the spot and pretending to be dead, was also very happy. As long as the news of his death is spread, he will really be bound by 7 warlords of the sea. It's just that these people are still unwilling to leave, and Moria has no choice but to lie on the ground and continue to pretend to be dead. Naruto didn't have the patience to wait here any longer, he still had one thing to do. Hogback is still hiding in the castle, Naruto wants his life. So Shadow Clone stayed in place instead of Naruto, and Naruto's body entered the castle. All this happened quietly, and the people around didn't notice it. Huobake is also a poor man. He is willing to become Moria's subordinate because he wants to use Moria's ability to revive Zindoli. But this kind of resurrection just got the zombies parasitic with other people's shadows. Pity the poor, Hobak shouldn't disrespect the dead. For the experiment, the corpses of many people were collected, especially the Ryoma who fought against Naruto. Naruto felt that Ryoma could only be worthy of Ryoma if he sacrificed Hobak's life to sacrifice Chusui. Seeing that Moria was killed, Hobak didn't leave the castle immediately, but returned to his room. Naruto found Hogback in this room full of Sindali's portraits. Hobak didn't seem to be surprised at all, he just concentrated on fiddling with the corpse on the bed. It looked like Zindoli was mended. Hobak stood in front of Zindoli's bed with his back to Naruto and said, "You do it, I'm going to find my lover." Naruto didn't show mercy, he raised his sword and dropped it. Huobake fell down facing Shin Duoli with a smile on his face. Naruto looked at the two people on the bed, swung 2 knives quickly towards the roof, and quickly left the room. After Naruto left, the roof caved in. Completely buried the evil doctors who have done countless evil deeds. It didn't take long until Naruto returned to the original place, and the people who were ecstatic about being rescued had calmed down. Advertisement. Watching Naruto set fire to dispose of Moria's body, Naruto actually let Moria hide in his shadow. After the rescued people expressed their gratitude to Naruto many times, they each found their own way and left. Naruto also returns to going merry with Moria hiding in the shadows. As soon as Naruto returned to the boat, he received Perona's fire-breathing gaze. It turned out that the girls on Going Merry had noticed the movement on the island at the beginning of the fight. At the same time, the girls also inquired about the news of the island from the people who had left earlier. Knowing that Naruto defeated and killed Moria, Perona's first reaction was sad when he heard the news, and then he hated Naruto. Watching Naruto go back to the bed, Perona shouted angrily at Naruto. "You bastard, you dare to kill Moria, I must pay for your life." Naruto looked innocent. "When did I kill Moria? Don't talk nonsense." Perona yelled while struggling. "Don't try to lie to me, I know it all, you are a big liar." As soon as the voice fell, Perona saw Moria appearing from Naruto's shadow. Continuing to swear has become a series of meaningless, I only heard Moria say to Perona, "Perona, don't talk to Lord Naruto's room. I would like to thank Lord Naruto for saving my life, Lord Naruto is really my benefactor." Naruto pretended to look at Perona with an aggrieved face. Perona was really deceived by Naruto, and now feels very guilty towards Naruto. The 4 girls watched Naruto playing tricks on Perona, and the girls already knew what kind of virtue Naruto was. "I also know that Naruto has committed lust again, so I plan to invite Perona on board." The children also liked the cute loli Perona very much, and they did not stop Naruto from doing Perona. Naruto removed the smoke rope from Perona, and now Perona was completely tricked by Naruto. Advertisement. Especially after listening to Moria tell Perona how much trouble Naruto is going to take to help him now. Perona's guilt towards Naruto has risen to another level. Now it can be said that Naruto is obedient, and in order to repay Naruto for saving Moria, he even promised Naruto to join the Golden Mary. Naruto's petty thinking finally succeeded, and he suddenly felt that saving Moria was really a very good deal. What's more, Naruto gained a lot after fighting Moria, and Naruto also obtained the ability of the Shadow Fruit, which can play a role of surprise in the battle in the future. Naruto and his daughters are making preparations before the flight, and Naruto is preparing to arrive directly at Sabaody Archipelago for the next destination. Anyway, he has the permanent pointer to the Sabaody Archipelago. For Moria, Naruto's plan is to place Moria on the uninhabited island passing by the Sabaody Archipelago, but Moria rejected Naruto's suggestion. Moria's lived in Devil's Spinnaker long enough. Moreover, now that news of his death has spread, Moria has decided to stay here. After this battle, Moria also realized her lack of ability, and she relied too much on the strength of outsiders. The environment of Devil's Spinnaker is also a very good condition for exercising one's own abilities. Besides, no one would think that Moria is still alive where she died. Naruto respects Moria's decision, that is, Perona is tearful and reluctant to leave Moria, but Perona knows that it is best for Moria to leave. So Perona left with Naruto and the others despite her reluctance. Naruto comforts Perona with the identity of Moria's savior. The atmosphere on Going Merry was peaceful, but Marine Headquarters was shocked when they received the news of Moria's death. This Flash Pirate group is too arrogant, not to mention destroying the Island of Justice, and defeated 7 warlords of the sea in a row. Advertisement: at least Crocodile was still alive. This time Naruto was so bad that he killed Moria. 7 warlords of the sea are all very powerful pirates. After cooperating with Marine, these pirates have helped Marine do a lot of things. What Naruto is doing now has greatly reduced the deterrent effect of 7 warlords of the sea on pirates. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face of Marine. Sengoku is also very helpless sitting on the top seat, since Naruto entered the Grand Line. There have been no fewer than 3 meetings held solely for Naruto, and Sengoku's face is livid now, listening to the discussions among the officers below. Someone even suggested that Naruto is powerful, and it is best to dispatch Buster Call to encircle and suppress the Flash Pirates. Sengoku disagrees very much in his heart. After the Buster Call is launched, it is too destructive. I don't know how many innocent people will be involved. But what the Flash Pirates did was really bad. Sengoku is very entangled in how to deal with Naruto, Qian Hao Jiao, so he had to ask the former Marine Marshal, Sora. Although Kong has abdicated, he is still fierce and fierce. He is an iron-blooded main fighter. Sora has heard about Naruto's actions for a long time, and now Sengoku came to ask for advice. Sora gave his own advice based on the idea of eliminating evil. Sengoku. Yes, Marshal. For the former Marine Marshal, Sengoku respected him as much as his subordinates back then. Seeing the things that the Flash Pirates have done, you know they are a bunch of villains. Our Marine means absolute justice. Facing such villains, I suggest using harsh methods to catch them all. It's also okay to launch Buster Call, so that all the pirates dare not fight against Marine. After listening to Sengoku, he felt that Sora's suggestion was too radical. The Flash Pirates have not yet entered New World. For Marine, the 4 emperors of New World are more threatening. The cost of launching the Buster Call is too great, whether it is for Marine or for innocent people. Sengoku feels that he has to seek higher-level opinions. 56. Sabaody Archipelago. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Using the Marine's encrypted radio, Sengoku paged the message to the world government in the Holy Land of Marijoy. On the top of the tall building of world government, there were 5 men who received the message. These 5 men are the top leaders of the world government, also known as 5 elders. These 5 characters have known the news of Naruto for a long time, but feel that the threat of Naruto is still not as good as the 4 emperors of New World. For the world government, the 4 emperors are their confidants. 5 elders even felt that Naruto's entry into the New World could break the balance between the 4 emperors. Now, because of the checks and balances of the 4 emperors, Marine can't intervene in New World. With the opportunity to break the balance, 5 elders felt that it was not time to take action against the Flash Pirates, so they called back Sengoku. Don't do it, let it develop. Sengoku received the call back and heaved a long sigh. Sengoku is still very willing not to use such a weapon of mass destruction as Buster Call, so this meeting did not discuss any results. I can only increase Naruto's reward amount by 500 million Baileys. Of course, apart from enhancing Naruto's reputation at sea, there is no real trouble for Naruto. 107. Naruto is now enjoying the warm and fragrant nephrite on Going Merry. Now Perona's sense of guilt has not disappeared, and Naruto is always on call. Naruto is also willing to order Perona around. After all, such a beautiful day is short-lived. After a few days at sea, Naruto and his party finally arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Advertisement. At this moment Perona also knows Naruto's true nature. The situation between her and Naruto has been completely reversed, and now it's Naruto's turn to make Perona happy with a smile. When Naruto and his team boarded the Sabaody Archipelago, Naruto was still admiring the magic of the island. Sabaody Archipelago is not so much an island as a forest growing on the sea. This is the first time Naruto has seen an island made of trees. The bubbles on the island are also very magical. Naruto rented a bubble airship and took the 5 girls to wander around the Sabaody Archipelago under the envious eyes of others. A lot of pirates nearby obviously recognized Naruto, but due to Naruto's reputation in the Grand Line, they didn't get close. While they were eating, drinking, and wandering around, they also inquired about a lot of news. Naruto also learned why there are so many pirates on the island. Tomorrow, there will be a grand auction at Island Auction Number 1 in Sabaody Archipelago. It is said that there are many good things in this auction. The most attractive thing is that there will be a devil fruit in this auction. Hearing this news, Naruto was immediately interested. Originally planned to leave after coating the Golden Mary in Sabaody Archipelago, and now Naruto decided to stay for a few more days. On the second day, Naruto brought 5 girls to the auction on time. Entering the auction, Naruto keenly noticed that there were a few high-ranking Karakura next to several pirates with control rings around their necks, and they were probably slaves of celestial dragons. Naruto hates celestial dragons very much. Since there is an auction with celestial dragons, since Naruto is there, this auction will not end without any disturbance as before. The auction at the beginning was very ordinary. When Naruto and the others came in, they received a brochure about the auction items. Advertisement. The things in the brochure are not the purpose of these people today, and the things that are not in the brochure are the best. When Naruto was drowsy, a burst of passionate music sounded, and an exaggerated auctioneer descended from the sky. Appearing in front of everyone, Naruto's drowsiness disappeared instantly. He knew that now is the real auction start. Along with the new auctioneer came the celestial dragons who hadn't been there. There are a total of 2 celestial dragons, 1 male and 1 female, wearing bloated robes and wearing ridiculous transparent bubbles on their heads. Seeing the arrival of the celestial dragons, the pirates obediently lay down on the ground, and saw the celestial dragons stepping on their backs and sitting on the seats. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Celestial dragons are such a bunch of bastards. The excited voice of the auctioneer on the stage drew Naruto's attention back. Gentlemen and ladies, tonight's auction has just begun. Please take out your gold coins and bring home the goods you are satisfied with tonight. From now on, all goods will be auctioned at 0 price, with no upper limit. As soon as the words fell, an iron cage appeared on the auction stage. Inside the iron cage was a vicious pirate. Robin said solemnly, "This is the Devil Addis, the captain of the Devilman Pirates, with a reward of 60 million Baileys. I didn't expect such a powerful person to become a slave to be auctioned. The auctioneer on the stage is doing his best to enhance the atmosphere. This is the first item that I bought today without losing money. The reward is as high as 60 million Baileys. Don't hesitate. Take it home quickly." Advertisement. The first product ignited the audience, and the people who can stay until now are not good people. Immediately after you quarreled for my bid, the male celestial dragon suddenly spoke. "It's such a cute toy, I want it. I offer 60 million Pele." Hearing the words of celestial dragons, the hall, which was still full of people, fell silent. The auctioneer also showed a bitter expression. The goods that could have been auctioned at a higher price were not easy to pay back for the celestial dragons. But there is no way, except for some necessary goods, no one will match up with celestial dragons because of a slave, so celestial dragons got a new slave at a low price. Celestial dragons got a new toy, and couldn't wait to get rid of the old toy, only to see the person who was used as a floor mat pleading with celestial dragons. But celestial dragons was unmoved, and said with a smile, "Old toys should be destroyed. I like watching the destruction of toys the most," he said with a distorted smile. Celestial dragon's hand scratched at the belt. The collar on the slave's neck flickered with a cold red light, and the red light flashed more and more quickly. The slave screamed and rushed out of the auction house, as if by doing so he could escape death. But unfortunately, a Sabaody Archipelago bubble wrapped him up. The collar exploded in the bubble, and the bubble was also pulled behind the scenes by the staff. At this time, the voice of the auctioneer sounded, "Congratulations, Master Celestial Dragons, for getting the first super value item. After seeing the tragic situation just now, he went to the auction as if nothing had happened. The 5 girls next to Naruto were very angry, but in order not to cause trouble for Naruto, the girls still did nothing. 57. Auctions and Celestial Dragons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naruto looked at the auction going on in full swing, feeling very disdainful in his heart. This is the privilege given to celestial dragons by the world government, not treating people as human beings. On a bustling island like the Sabodi archipelago, there is a grandiose buying and selling population. These people can no longer be called human beings. When they enter this auction house, they appear on the auction stage, they are goods. It's no wonder that everyone held an indifferent attitude, and a piece of goods was destroyed. Just buy another one, it's just goods, no need to have any feelings. In subsequent auctions, Naruto saw all kinds of slaves. There are even a few very beautiful girls. The 5 girls once thought that Naruto would buy these beauties, and Nami was ready for his wallet to be emptied. Unexpectedly, Naruto, who has always had no resistance to beauties, did not bid. Naruto looked at the women's hesitant expressions and didn't say anything to explain. He had already made plans in his heart. Naruto's aversion to the world government and Marine has reached its peak. Pirates and Marine are natural enemies. It is only natural for Marine to arrest pirates. But Marine arrests pirates in the name of protecting the people, for justice. But in such an auction house, there are auctions of human slaves. Could it be that this is Marine's so-called bullshit justice? Suddenly the lights on the stage flickered again, and Naruto had already discovered that every time the lights flickered, the next one on the stage was a very attractive product. A cage covered with black cloth was withdrawn. Advertisement. In the process of pushing it up, you can faintly hear the sound of surging water. Naruto was surprised. Isn't it? The auction will dare to auction this, isn't it afraid of causing a war? Apparently Naruto had already guessed this heavyweight auction item. The black cloth was lifted, and as expected by Naruto, it turned out to be a mermaid inside. This mermaid has long fiery red hair and ruby eyes, which now blaze with anger. But underneath the anger was a stern fear. She knew that as long as she fell into the hands of these people, she would not end well. The auction house suddenly boiled, and a mermaid appeared. No wonder people get excited. Mermaids have not been captured for many years since the world government signed a peace agreement with the Mermaid Nation, but at the Sabodi Archipelago auction house. Not far from naval headquarters, a mermaid that was auctioned unexpectedly appeared. The scene immediately fell into a frenzy, and the shouts were endless. People are enthusiastic about the mermaid slaves that have not appeared for a long time, and they are also praying that the celestial dragons will not be shot. But obviously their plans failed. Celestial dragons are the most noble existence in this place, and rare goods like mermaids are of course aspirational. The female celestial dragons is even more jealous of the beauty of the mermaid. She does not allow anyone more beautiful to appear in front of him. She decides to take this little mermaid back. The merman hadn't even got it yet. The female celestial dragons thought viciously. Should I pull off all her scales one by one and keep screaming, or just chop off her tail? Seeing the malice in celestial dragon's eyes, the mermaid paled and trembled. Advertisement. I only heard celestial dragons bid unhurriedly. I offer 200 million Baileys, and I want this fish. Of course, there are people who are confused by the mermaid and are willing to increase the price, but before he raises his hand, a blood hole appears on his forehead. I saw celestial dragons slowly put away the gun in his hand and said proudly, I'm just a pariah, dare to covet my things. The gunshot finally woke up the dazed people. This is something that celestial dragons fancy, no one dares to snatch it. Seeing the silent crowd, celestial dragons sat back with satisfaction, and the crown auction continued. The women felt that Naruto was really abnormal today, and they didn't even try to save such a beautiful mermaid. The children are all ready for Naruto's confrontation with the celestial dragons just now, but Naruto unexpectedly didn't do anything, and the girls are a little confused. Has Naruto changed his gender? Amidst the doubts of the girls, after the staff of the auction had disposed of the corpse, it started lively again. Sure enough, a bad old man was brought up. Seeing the dissatisfaction of everyone in the audience, the auctioneer on the stage explained, everyone, don't underestimate this person. *0*, he has a very special status, said the auctioneer, who bought a pass. The people below were in a commotion. The auction tonight was really exciting. Since the auctioneer has said so, this old man must not be simple. Amid the impatience of everyone urging, the auctioneer shouted, he is the former vice-captain of One Piece ROG, Pluton, Rayleigh. Hearing this news, the people below did not bid immediately. They were very suspicious of the identity of the bad old man on stage, the deputy captain of One Piece. Advertisement. What kind of strength is that? It is the existence at the top of the pyramid in the Grand Line. It feels impossible to appear in the auction house and be sold like a commodity. Everyone was skeptical. Most of them didn't believe it, but Naruto knew that this person was Pluton Rayleigh, Rogue's deputy captain. The man locked himself in as soon as he appeared. Naruto didn't know what trick Rayleigh was playing, he didn't want to participate. Finally, this bad old man was still bought by a rich man at a high price of 20 million Baileys. But Rayleigh didn't care, the expression on his face was still very calm. Finally, the auction came to the end, and everyone's spirits were lifted. To say that the most popular thing for pirates in the sea is the devil fruit, except for the treasure. After all, this kind of fruit can bring magical power to ordinary people. Although with the arrival of celestial dragons, everyone has lost hope of getting devil fruit. But what if the celestial dragons don't want it, then they have a chance. A dark purple fruit was pushed up. The auctioneer said, "I don't need to introduce it, it's a genuine devil fruit. Only after eating it will you know its true power." Everyone bid wildly, but when they saw celestial dragons raising their hands, they felt that the chance of getting devil fruit was shattered. Celestial dragons lazily said, "I pay 300 million Baileys." The people below were silent. 58. Murloc Mei. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Generally, after celestial dragons bids, things will be celestial dragons by default. No matter how rich you are, the person who was preparing to bid when the mermaid was auctioned just now is a lesson from the past. Just when everyone thought the auction was over, a faint voice sounded. "I offer 400 million Baileys." The low-pitched voice seemed to drop a depth bomb in the crowd, and everyone turned their heads to find who was so reckless. When they saw that it was Naruto, some people gave a clear look, and some people were asking the people around them about the origin of the person who made the sound. The 5 girls heard that Naruto, who had been quiet for the whole time, finally spoke out, and the doubts that had been left all along dissipated. They just said, "How could that Naruto guy not do something, and now he is doing a big thing, but this is Naruto's style." In fact, 380, Naruto has no idea of making troubles. Although Naruto knows that the celestial dragons have a high status, Naruto doesn't take these people seriously at all. He really planned to buy devil fruit honestly and practically Bailey this time, but he didn't expect such a big misunderstanding. He really is too good. Celestial dragons didn't react for a while. What just happened? A pariah dared to increase the price after the noble celestial dragons bid. Didn't he see what happened to that person just now, or is this person just a fool? The noble celestial dragons didn't want to argue with this pariah for the sake of their good harvest this time, so they bid again. 500 million Baileys. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Naruto continued to bid, 600 million. Celestial dragons squinted at Naruto with the small eyes that could not be opened at all, until the servant in the ear told him Naruto's true identity. Celestial dragons showed an interested smile on his face. A pirate with a reward of 2 billion Baileys, it must be a good toy. I want devil fruit, I want this toy too, it must be fun. The servants around looked at the pure malice on the face of celestial dragons and lowered their heads without saying a word. As long as celestial dragon's attention isn't on him, he's really terrified of the torment, and celestial dragons has a new toy, and he'll be safe again for a while. Celestial dragons shouted and asked the servants to contact Marine while raising the price maliciously, 1.2 billion. When Naruto heard that the price doubled, he knew that celestial dragons was going to trouble him, but Naruto was not afraid. This is a small money fan. Nami pulled Naruto's clothes. Naruto knew that Nami didn't want to spend so many Baileys to buy such a devil fruit. Although they have a lot of Baileys, they are indeed not as good as the celestial dragons accumulated over the years. Instead of continuing this meaningless price hike, Naruto decided to grab it directly. Naruto has long wanted to try his own Conqueror's Haki. According to Naruto's self-understanding, his own Conqueror's Haki is the murderous aura released by himself. Because Naruto's Conqueror's Haki is red. I saw Naruto's eyes closed and opened, and a blood-colored horror spread. Unfortunately, Celestial Dragons was self-righteously observing his new toy. When Naruto opened his eyes, the most impacted by Haki was to look directly at Naruto's Celestial Dragons. The servants around Celestial Dragons noticed that Celestial Dragons was not moving. They stepped forward to observe, and saw that Celestial Dragons was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and passed out with eyes open. Advertisement. As the ground of Naruto Haki spread out, people in the auction house fell down one by one. Although Naruto controlled Haki to avoid the 5 girls around him, the 5 girls still felt breathless. Looking at the man next to him with even more admiration, he is so powerful. Robin's face turned a little paler than the other girls, mainly because she remembered that Naruto threatened herself to board the ship with such a terrifying imposing manner at that time. Naruto's momentum is full, except for Naruto and his party. Naruto also found that there was one person who did not fall, and that person was of course Rayleigh. Naruto was not interested in the bad old man, and went straight to Devil Fruit. Rayleigh had brief eye contact with Naruto during the auction, knowing that Naruto was a careless person. Unexpectedly, he was so courageous that he directly stunned the people in the auction house, and went to get the devil fruit openly. Naruto threw the devil fruit to Nami to keep it, and went to the backstage of the auction by himself, who said that Naruto was not interested in mermaids. It's just that instead of spending money to buy a mermaid, Naruto feels that it is better to develop a relationship by becoming the mermaid's savior who descends from the sky. Sure enough, Naruto found the struggling mermaid in the background of the auction house. Naruto cut off the iron chains on these slaves, and the freed slaves were very grateful to Naruto, but Naruto did this only to reduce the mermaid's resistance to him. Sure enough, after seeing Naruto rescue other efforts, the mermaid no longer resisted Naruto's approach. Naruto approached the mermaid and said, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the captain of the Flash Pirates, and my next stop is Mermaid Island. Advertisement, I'm a good person to the end. I will take you away, you can go to the Fishman Island with me, when the time comes, you can decide whether to go or not." The mermaid saw that her benefactor was willing to send her back, so of course she couldn't wait to nod her head in agreement. Naruto cut off the chain on the murloc, pushed the water tank and swaggered out, comforting the murloc and saying, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you, no one can hurt you again." Enjoying the mermaid's adoring eyes, Naruto is very proud. Seeing the mermaid pushed out by Naruto, the 5 girls showed a clear expression, knowing that the pervert couldn't bear it. Naruto beckoned the 5 girls to go quickly, and didn't give Rayleigh half of his attention. Instead, Rayleigh was aroused by Naruto's attitude. Rayleigh easily broke free from the shackles on his hands, and quickly left the auction house. After all, there are celestial dragons in the auction house that have an accident, and Marine will not sit idly by. Just a few minutes after Naruto and his group left, a large number of Marines surrounded the auction site, and quickly sent the 2 fainted celestial dragons to the rescue. After asking the people in the auction site, Admiral, who led the team on 5.5, had a bit of a headache. Yes, it was Marine Admiral Kizaru who came here after receiving urgent news. What Naruto did caused many meetings within Marine, and even Aokiji and Garp were not completely sure to bring Naruto back. Kizaru felt a bit of a headache when he saw the collected information. It was really a great character, but when the celestial dragons were attacked, Kizaru had to act. Naruto escaped with his children, but he also brought a very conspicuous water tank, which contained a rare mermaid. This allowed Marine to quickly grasp Naruto's trajectory. After Kizaru heard the news, he knew that his chance had come. If he could, he really didn't want to deal with these difficult people. 59. Battle Kizaru Previous Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Naruto was pushing the water tank forward when he stopped suddenly. Because they stopped too anxiously, a lot of water in the water tank still spilled out. The children looked at Naruto who was standing in front of them, and when they were about to ask questions, a glare flashed in front of his eyes, and a deep ravine appeared just in front of Naruto standing on the ground. Also, the handle that was used to push the water tank was broken. Not far from Naruto, a yellow figure walked slowly. Flash pirates, so scary. The visitor muttered scary, but his face had an expression of indifference. Naruto knows who it is, sure enough. Attacking celestial dragons is a felony in this world, so I knocked out those 2 trash, and even attracted Admiral Kizaru. Naruto pulled the broken handle and pulled the mermaid back to Nami and the others. The girls of Nami also know that they can't intervene in the next thing, and protecting themselves is the greatest help to Naruto. It's terrible, you've committed a crime against noble celestial dragons. 18 Naruto asked indifferently. Didn't the world government sign an agreement with the Fishmen Island? Why is there a mermaid in the auction house? Kizaru spread his hands. I don't understand this either. I'm just a laborer who obeys orders. Naruto also responded, I'm just a pirate. Advertisement Kizaru knew that this battle was unavoidable, although he did not despise Celestial Dragon's actions, but this was the order of the headquarters. Besides, Kizaru is interested in Naruto, and he also wants to try the strength of someone who can make Aokiji and Garp helpless. The other Marines consciously went to deal with a few girls. Naruto is not worried. The life-saving weapons on the girls are emerging one after another, and it is time to experience actual combat. Naruto is also very interested in Kizaru's sparkling fruit. This ability matches his own flash pirates very well. Naruto blinked, and saw Kizaru's face enlarged in his eyes. So fast. The speed of light, as expected of sparkling fruit. But Naruto's reaction was not slow. He crossed his arms to block Kizaru's attack. After seeing Kizaru's attack speed, Naruto used his top observation haki, Shinwang. The speed of light is indeed difficult to capture with the naked eye, but it cannot beat the monitoring of the heart network. Kizaru also quickly found that Naruto was just a little uncomfortable with his speed at first. But after a few rounds of fighting, Naruto caught Kizaru's attack very accurately. The characteristics of Kizaru's sparkling fruit are speed and the application of light power, so Kizaru's physical strength is a little weaker than Naruto. Besides, this is on the Sabaody archipelago, and the two of them can't let go of their hands and feet to fight with big moves. Therefore, in this battle, Kizaru faintly fell into the disadvantage. Every Iron Fist attack by Naruto can cause a lot of trouble for Kizaru. Kizaru needs to dissolve the power brought by Naruto's fist. Advertisement. Kizaru now completely believes in Naruto's terrifying strength. This kind of fist is exactly the same as that guy Garp, after Naruto knocked Kizaru back with another punch. It's scary, I have other things to do, so I'm leaving first. Kizaru decided not to fight Naruto anymore. Naruto looked helplessly at the retreating Kizaru. He knew that the fight just now was a small fight, and he took advantage of his body to slightly injure Kizaru. If two people try their best, then this Sabaody archipelago probably doesn't want it. Naruto thinks that Kizaru is really a water monster, and he is afraid of the troubles that will come, so he quits and walks away. Fortunately, Naruto now has the ability of Kizaru's sparkling fruit, and Naruto is very satisfied with this harvest. Looking at the receding marine, the girls admired Naruto even more, especially the mermaid who was just rescued by Naruto. That's Admiral. God knows the mermaid trembled when she saw Admiral chasing her. She was afraid that Naruto would be defeated by Admiral, and then she would be sent back to the Celestial Dragons, but Naruto knocked Admiral back. The mermaid introduced herself to Naruto while being moved to tears. My name is Mei, Benefactor, this is my real name, you are the first human being to know. Naruto looked at the ruby eyes filled with tears, felt a little distressed and comforted. Don't be afraid, with me here, no one can take you away from me. Mei was really moved when she heard this. The push handle containing the Mei water tank has been interrupted by Kizaru's attack just now. So Naruto took Mei to a bubble shop, and made a swimming ring bubble around Mei's waist, so that Mei could come out of the water tank and float in the air. After all, that water tank was a nightmare for Mei. When the two celestial dragons learned that the pirate who attacked them had not been captured, they vented their anger on the slave next to them. Kizaru, who came to report the news, looked at the scene in front of him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Advertisement, but he said, it's terrible, I can't beat it, please report it to the world government. After hearing Kizaru's words, Celestial Dragons was very disdainful. It's really a pariah, or Admiral is so weak, I will definitely sue. So he hurried out in anger, and the slaves escaped unharmed. Kizaru turned his head and left. Let the world government have a headache, he didn't want to get involved anymore. Naruto's 037 side is due to the hype of the slaves released by Naruto in the auction house. People on the Sabaody archipelago know that the captain of the Flash Pirates beat up the Celestial Dragons and saved a lot of people. Therefore, when Naruto goes to purchase supplies, these stores do not accept Naruto's Bailey. They have been oppressed by the Celestial Dragons for too long. As long as the Celestial Dragons travel, they have to kneel and cannot look directly. As long as it's something Celestial Dragons likes, it's fine with general goods. But the people Celestial Dragons like will become their slaves, tortured inhumanely, and can never see their loved ones again. This feat of Naruto has done what the people here want to do but dare not do, so they thanked Naruto and his team with free bills. Nami and Nuo Kagao are very satisfied. Naruto and the others had a good life on the island, but it was not easy for Marine. Celestial Dragons was very angry when they knew that Naruto was still shopping on the island, and strongly demanded that the world government give them an explanation. Marine headquarters is helpless. It is worth recalling Admiral Aokiji, who is out. Just wait for Aokiji to come back and arrest Naruto together with Kizaru. One admiral can't help Naruto, then send two. Naruto didn't know he was about to play against the two admirals, and now he's in a rip-off bar. 60. No one can rip me off. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement: Naruto is going to coat his going merry, but he is not very satisfied after searching around. Suddenly Naruto remembered that Rayleigh was good at coding, so he found him in the rip-off bar. Shiali, the owner of the bar, looked very cold when he saw the person coming, because Shiali learned of the death of East Blue Zauba, and knew that the culprit was Naruto in front of him. Of course it is impossible to give Naruto a good face. Naruto doesn't care. Zauba has worked under the evil dragon for so many years. He is also one of the people who oppressed Nami and Nokagao. Naruto will not let the person who bullies his woman because of his relationship. Naruto stared at Rayleigh and said, "Old man, I am also your savior, help me coat my ship." Rayleigh listened to Naruto's request, although it was a request rather than a threat. Rayleigh didn't want to expose himself prematurely now. But as long as he fights with Naruto, his whereabouts will definitely be exposed to Marine. Although Rayleigh is not afraid of Naruto, Rayleigh knows that this kid can do anything. I have no choice but to nod and agree, or the kind that does not charge money. Shali's face was a little livid, and Naruto didn't care if the rip-off bar was ripped off by someone one day. Although Shiali was good-looking, it was not Naruto's wish. While Rayleigh was coating the Golden Mary, Naruto and the others were eating and drinking at the bar. There was a commotion outside. Shiali looked at the news in his hand, gloated and said to Naruto, "Not only Admiral Kizaru, Naval Headquarters also sent Admiral Aokiji, and they are hunting you outside." Naruto was a little surprised. He beat up 2 celestial dragons Marine and sent 2 admirals to clean himself up. After Naruto destroyed Eni's lobby, he did not send out such a lineup, which shows the high status of celestial dragons. Advertisement: but Naruto is not so afraid. He even wants to kill a celestial dragons to see what the reaction of Marine and world government is. Naruto knew that there must be a big battle in the future, so he arranged the girls in the rip-off bar and went out by himself. The girls were also very relieved. Shali looked at it very puzzled and asked, "Aren't you worried at all?" Mei replied excitedly, "Your Excellency, Naruto just repelled Admiral Kizaru. Oh my god, I thought I was going to be taken back. Thanks to Lord Naruto." Hearing Mei's words, Shiali was a little rejoiced that there was no conflict with Naruto at that time. But Shiali still has some doubts, whether Naruto can resist the attack of the 2 admirals. You must know that it is Admiral, and the combination of 2 admirals is not as simple as 1 + 1. Naruto wandered around the island alone, and everyone who saw him advised him to hide. Everyone had the same idea as Shiali, thinking that Naruto could defeat 1 admiral, but he might not be able to withstand the attack of 2 admirals. Naruto thanked these people for their kindness, and still went shopping in his own way. When Naruto went to a fishing tackle shop, he keenly found himself surrounded by Marine. Naruto pretended not to notice the Marines around him, and just waited at the spot, waiting for the arrival of Aokiji and Kizaru. The boss next to him was trembling with fright and was sweating non-stop. Naruto gave the boss a piece of gold and told him to leave. Although Marine surrounded Naruto, but did not move. Naruto thinks they are very lucky. These Marines are not enough for his teeth. If they do it, Naruto cannot guarantee that these Marines can survive today. With the arrival of Aokiji and Kizaru, Naruto sensed that the Marines outside had left. After all, they couldn't intervene in such a level of battle. Advertisement: Naruto walked out of the fishing tackle shop to see the 2 admirals and said, "Hello, we meet again." Kizaru kept mumbling, "It's so scary." Aokiji said flatly, "You hurt the celestial dragons." Naruto laughed, "Then it's a shame I didn't kill them." Aokiji looked at Naruto in front of him, and suddenly wondered if it was too early to give Robin to Naruto. This kid Naruto can cause trouble like this, and almost caused Buster Call to siege him. Naruto continued, "Let's not talk nonsense, you 2 go up together. Finish early and go home early." Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, wondering where Naruto got such confidence, but what Naruto said was right, finish the job early and go home early. So the 2 rushed towards Naruto, and Naruto went forward without fear. As soon as Aokiji and Kizaru fought against Naruto, they discovered that Naruto could use the abilities of both of them at the same time. Now Naruto has a speed that is not weaker than Kizaru. The 2 people were very shocked. Is this the fruit of copying? As long as you fight against each other, you can get the opponent's ability. Such abilities are really terrifying, especially since Naruto can still use these abilities to 200% strength. The more they fought, the more frightened they became. At first, they thought that the 2 admirals would be able to take down Naruto without using all their strength, but they found that they had really underestimated Naruto's strength. Naruto used the abilities he learned from the two admirals, and became more and more proficient in fighting the two admirals. Aokiji and Kizaru also discovered that Naruto's copy is not a copy of a simple move, but a copy of a real ability. Naruto can even use tricks that they haven't used before. This is Naruto's self-discovered trick based on the characteristics of the fruit. Advertisement. It was impossible for the three of them to fight freely on the Sabaody archipelago, and Kizaru was at a disadvantage. He was inferior to Naruto in terms of physical skills, so he suffered a little injury from Naruto's attack. The three of them fought for a long time, but since they couldn't amplify their moves, neither of them could do anything to each other. So we had to stop. In fact, when two admirals fought against Naruto, one of them, Kizaru, was injured, which means that they might not be able to keep Naruto even with a big move. But who knows what will happen if nothing happens. The two admirals couldn't arrest Naruto, so they could only take the marines around them back. To deal with Naruto, they can't use crowd tactics at all. They haven't forgotten that Naruto has an ability to change into many clones with the same strength as the main body. Watching the two admirals retreat with marine, Naruto was unscathed, and the pirates who were not afraid of death were completely boiling, and immediately spread the news to the sea. Sengoku of Naval Headquarters was also very shocked when he heard the news. Neither admiral could take down Naruto alone. Sengoku wondered if the five elders would ever be able to keep Naruto within their grasp. Good money, good. But thinking about the five elders' contempt for Naruto, Sengoku thinks this possibility is unlikely, and he can now conclude that Naruto will definitely turn the new world upside down. The news of Naruto fighting against two marine admirals spread quickly. The pirates in New World knew the horror of admirals, so Naruto's name gradually increased. Naruto's title is constantly being exaggerated in tabloid news. What a man with the ability to copy fruits. New World's upcoming fifth emperor. A man not weaker than Whitebeard, and other titles. Naruto knows that such pursuit will only attract more pirates to challenge him. After all, he is a newcomer. As long as you defeat him, you can become famous in this sea. Those old forces have accumulated power for a long time. Even super newcomers like Naruto will attract a lot of challenges, but Naruto is not afraid, that's all. I'm afraid that these people will never come back to eat. Back at the rip-off bar, Naruto boarded Going Merry with the five girls and the mermaid Mei and headed for Mermaid Island. 61. Edge Awesome. The Fishmen Island, previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Naruto watched the bubbles on the ship gradually expand with new Ochigao's operation until it completely enveloped Going Merry. Immediately afterward, Naruto also saw the magical ocean current vertically downwards, but as the Going Merry land gradually sank, the temperature gradually dropped, and the figures of the women were wrapped in thick cotton clothes, which Naruto felt a little pity. However, the world under the sea really opened Naruto's eyes. Naruto has long been aware of the magic of this world, but when the ship sank into the bottom of the sea and saw so many magical creatures. But these creatures are really ugly, and they are really huge, thanks to the thin layer of air bubbles that can withstand the huge pressure of the bottom. Naruto saw groups of sea turtles and whales, especially in the group of whales. Many of the whales were no smaller than laboons, and Naruto felt a little headache seeing such giants. But it is true that only the vast and boundless ocean can breed such a huge life, and allow such giants to live in groups. In the ocean, you can more intuitively see the eternal truth that the weak prey on the strong in this world. A big fish that had just filled its stomach was bitten off by a sea shark driving over. This sea shark was killed by a giant jellyfish before he could enjoy his lunch. So dangerous. 687 is so exciting. Going Merry needs to be very careful when walking among these sea monsters. Naruto knows that although bubbles are very resistant to pressure, but the bodies of these huge sea creatures are very strong, and the Golden Merry will probably be torn apart after being attacked by sea creatures. Naruto's physical strength may still have the ability to protect himself in such a deep sea, but it is different for a few girls. For their safety, Naruto summoned 4 shadow clone, standing in the 4 directions of the ship. Advertisement. Naruto's own body stood in the middle of the ship, watching closely for possible attacks from all directions. Sure enough, when 2 strange fish were fighting, Going Merry was implicated, and a huge tail slapped Going Merry fiercely. Naruto jumped straight up and let Kaya respond below. Naruto stretched his hands out of the air bubble, and Naruto's hands were still steady under the huge water pressure. 2 knives opened their bows left and right. In the dazzled eyes of the women, the big tail that was photographed was cut into sashimi by Naruto. No wonder Kaya responded in advance. With Naruto's intervention, the big fish whose tail was cut off was naturally defeated, swallowed by the opponent, and Bichi swam away. Naruto was able to deal with the next attack with ease. Of course, some fish were too ugly, and Naruto felt unable to bite. In the face of such an attack, water style helped Naruto a lot. Relying on the all-round monitoring of 5 Naruto, Golden Mary no went very smoothly. But with the monitoring on the boat, it can't avoid the attack from the bottom of the boat. Naruto can only separate a small bubble to go out and swim in front of Going Mary. As long as there is a fish blocking the way, Naruto will cut it in half. Sure enough, with Naruto leading the way, the progress of the Golden Mary was much faster, and it soon reached the bottom of the sea. Almost all the fishes around the boat are gone, but Naruto knows that the really dangerous sea kings appear here. The bottom of the sea is very quiet, and the girls unconsciously approach Naruto. Suddenly Naruto heard some voices. He is great. It's really great. That's right. Is it good or bad? Advertisement. Naruto's unusual behavior caught the attention of his children. Perona waved his hand in front of Naruto curiously. Big villain, what happened? It's time to recover. Naruto explained to the girls. I seem to have heard the conversation of sea kings just now. Perona rolled her eyes. She knew that this big liar is used to deceiving people, and she also heard the voice of sea kings. The surrounding of the ship was pitch black, and she couldn't even see a living thing. Besides, how can the sea kings speak? The children gave Naruto a blank look, and thought that Naruto was trying to make them relax because the bottom of the sea was too quiet. Naruto didn't explain too much. He thought it might be because of his top-level observation haki. The top-level observation haki can indeed sense the voices of others. Naruto knew that it was indeed the conversation of the sea kings just now, but after Naruto's interruption, the state of the women relaxed visibly to the naked eye, and it is true that the deep sea can bring fear to people. Going Mary continued to move forward, and Nuo Kagao saw the island covered by bubbles from a distance, and shouted excitedly, after all, the bottom of the sea is too dangerous, and the sooner you arrive at the Fishmen Island, the sooner you will be safe. Mei Yi was also very excited. Ever since she was captured by pirates from the Fishmen Island and sent to the auction house, Mei Yi lived in fear of becoming a slave every day. Now looking at the Fishmen Island so close at hand, Mei Yi finally couldn't control her emotions and cried while hugging her savior, Naruto. Naruto felt the strange touch of the scales in his hand, and comforted Mei Yi even more gently. With the arrival of the pirate ship, several vicious guards appeared at the gate of the Fishmen Island, demanding that Naruto and his party accept entry inspection. Very unfriendly attitude. Hearing the voice asking for an inspection, Mei Yi was very excited and rushed out quickly, shouting, "Big brother." The visitors were also very surprised to see Mei Yi rushing over. Advertisement. After understanding the whole story, Naruto understood the ins and outs. It turns out that since the Murlocs and humans signed a peace agreement under the impetus of Princess Otahime, many humans have been able to come to the Fishmen Island, and of course they have brought many people who pay evil attention to the Murlocs. Mei Yi is the daughter of Princess Otahime's younger sister. She is playful and active. She was taken away by pirates on the Fishmen Island when no one was guarding her. Therefore, the Fishmen Island has been taken away since Mei Yi was taken away. Denied access to human ships. Mei Yi is the first mermaid captured since the agreement was signed, and has a high status. Therefore, the faction that is very disgusted with humans has a vague plan to tear up the agreement. When the two factions were at a stalemate, Naruto and the others sent Mei Yi back, and now the Great Prince Shark is in charge of guarding the gate. Seeing that Mei Yi has returned safely, the eldest prince is very grateful to invite Naruto and the others into the Fishmen Island. Seeing this, one of the guards slipped away quietly. Naruto thought it was interesting. The Fishmen Island does not seem to be monolithic. Mei Yi, who had finished talking about her thrilling journey with Sharkstar, came to Naruto and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lord Naruto, I have not confessed my identity." Naruto is very generous. "It doesn't matter, your identity is very important. Frankly, it may cause unnecessary trouble, I understand." Looking at Naruto, who is so considerate, Mei Yi's ruby eyes started to tear again. Seeing Naruto's gentle expression, Mei Yi secretly made a decision that she would go sailing with His Excellency Naruto. Naruto was overjoyed when he saw Mei Yi's expression. He knew that Mei Yi, a little mermaid, could not escape his palm. 62. Idealism. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because Naruto is the savior of Mei Yi, the Flash Pirates received a grand welcome from the royal family of the Fishmen Island, and held a huge welcome party in the palace of the Sea Emperor. Poseidon Neptune sat at the highest position in the hall, and Naruto keenly felt that Neptune looked at him with something other than gratitude, but Naruto didn't care. As the king of the Fishmen Island, Neptune is now under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, Naruto's name is very famous. Naruto has long attracted the attention of many big figures in New World because of the high reward amount. Especially in the recent Sabaody archipelago, Naruto fought against 2 admirals with 1 manpower. The 2 admirals joined forces and failed to take down Naruto. Naruto and his team even came to the Fishmen Island smoothly. Neptune was not sure about his attitude towards Naruto. If Naruto wants to, there is no match for him in the whole Fishmen Island. Facing such a powerful pirate, fortunately, Mei acted as a lubricant in the middle, otherwise Neptune really didn't know how to treat Naruto. But Neptune also has a headache looking at Mei, who is stuck behind Naruto. Neptune is very familiar with the look in Mei's eyes. Naruto is going to abduct Mei. For a while, Neptune had mixed feelings, including gratitude, vigilance, and a little annoyance at kidnapping Mei. In short, it was very complicated. Naruto doesn't care what Neptune thinks, as long as it doesn't hinder him, everything is fine. The banquet ended very late. Naruto thought that there would be no surprises on the Fishmen Island this time, but Naruto overthought. Advertisement Huo-D, the leader of the new Murloc pirates who is full of malice towards humans, after learning the news that Mei was rescued by humans, decided to take advantage of the fact that after the banquet was over, the guards of the palace relaxed their vigilance, and boldly made a move to steal the treasure hidden in the palace. Banned drugs. But Naruto is not the protagonist group, although some people doubt them, but due to Naruto's strong strength, they dare not do anything to Naruto and his group. Neptune even explained the whole story to Naruto himself. Naruto felt that the timing of the agreement on peaceful coexistence with human beings called by Princess Otahime was a bit inappropriate. Murlocs were arrested, traded, abused and killed by humans too much. Besides, Naruto does not deny that people have the insatiable nature, it just depends on what you yearn for. The Murlocs and humans have bloody hatred, and such a peace agreement can only restrain the Murlocs. Those greedy and evil humans cannot and will not be bound by such a paper agreement. Such an agreement actually represents the concession of the Murlocs. Just like Mei was captured, auctioned off, and especially almost fell into the hands of celestial dragons. If it weren't for Naruto's action, this broken agreement would have made it impossible for the world government to return the United States and Iraq that fell into the hands of the celestial dragons to the Fishmen Island. The thin agreement bound the Murlocs but not humans. No wonder Hody would do this. Naruto thinks that Hody did the right thing. Naruto is not a saint. He firmly believes that the hatred brought by blood must be washed away by blood. They are all human beings. If human beings treat Murlocs, they can't blame Murlocs for treating humans in the same way. Naruto thinks Princess Otahime is an idealist who doesn't look at reality. If it weren't for the Fishmen Island being Whitebeard's territory, the Murlocs would have suffered even more if they gave in blindly. Of course, these words cannot be said to Neptune. After all, Princess Otahime is still very popular in the Fishmen Island, especially Mei, who likes her very much. Advertisement When Naruto was talking with Neptune, a palace guard came to Neptune nervously. Although he avoided Naruto on purpose, he still heard the guard's report with Naruto's hearing ability. It turns out that Princess Shirahoshi was attacked by Vanderdecken X again. Naruto is also very interested in Shirahoshi, the most beautiful mermaid princess in the world. He really wants to see what kind of beauty Shirahoshi is, not to mention that Naruto knows that Shirahoshi is the weapon of mass destruction, Poseidon. In fact, if Shirahoshi's body size was not too huge, Naruto would have coaxed Shirahoshi onto the boat secretly, but the size difference was too large, so Naruto had to give up. Although Shirahoshi cannot join the Flash Pirates, Naruto feels that he can still see such a top-notch beauty. So Naruto quickly followed the worried Neptune and said, "Dear Lord Poseidon, I see that you seem to be in some trouble. Speak up, and I might be able to help a little." Looking at Naruto's smiling face, although he didn't know what Naruto was up to, Neptune felt that with Naruto's strength, he was indeed the best helper so far, and he might be able to solve the trouble completely. Neptune explained Shirahoshi's matter to Naruto, and Naruto knew all the inside story long ago, but showed a surprised expression on the surface. Seeking flowers. Zero. So Naruto said, "As the captain of Mei, I have the responsibility to help her family solve the troubles, let alone her beloved sister." After hearing Naruto's words, Neptune understood in his heart. Sure enough, this guy has different thoughts about Mei. But Neptune thought of Mei's state at the banquet, so he sighed and said, "As long as Mei agrees to join your pirate group, family members like us will not object." Advertisement Naruto got an affirmative answer and replied, "That's natural." Neptune was a little tangled in his heart. Although Naruto saved Mei and might save Shirahoshi later, Neptune knew that Naruto was definitely a dangerous guy, and Mei would definitely be dangerous if he followed him. I hope Naruto is strong enough to protect Mei. Naruto knew what Neptune was struggling with just by looking at Neptune's expression. Nonsense, can he not protect his own woman? Since Neptune is worried about his family, Mei, Naruto doesn't care about him up. Under the leadership of Neptune, Naruto came to Shirahoshi's door, and saw that there were traces of Madara on the tall wall. Naruto saw at a glance that those marks were left by blunt instruments. At the same time, I also gained a deeper understanding of the strength of the Murlocs. With such a strength that even Vanderdaken X could not solve it, I still dreamed of signing a peace agreement with the human beings who are as skilled as clouds. Naruto thought of Shirahoshi again, and Naruto felt that the top management of the world government must know that Shirahoshi is Poseidon. Seeing Shirahoshi as a weapon with destructive power, it is estimated that the world government is willing to sign a face project agreement. Unexpectedly, the Murlocs took it seriously. It was pitiful and pathetic. Of course they would be bullied if they had no strength. I am still very excited to see a top beauty like Shirahoshi Naruto. Although I can't take the beauty away, Naruto is very happy to have a hero come to save the beauty. Naruto said to Neptune, I hope you trust my strength. With me here, Princess Shirahoshi will not be harmed. Neptune naturally believed in Naruto's strength. He had a premonition that this time he would be able to completely solve Vanderdaken X, who had been harassing Shirahoshi all this time, so he nodded and signaled the guards to push away the thick door coin. 63. Princess Shirahoshi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With the opening of the stone gate, Naruto had a face-to-face meeting with the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, who turned around when she heard the movement at the gate. Due to not getting along with others for a long time, when she saw a stranger coming in, her first reaction was to hide. But seeing his father, Shirahoshi became a little more courageous, poked his head out to observe Naruto brought by his father. Naruto is very excited at the moment, and after the excitement, he really feels strongly unwilling and regretful. Why did he play tricks on him like this? Let him see such a beauty but can't have it. Shirahoshi in front of you has long flowing light pink hair and bright green eyes. When these timid eyes look at you, you are willing to give her everything you have. Naruto now feels that Vanderdaken X is very damned, for daring to covet a beauty that he can't even get. 540, a timid voice sounded. Father, what's the matter? Neptune looked at his beloved daughter Kaido lovingly. This is Lord Naruto, he can help us solve the things that have been bothering you. Shirahoshi's eyes stared at Naruto in surprise, and asked happily, Your Excellency Naruto, is this true? Are you really here to help me? Naruto will spare no effort to show himself in front of beauties. I saw Naruto gracefully performed a gentleman's etiquette, and gently said to Shirahoshi, Of course, my princess. With me to solve your troubles, you can be free in the future. Advertisement. Shirahoshi burst into tears when he heard the news. Naruto thinks that a beautiful woman crying is also very beautiful. Naruto gave Shirahoshi a kind nickname in his heart, let's call her Crybaby. Looking at Naruto's attitude, Neptune was afraid that another tiger would come before the wolves were driven away, but Neptune had no choice but to Naruto's strength, even if the Fishmen Island combined was not Naruto's opponent. Neptune can only hope that Naruto is really willing to help Shirahoshi. Naruto was naturally very happy. He talked with Shirahoshi in a low voice. During the conversation, Shirahoshi had long been attracted by Naruto's narrated voyage. Neptune looked at his smiling daughter, leaving room for Naruto and Shirahoshi. Neptune believes in Naruto's strength, and he looks forward to seeing Shirahoshi appear openly after this day, and there will be a bigger smile on her face. Naruto finally experienced the joy of Usopp at that time. The difference is that Usopp was fabricated, and what he told Shirahoshi was his own real experience. Seeing Shirahoshi's admiring eyes, Naruto enjoyed it very much. Just when Naruto was telling the story to the beauty, a heavy piercing sound came. Shirahoshi trembled in fear, but looking at His Excellency Naruto standing in front of him, and his small but firm back, Shirahoshi felt that he did not so scared. Seeing the axe flying towards Shirahoshi, Naruto fired a laser from his fingertips and smashed the flying axe into pieces. Naruto's face was ashen, he was chatting happily with Shirahoshi. But he ran out of such a spoiler, spending less time with the beauty and wasting less time. Naruto can't wait to get rid of Vanderdaken X now. Advertisement. Naruto asked a shadow clone to appease and Shirahoshi, and he himself used the Rinnegan, which he had not used for a long time, to find the traces of Vanderdaken X. After locking the target, Naruto rushed out directly, with a cruel smile on his face. Naruto used Rinnegan to see that the hiding place of Van der Daken X was on the Nose Arc, so he went straight to Nose Arc. Van der Daken X did not notice the danger, and still used his ability to throw a heavy axe at the place where Shirahoshi was. Naruto destroyed these weapons with lasers while he was on his way. Not to mention, the ability of the sparkling fruit Kizaru is really easy to use, after all, there is light there. When Naruto smashed the axe that hadn't been thrown out in Van der Daken 9's hand, Van der Daken 9 was shocked to find that someone had found his trace. After Van der Daken X saw Naruto, he naturally recognized that this is the newcomer pirate who has recently made a splash in the sea. Knowing Naruto's strength, Van der Daken IX's own ability can only be used after contact, and now he is not Naruto's opponent. So Van der Daken X looked at Naruto cautiously and asked, "What can you do, Your Excellency?" Naruto said, "I came to check on the people who have been attacking Shirahoshi." As soon as Daken X rolled his eyes and was about to quibble, he found himself unable to speak. Van der Daken X looked at Naruto in horror. He didn't know how Naruto moved, so he lost his ability to move. Finally, he discovered the peculiarity of Naruto's eyes. Advertisement. Naruto didn't care what he wanted to say, but just asked. It is said that your target fruit can only produce a targeted attack if it touches the opponent. Then let us guess, which song hand has lost the star? As this one, or this one? I don't think I need both hands. Van der Daken X listened to Naruto whispering like a demon. He wanted to escape but couldn't move at all. He could only watch in horror as Naruto cut off both of his hands. After chopping, Naruto smiled and said, "Okay, so you can't touch Shirahoshi." Naruto looked at Van der Daken X, who was begging for mercy in his eyes, but still didn't want to let him go, so the red light in his eyes flashed at 5.2, and Van der Daken X was drawn into the illusion constructed by Naruto. Isn't Van der Daken X willing to attack others in a targeted manner, so let him become a target in the illusion, enjoying the feeling of every heavy weapon being thrown at himself. As long as Van der Daken X is not dead, this illusion will continue to torment him. Naruto felt a little distressed when he thought of Shirahoshi staying alone in that room all these years, so he attacked Van der Daken 9 even harder. Extended the time that Van der Daken IX enjoys the illusion, and he will die in endless torture. After Naruto dealt with Van der Daken X, he couldn't wait to rush to the palace. The beauty couldn't be taken away, but Naruto felt that he could still do it after getting along for a while. 64. Change previous chapter next chapter advertisement. Naruto hurried back to the Mermaid Palace, and met Neptune, who rushed to inquire about the situation, and Naruto told him the hiding place and current situation of King Van der Daken X. Neptune only needs to send someone to capture Van der Daken X, he will not survive the torture soon. Neptune was very shocked by Naruto's methods, and after seeing the tragic situation of Van der Daken X, he was even more respectful to Naruto. The children have also learned about Naruto's current situation. Anyone who has met Shirahoshi has never disliked her. However, due to Shirahoshi's size, it is always Naruto's regret that he cannot invite her on board. So the girls don't mind Naruto staying with Naruto for a while now. As for Nami in Nuokagao, he has already plunged into curry, the treasure of fish, to find it. Since Naruto helped Shirahoshi solve the trouble, Shirahoshi's wish to go out was also fulfilled with Naruto's company. After all, Neptune didn't dare to say anything about Naruto's behavior. Shirahoshi thinks that the days with Naruto-sama are the happiest days since he was born. Thinking that Naruto-sama will not stay in Mermaid Island forever at 18, Shirahoshi feels a little sad. Shirahoshi's emotion is too direct. A pair of emerald green eyes are about to cry. Naruto feels like he is about to melt under such eyes, but no, you can't give up other flowers for one flower. To make Shirahoshi happy, Naruto took Shirahoshi to see the forest of the Fishmen Island on the last day of his departure. After the murlocs were put into the sky, there were some murlocs staring at Naruto, who was human with hatred eyes, and at the same time, he was very worried about Princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi naturally also felt these gazes, and at the same time felt that his father was a little uncertain about the new mermaid pirates who hated humans recently. Advertisement. In Shirahoshi's view, Master Naruto is the most powerful person in the world, and his suggestion must be correct. So when they arrived at the forest in the sea, when the two of them were resting on Noah's Ark, Shirahoshi asked his recent doubts. "Well, Naruto-sama, what do you think of the new mermaid pirates?" Looking at the ignorant Shirahoshi Naruto in front of him, he didn't explain for the first time, but instead asked, "Then what do you think of the peace agreement between humans and mermaids advocated by your mother?" Shirahoshi tilted his head and thought carefully before telling Naruto, "Mother is a very gentle person. I feel like she's doing the right thing, like the Naruto-sama and Robin-sama I met, you're all very nice." But. Seeing that Shirahoshi was speechless, Naruto took over. "But it's not all right, is it?" Shirahoshi stared at Naruto anxiously waiting for him to speak. Naruto had no choice but to continue, "Because not all human beings are good people like me." Naruto brazenly set himself up as a good person in front of Shirahoshi. Then Naruto said, "Like Mei, if she hadn't met me, she would have become a slave of celestial dragons." Shirahoshi, think about it carefully. Can the so-called peace agreement bring back the United States and Iran? Advertisement. After hearing what Naruto said, Shirahoshi thought again that even though the peace agreement was signed, some murlocs still disappeared under the pursuit of humans. Such a gap cannot be eliminated by simply bearing. Naruto then broke the truth into pieces and told Shirahoshi. Looking at Shirahoshi's eyes that became more and more clear, Naruto felt a sense of accomplishment. Shirahoshi itself is a destructive weapon. Poseidon, as long as Shirahoshi is in the world government, he has to face up to the murlocs. This is also the confidence of the Fishmen Island, so Shirahoshi's attitude towards humans is very important. In the past, I was influenced by my mother, and I blindly felt that what my mother did was right, that human beings are good people. But after being guided by Naruto, Shirahoshi also had his own ideas. Naruto felt that since he couldn't take Shirahoshi away, it would be good to cultivate a queen of the Fishmen Island. Anyway, he was very happy to support Shirahoshi. I am also very grateful to Neptune for being afraid of Shirahoshi's harm over the years, and not letting Shirahoshi touch these things at all, so that it is easier for Naruto to use his own ideas to influence Shirahoshi. Seeing Shirahoshi's eyes become sharper after going out for a trip, Neptune met Naruto. He hesitated to speak. Knowing that Naruto will leave the Fishmen Island tomorrow, Neptune feels happy but also a little worried. Because he does have one more troublesome thing, which is the new Murloc pirates, but since Naruto and the others are leaving, Compton didn't raise this matter with Naruto. Naruto looked at Neptune, who was hesitant to speak, and secretly laughed in his heart. "I won't ask, I'll suffocate you. Who made you not tell the whole story for so long?" Anyway, Naruto educated Shirahoshi well. Naruto believed that the follow-up Shirahoshi would surprise Neptune, but he couldn't see it when he sailed. But Shirahoshi promised to send a message to himself, and Naruto also left his Flying Thunder God imprint in Shirahoshi's bedroom, and asked Shirahoshi to send a signal to himself directly when he was in trouble, and he would appear immediately. What Naruto taught Shirahoshi, Neptune didn't know, but looking at his daughter's cunning eyes, Neptune felt that his breathing was not smooth. Advertisement. There are still things that make Neptune and Shirahoshi unhappy. Mei bid farewell to her family. She will join the Flash Pirates and set sail with Naruto. Shirahoshi was sad that he couldn't sail with Naruto-sama, and he was very envious of Mei. Neptune was angry that Naruto not only took his daughter away, but also hooked up with Mei, but he had promised that as long as Mei wanted to, he would not object, so he couldn't say anything. However, Neptune could only attack with eyes. Due to Naruto's strength, he dared not do anything, and had to hold a grand outing ceremony. The new Murloc pirates were exceptionally well behaved when Naruto was around. The head of the group, Huodi, is arrogant, but he is also afraid of Naruto's strength. Although Huodi has the madness potion, Huodi knows that after taking the medicine, he is not an opponent of Admiral, let alone Naruto. Hodi was also a little worried, fearing that Naruto, who had become friends with Shirahoshi, would come down to destroy the new Murloc pirates at Neptune's request, but there was no movement from Naruto. Now that he got the news that Naruto is about to leave, Huodi is more cautious, but don't provoke that flash demon when he leaves, let him destroy himself. Huodi knew the tragic situation of his big brother dragon at that time, and knew that Naruto was very ruthless. Hodi was really relieved when he watched the Golden Mary sailing away from the Fishmen Island. The evil god finally left. For Naruto's departure, Shirahoshi was naturally sad, but remembered Naruto's teaching. Shirahoshi decided that he must grow up as soon as possible, to pursue the pace of Naruto. The first thing is to build a big enough ship. Noah is very old. Shirahoshi decided to let his father repair Noah. Looking at his daughter full of fighting spirit, Neptune felt that Naruto really left him a mess. 65. Kingdom of Visalia and Trino. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After saying goodbye to the reluctant Shirahoshi, Naruto looked at Mei on the boat, and felt that parting was not so uncomfortable. After Mei almost became a slave, The only man who can get close to Mei now is Naruto, except for his relatives. According to Neptune, Mei was as innocent and cute as Shirahoshi at the time, but in Mei's eyes now, apart from her love for Naruto, all that remains is her determination to become stronger. As far as Mei herself is concerned, after seeing the battle between Naruto and Admiral, she believes that Naruto can protect her well, but Mei herself is very eager to become stronger. Naruto saw Mei's persistence, he respected Mei's decision, and prepared to exercise Mei on the way of sailing. Going Mary is driving in front, and Mei is swimming behind. The mermaid is born to be the king of the sea, but Mei's body is still too delicate. So Mei listened to Naruto's suggestion, first through exercise to make the body reach a certain strength, and then Naruto taught Mei more powerful physical skills. In the process of teaching Mei, Naruto hopes to find Whitebeard to challenge, but the base camp of the four emperors is not easy to find. Naruto can only keep asking and moving forward. Whitebeard has not been found yet. The news that Marine captured Whitebeard's second team captain Ace came first. Naruto knew that Ace was captured, then the Summit War is not far away. Advertisement for such a big battle. Naruto still wants to step in, especially with the Empress Hancock. Naruto will not let it go. On the way of sailing, Naruto met the small sky island, Visalia. This place can be of great help to Nami, so Naruto secretly visits this weather island. Naruto believes that since this little sky island dares to fly everywhere in the sky, then the records of the islands here must be very comprehensive. Sure enough, Naruto found information about many islands in the New World in Visalia, especially Amazon Lily, which is the island Naruto is most interested in. Although it is definitely good for Nami to stay here and have a teacher to teach him, but in terms of Nami's personality, he will not want to leave until he has finished studying. With so much information, you have to learn it. Immediately afterwards, Naruto copied the weather data collected by Visalia for hundreds of years without hesitation, and brought it back to Nami. Sure enough, after Nami saw the information Naruto brought back, he generously rewarded Naruto with a sweet kiss, and then turned to study the weather information. As for the group of old men in Visalia, they didn't notice Naruto's entry at all. Naruto uses Visalia's island information to head towards the nearest island under the jurisdiction of Whitebeard. Even if he can't meet Whitebeard, he can replenish some supplies. After arriving on this island, Naruto saw the people on the island who fit together like potatoes, and couldn't help sighing, isn't this a coincidence? Naruto found no traces of pirates on this island. After inquiring with the local people, it turns out that the Whitebeard pirates have recalled all the pirates in order to rescue the second Captain Ace. Prepare to attack naval headquarters on the day of Marine's execution. Advertisement. Naruto couldn't help feeling a little bit fond of Whitebeard after hearing this. He is very loyal and really treats his captain like a child. For so many years Whitebeard has tolerated Marine very much, but for Ace he went all out. Naruto decided not to bother with the beard for now. Looking at the potato-fit people in front of him, Naruto knew that he had come to Trino Kingdom. Don't look at the stupid people here. Trino Kingdom's medicine reserves can be regarded as the most comprehensive place in the Grand Line, and many medicines that Naruto needs can only be found here. Naruto himself is physically strong and fearless, but his situation is different, especially when he comes to New World, where the environment is even worse. Naruto needs to be responsible for the health status of the girls. If the girls get sick, they need Naruto's treatment. If you are really sleepy, you will send pillows. Naruto thinks that you can get good medicine supplements in this place, so he plans to stay for a while to learn the pharmaceutical technology here. Those big birds that are hostile to humans in the kingdom have long been frightened by Naruto's haki and dare not stop the medicine gathering. Especially before Naruto left, he also communicated between birds and people. In order to thank the people of Trino Kingdom, Naruto scraped a layer of land from their country. After leaving the kingdom of Trino, he was very excited, and he personally directed Nuo-Chi to drive the Lee towards the Amazon Lily. If you want to reach the Amazon Lily, you have to go through the calm belt on both sides of the Grand Line. This is thanks to Frankie's modification of Going Merry. The wind sprays the eternal god. Now that the hull has a way to move forward, Sea King's creature in calm belt is a piece of cake for Naruto. Nuo Kagao was also very surprised by Naruto's urgency, but she supported Naruto's decision 10,000 times. Advertisement. After constantly rushing on the road, the Amazon Lily finally appeared in Naruto's sight. Naruto can see the Amazon Lily, and the female warriors on the island can also see the flag of the Flash Pirates. The 9 Snake Pirates also attach great importance to the arrival of the Flash Pirates. After all, Naruto has already become famous through the battle with the 2 admirals. When Empress Hancock knew that the Flash Pirates were approaching, she was very puzzled. Because the location of the Amazon Lily where the 9 Snake Pirates is located is very peculiar, on the other side of the Grand Line Comm Belt, 9 snakes are because there are 2 huge Sea Kings creatures on board that can easily pass through the Comm Belt. Marine has sea stone as the bottom of the boat. Naruto, the captain of the Flash Pirates, is indeed not weak, so what's the point of coming to 9 snakes, money, this time? In just a short moment, many thoughts flashed in the Empress Hancock's mind, and she didn't dislike Naruto Hancock at all. Even after learning that Naruto beat the Celestial Dragons violently, Hancock even had a good impression of Naruto. What relieved Hancock the most was that the 2 Celestial Dragons hadn't woken up yet under the critical attack of Naruto's haki, which was equivalent to becoming 2 vegetative people. Good impressions belong to good impressions, and the Flash Pirates coming to the door so swaggeringly is naturally regarded as a provocation to 9 snakes. Empress Hancock's tragic past is unknown, so Hancock can't show his affection for Naruto in front of his subordinates. Just when everyone in 9 snakes was terrified of the arrival of the flashing demon, the Empress ordered to fight straight. Soon, Naruto found that the port personnel of Amazon Lily acted, and naturally knew that the person he wanted to meet would appear soon. 66. Flying Squirrel. Please previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the female warriors in the port, Naruto knew that his arrival had aroused the tension of the 9 snake pirates. Yes, Naruto knew that his reputation was really bad. When Mei knew that the place she was about to arrive was a pirate group made up of all women, and it was the only female group in 7 Warlords of the Sea, the little stars in her eyes kept bursting out. She really wanted to be such a powerful woman up. Naruto has now regarded Empress Hancock as his wife, and his wife's subordinates naturally cannot kill her. But Naruto didn't want to engage in unnecessary wars. If he accidentally killed a few, he wouldn't be able to get the beauties smoothly. So Naruto released his haki when he approached the port. Of course, the level of haki was still under control, and all the female warriors were stunned. Hancock also owns Haki of Conquerors. Feeling the fierceness of haki on the shore, Hancock knew that his subordinates were not Naruto's opponents. Thinking of Naruto's ruthless methods, Hancock rushed to the shore in shock and anger, feeling that his subordinates had just fainted and was not killed by Naruto, so he stared at Naruto with a pair of beautiful eyes. The beauty's eyes can speak naturally. Naruto looked at Hancock's eyes, and knew that Hancock was not hostile to him. So Naruto introduced himself. Dear Empress, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the leader of the Flash Pirates, and I am here to visit. Hancock is naturally very proud of weak people, but he can't be proud of Naruto Hancock. Because Hancock knows that his strength can only barely match Admiral. So Hancock said with a cold face, then what's the matter with Naruto coming to 9 snakes? Naruto said, I just visited out of love, but I didn't expect it to cause a misunderstanding. Advertisement. When Hancock appeared, the girls on the boat understood Naruto's flamboyance. But he was really shocked by Hancock's beauty, and knew that Naruto would never let such a beauty go. Hancock was taken aback by Naruto's words, out of admiration. Who is this guy in love with? Seeing Naruto staring straight into his eyes, Hancock immediately knew that Naruto's object of love was himself. For a while Hancock was a little annoyed and a little surprised. Naruto was the one who beat Celestial Dragons violently. Hancock had a good impression of all the enemies of Celestial Dragons. For the sake of his sisters, Hancock had no choice but to join the Marine government. Now Hancock is very pleasantly surprised to hear that someone as strong as Naruto loves him. The hero is sad about the beauty pass, and the beauty is also sad about the hero pass, so the anger in Hancock's eyes turned into a warm friendship. Looking at the peach blossoming beauty in front of her face, the beauty has just changed from sharp to soft, and all expressions have not escaped Naruto's observation. Hancock said shyly, then come with me. Naruto followed with the girls behind him. Seeing Hancock like this, the old lady next to him knew that Hancock was really in love, and love was really harmful. Hancock's 2 younger sisters looked at the Naruto brought in by their older sister, saw her uncharacteristically shy, and then thought of Hancock's respect for Naruto on weekdays. I knew that Naruto was my sister's favorite. Hancock's attitude towards the person he loves is very unrestrained and bold, and he immediately announced Naruto as his husband. Advertisement. Hancock naturally wants to go with him, so in the next few days, the next queen of the 9 snake pirates must be selected, and the competition begins. Naruto and Hancock become the referee on the top. Naruto also gave some pointers to the soldiers below from time to time. These few words have benefited these female fighters a lot. For Naruto, who abducted their empress, the initial outrage turned into gratitude. Naruto naturally felt this change in attitude, so Naruto's treatment became better. While Naruto was enjoying himself, an unexpected guest arrived. It turned out that, BICF, Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel brought Hancock to participate in the execution of Ace. Marine decided to save Ace for nothing, and this is the time to contribute to the 7 warlords of the sea that cooperated with Marine. Hancock is very tired of the arrival of the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. She is going to sail with Naruto soon. Now that the internal power of 9 snakes is changing, she doesn't want to participate in such meaningless battles at all. Besides, Hancock didn't like Marine very much. If Marine could really protect the people, Hancock and his 2 younger sisters wouldn't have to suffer so much. Just when Hancock wanted to refuse, he saw a signal from Naruto, and seeing Naruto signaled his agreement, the original rejection turned into a nod of agreement. But asked Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel to give her a certain amount of time, so that she can arrange the internal affairs of the pirate group. Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel naturally agreed. He was already prepared to be rejected. Since Hancock agreed to go, these little things are nothing. Due to the danger of war, Naruto decided to leave Nami and his daughters on the Amazon Lily, and only took Hancock to the Marine headquarters. The girls also understood the danger, and going by themselves would only delay them. Advertisement. So the women became more determined to become stronger. Naruto is a man after all, and his method is not suitable for women to become stronger. There are very good teachers in the 9 Snake Pirates, and the girls decided to learn some skills here. Let Naruto set off with peace of mind. Among them, Mei has the strongest fighting spirit, and Naruto believes that she can become a very powerful female warrior. After Naruto settled the children and Hancock settled the 9 snakes, the 2 set off. Since Marine only invites Hancock to board the ship alone, Naruto's shadow fruit ability obtained from Moria comes in handy at this time. I saw that Naruto transformed himself into a shadow and blended into Hancock's shadow without any trace. In front of Vice Admiral's Flying Squirrel, Naruto boarded Marine's warship just like that. After entering Hancock's room, Naruto manifested. Naruto said to Hancock, "I'm sorry, Hancock, but I have to trouble you to make this trip because of my thoughts." Hancock covered Naruto's mouth as he wanted to continue speaking. "I won't allow you to say sorry to me." There is no need to say sorry between lovers. Naruto holds Hancock in his arms. Although Hancock is an empress, her love is bold and straightforward. Naruto feels very lucky. No matter before or now, he can always meet these good girls. 67. Naval Headquarters. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was very puzzled by the Queen's compromise. In his impression, the Empress is definitely not the kind of person who can obediently agree. Besides, the Flying Squirrel carefully noticed the shyness of the Empress when she got on the boat. Hancock's shyness is just because Naruto has merged into his own shadow, and Hancock is excited because of the combination of the 2. But he didn't expect to show his flaws in front of the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel didn't feel right, very wrong. Such suspicions peaked when Hancock asked for food for 2, and he began to stare consciously at Hancock's room. Naruto was not afraid of being discovered by the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Seeing the suspicion of the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, he simply walked out of Hancock's room. It happened that Naruto was tired of staying in the room, so he came out to get some fresh air. When the Flying Squirrel saw Naruto coming out of Hancock's room, the hairs all over his body stood on end. What is this monster doing here? Whether he can make a move, or if he makes a move, no one on this ship can escape. Naruto looked at Marine, who was sweating coldly because of his appearance, waved to them and said, "Don't be so nervous, I'm just taking a ride. I also want to see the famous scene of Ace's execution. After all, I didn't catch up with the execution of Rog back then. I still have to go and have a look at the execution of his son." Looking at the smiling Naruto, the Flying Squirrel knows that the arrival of this dangerous guy will definitely cause earth-shaking changes in the situation. Advertisement. The Flying Squirrel is going to not provoke this guy for now. Let's see what Naval Headquarters means. Soon Naval Headquarters knew the news that Naruto was coming to Naval Headquarters with Empress Hancock. Sengoku was very shocked when he heard the news. Why did Naruto come to intervene in the battle between Marine and Whitebeard? But Naval Headquarters can't ignore the arrival of Naruto. After all, Naruto's combat ability alone is not inferior to Admiral, and one person can hold back 2 admirals. This kind of combat power is powerful no matter which side it falls to. But this guy dared to come to Naval Headquarters alone, because he was too confident in his own strength, and he looked down on Marine too much. What's more, Naruto just knocked out 2 celestial dragons in Sabodi Archipelago, and he hasn't woken up yet. How dare he think that the world government will let him go? Sengoku also couldn't understand Naruto's brain circuit, so he could only ask Vice Admiral Crane to ask. Sengoku has always believed in detailed analysis. Crane has already studied Naruto's information in detail. Facing Sengoku's question, he analyzed. From the information, we can know that Naruto has his own way of doing things. The biggest characteristic of this person is lust. Sengoku nodded in agreement. That's right, according to the information they have, the Flash Pirates are all women except for Naruto. Crane continued to analyze. The Flash Pirates have just entered New World, so there should be no intersection with Whitebeard yet. But it cannot be ruled out that he is not Whitebeard's helper. It's also possible that this person followed because Marine invited Empress Hancock. Sengoku thinks that Crane's analysis is very reasonable, and Naruto is the kind of person who does such things for the sake of beauty. Regarding these two situations, what Sengoku is afraid of is the first one. Once Naruto stands on Whitebeard's side, Ace must not fail to execute. Sengoku believes that Naruto has this strength. Advertisement. Naruto. Crane voiced his advice again. Now this guy has defeated Crocodile and killed Moria. We can use the remaining Shichibukai to test his strength. If Shichibukai can tie him or injure him, then Admiral in the headquarters can take him down with all his strength, and the bottom of the submarine prison is his destination. If you can't, that's the worst possible outcome. Sengoku fully understands the meaning of the Crane. If Shichibukai can't test Naruto's bottom, then he can only wait and see Naruto's attitude on the spot. First, he defaults to Naruto as a foreign aid, but he must also be prepared to deal with Naruto. If it weren't for the attack of the Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters would never allow a guy who wounded the Celestial Dragons to come, but right now they can't take care of that much. Naval Headquarters is waiting for Naruto's arrival, and asks the other marine warships that brought back Shichibukai to speed up. Order the Flying Squirrel to delay the time as much as possible. The other Shichibukai must reach Naval Headquarters ahead of Naruto. On the warship, Naruto clearly felt that the speed of the ship was not as fast as it was a few days ago. Naruto knew that once his whereabouts were exposed, Marine would definitely make some mistakes, but he didn't know what kind of gift was waiting for him. Ask for flowers. Despite being dragged by flying squirrels, the tall and majestic Naval Headquarters finally appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto stretched his waist. He felt that his body was rusty during the sea voyage. It was time to move his muscles and bones. Looking at the approaching Naval Headquarters, Naruto smiled. It's just this kind of smile that made the flying squirrel's heart tighten. He felt that the purpose of Naruto's trip was definitely not to help Marine, but he couldn't guess why. Advertisement. In order to grasp the changing factor of Naruto as much as possible, Naval Headquarters believes that the best way is to keep Naruto under the nose. But the flying squirrel looked at Naruto's smile staring at Naval Headquarters, and felt that Naval Headquarters might have made a wrong decision. Naruto saw 3 people standing on the shore from a distance. Naruto understood Marine's plan when he saw these 3 people. Marine is ready to let Shichibukai test himself. Hancock definitely won't do anything to himself. Moria is considered dead by default in Marine. Crocodile was removed from Marine after being defeated by himself, but there is still one person missing. Where did that mermaid go? When Naruto got close to the shore, he found that the 3 people on the shore had already released Haki. Naruto felt disdainful. Isn't it Haki? Who is afraid of whom? Naruto also opened his own Haki. Except for the flying squirrel, the other Marines on the warship fainted. Looking at the approaching Naruto, the 3 people on the shore behaved differently. The big bear has been transformed into a humanoid weapon. Naturally there will be no mood swings. Doflamingo dressed like a parrot but with a pervert smile. Mihawk, on the other hand, is more dignified. Naruto's Haki is full of murderous intent. This guy is definitely a natural enemy. It wasn't until Naruto set foot on the shore that Big Bear said in a voice devoid of human emotion, "Those who come to participate in the execution must have a certain strength. The strength of Shichibukai has been verified early. Now it's time to verify your strength, Your Excellency Naruto." 68. War Shichibukai. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naruto readily nodded in agreement, but then said arrogantly, "Apart from these 3, is there still one missing? I feel that these 3 are not enough to fight." The red light in Dashang's eyes flickered a few times before he replied coldly, "Shichibukai, Jinbei's whereabouts are unknown." Naruto naturally does not believe this reason. The most fundamental reason is probably because Naruto beat the Celestial Dragons, saved the mermaid. Jinbei didn't want to do anything to him, and he was probably still locked up in the big submarine prison. What a hypocrite Marine. Naruto didn't continue to ask, and instead said to the three, Hancock will definitely not fight me. What are you three going to do? Should we come one by one, or all together? Doflamingo looked at the arrogant kid in front of him, and the grin on the corner of his mouth grew wider and wider, indicating that September 20th showed that he was getting more and more angry. Mihawk's fists also tightened and loosened. What Naruto wants is this kind of effect, not afraid that they will be angry, but afraid that they will not be angry. Only when you are angry can you shoot without sparing any effort. Just when Naruto was fanning the flames, an old but gentle voice came over. They are all Marines' friends, just a small discussion, I hope you will stop here. Come on. Naruto saw that the person who came was Vice Admiral Crane, so he knew that this trial would not be too hard. Sure enough, seeing the person who came, Doflamingo and Mihawk regained their calm. For beauties, Naruto has always been very face-saving. Although he is old, he can clearly see the beauty of his youth. Advertisement Crane's vigilance towards Naruto went up to a new level. This kid kept provoking him, hoping that the three of them would attack with all their might. He said calmly, since it's a duel, it's naturally one-on-one. 1 to 3 is to bully the less with the more. The purpose of the Crane is very simple, to consume Naruto through the wheel battle, which is also more conducive to exploring Naruto's hole cards. Naruto didn't care about these, and said indifferently, then whoever comes first, finish the fight quickly, so I can rest quickly. The first one to fight was Big Bear. Naruto understood it very well. After all, he is a robot and has no thoughts of his own. Naruto was a little depressed standing in front of the Big Bear. This thing is too tall, I have to look up at him. When Naruto was looking up at the Big Bear, suddenly his eyes blurred, and the Big Bear had disappeared. Naruto could keenly feel the attack coming towards the back of his head. But Naruto's reaction is not slow, after all, the speed of sparkling fruit is not limited. The bear's paw was empty, and he was about to attack Naruto again. Naruto didn't intend to give him a second chance to attack himself, but Naruto's right fist turned into a thunder. A flash of light flashed, and there was a hole in the Big Bear's chest where the thunder flashed. Big Bear's eyes kept flashing red, the sound of the machine was intermittent, and his arms were raised and lowered like a convulsion. In the end, he fell backwards without being able to say anything. Seeing the Big Bear twitching constantly on the ground, the big hole in its chest was constantly emitting electric sparks due to the wire broken by Naruto, Crane's face was very serious. If she's not mistaken, Naruto's dodge and attack show two different Logia Devil Fruit abilities. Advertisement Naruto looked at the Big Bear being carried away by Marine, and turned his gaze to the two people who were watching. Whoever you two planned to come first. When Doflamingo was laughing and ready to answer, Mihawk, who had been silent beside him, interrupted. I only heard Mihawk ask, have you ever been to Shimotsuki village? Seeing Naruto nodding, Mihawk didn't say anything, just drew the long knife on his back and stood in front of Naruto. Naruto knew what Mihawk meant, and as long as he was a smart person, he would be able to guess his own abilities. Mihawk must want to compete with him in swordsmanship. After all, Naruto has obtained all of Koshiro's abilities. Naruto is not too polite, looking at Mihawk's harmless sharp knife, he also took out the famous sword Chusui that has been kept in the Kamui space. The moment Mihawk saw the knife, a gleam of light flashed in Mihawk's eyes. The woundless knife is naturally going to fight the woundless knife, but Naruto's woundless knife has a weird red layer on it compared to Mihawk's knife, which is hard to detect unless you look carefully. The competition of the top swordsman does not require a lot of moves, whose speed is faster, whose sword is sharper. Eyes met, and the two of them raised their hands at the same time. Naruto is very satisfied, as expected of the world's #1 swordsman. Although there are many swordsmen who remain anonymous, Naruto still recognizes Mihawk's strength very much when they fight. Mihawk was only shocked. Although he knew that Naruto had been to Shimotsuki village, Naruto's learning ability and swordsmanship achievements would not be low. But Mihawk didn't expect Naruto to be so strong. Every time there is a collision, there will be a small hole on the blade that is invisible to the naked eye. The most frightening thing is that Naruto can attack this point accurately every time. The sword is the extended arm of the swordsman, and Mihawk knows exactly how serious the injury to his arm is. Advertisement facing Shinwa Naruto's increasingly tricky attacks, Mihawk knew that his sword would not last long. After Mihawk resisted a few blows, Mihawk clearly felt that his sword had reached the end of its strength, and another blow would definitely break it. So when Naruto cut down with the last knife, Mihawk jumped back to avoid Naruto's blow. A swordsman wants to go forward bravely, believing that he can cut anything in front of him, but Mihawk is reluctant to retreat, and Mihawk will definitely lose in this battle. Looking at the retreating Mihawk, Naruto did not take the opportunity to pursue him, because he knew that in a swordsman's fight, as long as he retreats, he will lose. Mihawk nodded towards Naruto and stepped back to his original position. There's only one Doflamingo left. After watching Naruto's 2 fights, Doflamingo finally began to face up to Naruto's strength. Doflamingo is a very proud person. He said to Naruto, "If you don't take a break on 4.5, we will fight again. If we fight with you now, you will be at a disadvantage." The crane next to him didn't expect Doflamingo to come here. What they want is to consume Naruto in a wheel battle and seize the opportunity to arrest him. It would be meaningless to fight again after resting. Crane still held his breath, but Naruto caught the nervousness flashing in the eyes of Crane's subordinates behind him. So Naruto deliberately thought for a while, looking at Lieutenant Colonel Marine, who was about to open his mouth impatiently. Naruto said, "No, I refuse." Doflamingo was very surprised when he heard this answer. He didn't want to take advantage of others out of his own pride. Unexpectedly, Naruto refused. Doflamingo raised a big smile on his face, slightly folded his 5 fingers, and waved towards Naruto from the air. 69. Shichibukai Fiasco. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. While waving his hand towards Naruto, Doflamingo's body is also approaching Naruto quickly. Although Doflamingo's hand is not very close to Naruto, but Naruto clearly sees the flashing reflection in the sun. Interesting, if it weren't for Naruto's special eyes, such an attack would be easy to bluff people. I thought the attack hadn't arrived yet, but in fact, the 5 color strings in Doflamingo's hands seem to equip his 5 fingers with partly extended sharp blades. As long as you are negligent, you will be caught off guard by these 5 transparent silk threads. Naruto clenched his fingers into a fist, caught the silk thread cut towards him with a handful of kunai, quickly twisted the kunai handle, and tightly wrapped the tough 5 color strings on the kunai. The two were in a stalemate involving the 5 color strings, and suddenly Doflamingo's finger disconnected from the 5 color strings, and took a big step back. I saw a pervert smile on Doflamingo's face with a sure chance of victory. It turned out that when he attacked Naruto, the other hand was not idle. The birdcage was set up in the air early on. It seems that Doflamingo was pissed off by Naruto and decided to tear Naruto into pieces. Birdcage was used as soon as he met him. Surrounded by the birdcage, Naruto didn't feel flustered at all, and even touched the birdcage's silk thread in the mood. It was indeed very sharp, and it was a good skill, but such strength still couldn't stop Naruto. Naruto didn't even draw out the knife. He held the kunai in his hand, closed his eyes and then opened them again, raised his arms high, and then stroked down without much force. Doflamingo's smile froze on his face, and the shock in his eyes was the true reflection of his inner thoughts. Naruto swiped at that little black thing, and his birdcage was cut open in the middle. Doflamingo couldn't believe his eyes. The ultimate trick he was most proud of, the big move that could wipe out an entire island 3, was cut off by Naruto just like that. Doflamingo felt that he couldn't take it, and when he was about to continue attacking Naruto. Advertisement. Vice Admiral said, "Let's stop here for the discussion." The madness in Doflamingo's eyes also calmed down because of Crane's words. Crane saw the whole process of Naruto fighting the 3 Shichibukai, and said bluntly, "The 3 Shichibukai individuals are definitely not Naruto's opponents, and Naruto can deal with them too easily." Suru felt that even if the 3 Shichibukai teamed up, they might not be able to draw with Naruto. He was very convinced that this guy's participation in the war must be the biggest variable in this war. Since you can't take him down, it's best not to provoke him. Crane can only hope that Naruto is really just here to accompany Empress Hancock. Hancock saw Naruto's heroic fighting posture and became a little fangirl. As soon as Naruto finished the battle, Hancock posted it to ask for his health. Facing Naruto, it is called a gentle like water. Facing Marine's bossy, Hancock raised his head and said proudly, "This is how Marine treats guests. It's okay to ask us to help, but it's our freedom not to help. The concubine is Your Majesty the Queen. Anyone must agree to my request." When Naruto saw Hancock standing out, he knew that this little cutie was venting his anger for himself. There were only a few people present who were not affected by Hancock. The General Marines are all red-eyed and excited. With a black face, Crane turned these Marines into clothes, and after washing them, these people returned to their normal looks. Naruto thought this ability was also very interesting, so he smiled and said to Crane, "Crane Vice Admiral, do you think my strength is enough to participate in the battle? Do you still need to test it?" Advertisement. Would you like to help me pick a few opponents? Crane looked at Naruto's playful smile, knowing that Naruto had already seen through all of Marine's plans, and it would be futile to fight any further. He calmly ordered his subordinates to take these people to their respective resting rooms. If you can't beat him, let's appease him first, and this is the only way to do it at this juncture. Naruto is naturally unwilling to contradict Marine at this time for the sake of the excitement in the future. After all, Naruto can distinguish between the long-term happiness and the current momentary happiness. Naruto hugged Hancock and went to the room prepared for himself. Mihawk and Doflamingo were in a very bad mood. They were long-established figures after all, and now they were defeated by this kid who came out of nowhere. But the Crane had already spoken, so Doflamingo naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Mihawk was going to go back and reflect on his own state of mind. When he was fighting Naruto, he had the idea of retreating. This is not a good phenomenon for a swordsman. It is because he has not failed for a long time. The test of Naruto is also a deterrent to these two famous Shichibukai. Marine made a good plan. Obviously, Naruto's bottom was not found out, but the deterrent effect is not small. Crane sat in front of Sengoku with an indescribably ugly expression on his face. What is the background of this guy? Why did he let him develop to such a dangerous level? Marine in the park is really irresponsible. Facing Crane's accusation, Sengoku smiled wryly. You were right, it was indeed my negligence. When he first became famous, Garp advised me to go early. Sora-sama also suggested the same advertisement. One wrong step, and now there is nothing to stop him. Hearing Sengoku's explanation, Crane heaved a long sigh. I can only hope that this guy is on our side, he is really amazing. A marshal and a vice admiral are gloomy here. At this moment, the phone on Sengoku's desk rang. It's really not the right time. Sengoku looked at the call from the world government and didn't want to answer it at all. The phone bug rang persistently, but Sengoku couldn't help it, so he went to pick up the phone bug, and the person who came was a reprimand. Is Marine a bunch of trash? How can you invite the pirates who stunned the celestial dragons to join the battle, and what serious consequences it will cause? Sengoku is also very helpless, and can only tell the truth. Marine did not invite the Flash Pirates, their captain came here on his own. The person on the other end of the phone choked. Sengoku went on to say, we also had the idea of taking this person at the beginning, but the remaining three, Shichibukai, are not Uzumaki Naruto's opponents. With such strength, even if Marine gets started, it will suffer a lot, especially when Whitebeard is about to fight. After listening to Sengoku's words, the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. It seems that the person came to discuss Naruto's problem. After a period of silence in the room, a voice rang from the other end of the phone. Then let the captain of the Flash Pirates join the battle, but control his influence well. There is nothing more important to us right now than the execution of Ace and the fight against the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku put down the phone, and Suru's face was also very serious. Both of them had bad premonitions, but hoped to develop in a good direction before things happened. 70. Enter Whitebeard previous chapter next chapter advertisement. Amidst Marine's ever-increasing security, the day of Ace's execution arrives. Naruto lived a very leisurely life, anyway, his purpose must be achieved, and Hancock is there to accompany him. Naruto stood in the corner watching Ace being dragged to the execution stand. Sengoku announced to all the reporters that Ace is the son of the late One Piece Rogue and the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Today he will be executed for the justice of Marine. Naruto scoffed at Sengoku's words. Suddenly Naruto felt a scorching stare staring at him. Naruto turned his head and saw that it was Akainu, the only one among the 3 admirals who had never fought against him. Naruto has known for a long time that Akainu is a lava fruit capable user, but he did not expect his temper to be so hot. He made no secret of his hostility towards Naruto, and Naruto smiled provocatively at Akainu. At such a time, thinking about it, he would not dare to do anything. Although Akainu was furious at Naruto's provocation, he had to sit in his original seat and stare at Naruto viciously. Kizaru and Aokiji also followed Akainu's line of sight to see Naruto in the corner. Advertisement, it's scary. Kizaru saw Naruto blurt out a catchphrase without holding back. The 3 admirals looked at a corner at the same time, and the sensitive reporter turned the video phone bug towards that corner. Everyone saw a handsome face with a bright smile. Of course, this face is also a nightmare for some people, especially the Marine of the 16th branch. After all, Naruto has done a lot of shocking things, everyone knows this face. But what everyone can't figure out is that Naruto is a warrior who beat celestial dragons. At present, the faction that this Flash Pirates belongs to is Marine's side. Everyone couldn't help but think, could it be possible that beating celestial dragons can still help Marine, so it wouldn't be a big deal to beat celestial dragons in the future? In order to reduce the influence of Naruto, Sengoku arranged him in an inconspicuous corner. When the battle starts, Naruto will not attract too much attention when he appears. Fortunately, before the war started, Akainu exposed Naruto's arrival ahead of time, and Sengoku felt a little headache when he thought about the accountability of the world government afterwards. Of course, there are still a very small number of people who believe that it may be because Naruto killed Moria and replaced Moria as one of the 7 warriors of the king, and, it is estimated that Marine will notify this news after the war is over. Just as everyone was constantly guessing about Naruto, the sea began to rippling, and huge waves continued to line up on the shore. Everyone was refreshed, and now they don't care about Naruto anymore. With the vibration of the earth, the long-lost system in Naruto appeared. Ding! The power to destroy the world was detected. Shock fruit, as the most powerful host, how can such 1,000 areas be missing? Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Host is too competitive. Comprehend the power of shock fruit by yourself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding! Host's Conqueror's hockey is so competitive, I automatically comprehend the entanglement. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the sound of the system, Naruto knew that his opponent was about to appear this time. Because of Naruto's seriousness, Hancock regained the cold arrogance of the Empress. A group of Marines stared closely at the coastline in the distance, and steel cannons were already in full swing. Naruto knew that Whitebeard would never appear from the sea, so he fixed his eyes on the bay where the ships raised. Naruto's idea is not wrong. The bay first swayed circles of ripples from the center, and then the center spewed water like a fountain. Naruto knew that his guess was correct when he saw these. On the other hand, Marine looked shocked, as if he didn't expect Whitebeard to appear in this way. A vortex began to appear in the center of the bay, and a huge whale emerged from the sea. No, that's not a whale, it's just a huge ship whose bow is made into a whale. The ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, appeared from the bottom of the sea with its whole body covered in bubble film. Naruto appreciates this kind of courage very much. To save a person, all the pirates are dispatched. Naruto agrees with this feeling very much. Although it is Whitebeard who treats his son, Naruto treats his lover. In comparison between the two, Naruto's disdain for Marine has increased a bit. Ace on the execution platform burst into tears when he saw his father and his brothers coming. It was all because of him that his father and his brothers were in deep danger. While Naruto was lamenting the deep feelings of this group of people, a sudden figure ran out and shouted, "Ace, here I come." Advertisement followed by a group of clothes in prison uniforms. Naruto raised his eyebrows, and sure enough, Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece World, came to the scene of the war even without Hancock's help, and broke through from the large submarine prison according to the original trajectory. Naruto glanced at Garp's complexion. The complexion that was not pale at first became a little darker. However, Naruto disagrees with Garp's concept. After all, Ace was entrusted to Garp by Rog. Garp failed to fulfill his duty of care, and now he is obstructing the people who came to rescue Ace because of Marine's order. Anyway, Naruto can't do such a thing. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Ace was moved and worried about this reckless guy. Now Ace is very regretful, because he has dragged down so many people by himself. Naruto saw a blue mermaid among the people brought out by Luffy. This must be Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As expected, Naruto did not want to help Marine against Naruto. Doing it, he was locked up in the large submarine prison. Seeing the man stepping out with a big knife, a strong shockwave hits Marine every step of the way. Some Marines standing in front couldn't bear the shockwave and passed out. The 3 vice admirals of Marine jumped to the front of the execution platform one after another, opened their hands and released armament haki, resisting the shockwave from Whitebeard. Naruto finally saw Whitebeard's appearance clearly. Only by facing this man directly will he know the reason why this man is so powerful in the sea. But Naruto feels a little pity. The torrent of time cannot be violated. No matter how powerful people are, they will gradually die out. All the characters are on the stage, and the battle is imminent. 71. Melee. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The pirates need to land. A giant warrior appeared in front to help the pirates clear the way. Naruto looked at this giant very familiarly, and thought carefully that the zombie giant he defeated in the Devil's Spinnaker looked similar to this one. Naruto admired the strength of the giant's body, which has great benefits. Little Ozzy's hands and feet were opened and closed, and all the Marines who came to block the way were knocked into the air, and the pirates behind followed little Ozzy and rushed to the shore. Likewise, little Oz's enormous size made him a prime target. Originally, Shichibukai wasn't ready to do anything, but they couldn't bear Marine's urging. Of course, they didn't dare to give any orders to Naruto Marine. Hancock was very angry with Marine, who interrupted his getting along with Naruto, and he was petrified immediately, but the order has been issued. Hancock can reluctantly bid farewell to Naruto. Doflamingo couldn't wait to rush towards little Ozzy, as if he wanted to get back all the places he lost at Naruto, and he shot very hard. The 5 color strings that were eaten up by Naruto showed their due power in Ozzy. After only one meeting, one of Ozzy's legs was neatly cut off. Ozzy, who lost a leg at 310, naturally unable to move on. But little Ozzy's mission has been completed halfway. With his opening, he directly opened a road from the bay to the headquarters square. Seeing Ozzy Jr., who lost a leg and was still struggling, Doflamingo first stretched his palm backwards, and saw dozens of transparent silk threads gushing out from his palm, and these threads were flexibly intertwined to form a finger-like thick thread. Advertisement: the line post is stretched as far back as possible. It seems that Doflamingo is going to make a big move. Super whiplash. After Doflamingo yelled, the line stretched forward extremely quickly, and the Marines along the way dodged one after another. Those who couldn't avoid it could only be cut by the line, and some were even cut in two. This line post hit little Ozzy's chest with a huge power, and this huge monster finally lost its fighting power under Doflamingo's attack. Without the giant's interference, Marine naturally swarmed up, and the giant red hand in the crowd stretched out towards Ace until it was submerged. Doflamingo swung his line post and continued to attack Beeb, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was paddling. Marine was angry but couldn't say anything. After all, he was also shooting. Among the prisoners brought out by Luffy, Naruto saw the crocodile he defeated at the beginning, and the two of them met for a moment, and Crocodile began to help Luffy fight against the Marine who was coming towards them. Of course, Crocodile ducked aside cleverly when he saw Mihawk slashing at Luffy with a machete. Crocodile is very wise, and can still help with ordinary favors, but let Luffy fight such a strong opponent by himself. Mihawk didn't know what the purpose was. Although his knife effectively stopped Luffy's advance, it basically did no harm to Luffy. Luffy was greatly dragged down by Mihawk. At this time, the captain of the 5th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Beasta, made a move. Being the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is not to be underestimated. With helpers, Luffy naturally left Mihawk and continued to Ace. Mihawk had met his opponent, and the two fought evenly, especially the petals that Vesta brought out when he drew his sword. Naruto took a rare look at them. Advertisement: these battles are nothing to Naruto. Naruto is most concerned about Hancock. Hancock's fight is purely out of anger. If Naruto is not willing to come, she will not come to muddy water. Hancock's attack is purely indiscriminate. Whether it's a marine or a pirate, it will either be kicked away or petrified. Naruto is now the most laid-back guy on the field. As Naruto has mastered observation haki, Naruto senses Blackbeard sneaking into naval headquarters. At the same time, I also saw the turbulent and uncertain Schoolyard behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard is indeed one of the 4 emperors, and the strength of the pirate group is also very strong. In the battle in naval headquarters, Marine can't take advantage of it for a while. Sengoku stared at the scene in front of him with a gloomy face. Sengoku decided to execute Ace in advance. As long as Ace is dead, these pirates will naturally escape. At that time, it is time for Marine to pursue him. Sengoku thinks well. The executioners on both sides of Ace on the execution platform have already raised the spears in their hands, and they are about to plunge them in. Stop. Luffy saw that his big brother was on the verge of death, and at this moment he awakened Conqueror's haki himself. Everyone present except Naruto was very shocked by Luffy's outburst. Under the impact of Conqueror's haki, the two executioners lost the ability to execute. Luffy's awakening of haki is naturally a good thing for pirates. After all, a combat power with Conqueror's haki will become the key to the overall situation. Advertisement: but after Luffy broke out, the haki that broke out on him disappeared, and it seemed that he couldn't control it independently, so Luffy's threat to Marine was much smaller. Sengoku sent 2 executioners up again. In order to carry out the execution smoothly, Sengoku decided to use a secret weapon. Since it was a secret weapon, he had to turn off the video phone bug broadcast to the world. When Naruto saw Sengoku's action, he knew it was time to make a move. How could he show his heroism to the world after turning off the video phone bug? Besides, his follow-up plan had to be shown in front of people all over the world. Naruto doesn't trust the Marines. Seeing that Ace is going to be executed, Luffy is still blocked by Marine. The original owner of the phone-affecting bug that Sengoku ordered to shut down has disappeared, replaced by Naruto's shadow clone. Sengoku saw Naruto's eyelids twitching in the audience. The ominous premonition is getting stronger and stronger, until the figure of Naruto appears on the execution platform. Naruto kicks the two executioners off the scaffold. Audiences all over the world were very surprised to see Naruto appearing. Naruto's name has long been known by people all over the world with the high wanted amount. Besides, Naruto is also the first pirate to appear in naval headquarters unharmed after beating up two celestial dragons. Sengoku arranged Naruto in a hidden corner to prevent Naruto from being noticed by the public. Unexpectedly, Naruto cooperated obediently at the beginning. Unexpectedly, Naruto jumped out at this critical moment. Sengoku can shut down other bugs that affect the phone, but the one that Naruto took over will definitely not return to Marine's control. Naruto, this guy, what the hell is he doing? 72. All pirates live battle Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Naruto showed a bright smile towards the video phone bug. Sengoku saw such a smile and felt that Naruto's picture was too big. Sure enough, Naruto arrogantly announced his purpose to the world through the video phone bug. I, Captain of the Flash Pirates, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm not and never will be Marine's lackey. The purpose of coming here today is to prepare to defeat the most powerful man in the world, Whitebeard. From today, I will take over his territory. Naruto's announcement made all the fighting on the scene stop at the same time, and even people all over the world were a little speechless about Naruto's arrogance. Faced with Naruto's announcement, no matter whether you believe Naruto can do it or not, as long as you have a brain, you can understand what Naruto means. The meaning expressed by Naruto is, understand. Lousy wants to defeat Beard in front of the whole world and become the 5th emperor. Of course, most people think that Naruto is talking big, Whitebeard, that is Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors who have been in New World for a long time. Although it is said that Naruto's strength is not bad, is it true that such a rookie jumping out to pick one of the 4 emperors is a bit overconfident? Only those who have fought against Naruto know how terrible Naruto is. Shimotsuki Village. Seeing Naruto, Koshiro couldn't help sighing. It seems like yesterday to learn sword skills with this kid. He came here so quickly. Windmill Village. Makino is watching the battle with concern. One Ace, one Luffy, all of them are people she can't let go of. Makino sincerely hopes that Luffy or someone else can save Ace. Advertisement. Such a worrying mood did not become more joyful until seeing Naruto appear. If Naruto is willing to help, Ace will survive. Makino has such confidence in Naruto. Sea Restaurant. A group of chefs are concerned about the war while cooking. Seeing the appearance of Naruto as a burst of cheers. At that time, the boy's lover was their chef's apprentice. Naruto's arrest warrant has long been pasted at the door of the Sea Restaurant as a tool to deter pirates. They are also very convinced of Naruto's strength. Grand Line entrance. C.U. Carlos looked at Ace and thought of Luogia, who invited him to board the boat at that time. For the children that Luogia left behind in this world. Carlos naturally hoped that Ace would survive. At this moment, he can only hope that Naruto can make a move, and of course there is nothing wrong with not making a move. Like Carlos, Rayleigh in the Saboti archipelago is silently praying for Naruto. Of course, the 6 daughters in Amazon Lily and Princess Shirahoshi in Mermaid Island are indispensable to pay attention to Naruto. Originally, Naruto and Hancock had been away for a long time. Communication is not convenient at naval headquarters at all. Since the war started, Naruto has not been seen. A few people are still a little worried. Advertisement. Seeing Naruto appear now, a few girls know that Naruto is definitely going to make a big deal. Hearing Naruto's declaration, the girls have completely become Buddhist, so what to do? If the lover is willing to do it, they can only support it. Shirahoshi is full of admiration. Naruto-sama declares war on the world. Whitebeard looks so handsome. Besides, their Mermaid Island is the site under the protection of Whitebeard. It would be great if Master Naruto could take over. Sengoku deeply felt that he must have been trapped by the door at that time. Otherwise, how could he have hoped that this kid would be safe and sound? This guy didn't even bother to look for Whitebeard. He came here just to get famous. Although Sengoku was furious, he still couldn't get himself into trouble. He could only shout to Naruto word by word, "Captain of the Flash Pirates. Your Excellency Naruto, this is naval headquarters, I hope you can restrain yourself a bit." Naruto ignored Sengoku's half-reprimand, half-threat. Just staring at Whitebeard. Hopefully, Whitebeard can give an accurate answer. Whitebeard is never afraid of others' challenges to him, nor will he underestimate any opponent who challenges him. Looking at Naruto, who is fighting fiercely, perceived conquerors hockey on Naruto with the same level as himself. Whitebeard responded heartily to Naruto. "Gu la la la, what a brave and capable boy. I have fought countless times, and I will never shy away from anyone's challenge. You can beat me if you want, but I need to rescue my son Ace first." Ace behind Naruto burst into tears, willing to do this for his father. Whitebeard's worries all started from rescuing Ace. Whitebeard knows his own body very well, and he dare not underestimate Naruto's strength. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Now fight with Naruto, so who will stop the three admirals of Marine, not to mention the old Vice Admiral Garp and Crane who have been famous for a long time like Marshal Sengoku of Marine. Naruto also knows Whitebeard's concerns. It's true, the ultimate goal of his trip is to save his son, it's really not good to make such a mess by himself. So he nodded in agreement with Whitebeard's suggestion. "But I agree." Naruto sat down next to the execution platform Ace. "The view here is very good, especially suitable for watching the battle." Sengoku originally thought that Naruto would leave the execution platform. As long as Naruto left the executioner, Ace would be executed immediately. But now that Naruto has not left, his idea will be ruined. The best case scenario is that Naruto doesn't release Ace. Sengoku has no doubts that Naruto will be able to unshackle Ace, and Naruto's failure to do so is a blessing in disguise for Marine. Although Sengoku has announced that the broadcast has been closed, Naruto still has the last video phone bug in his hand. Whitebeard saw that the video phone bug in Naruto's hand was intact, and Naruto was sitting next to Ace, so he let Aokiji destroy the video phone bug. Leaving only one video phone bug can become the way for the pirates to escape. Whitebeard can also see Marine's fear of Naruto. However, Naruto's attitude is vaguely biased toward pirates. Seeing the heavy casualties of Marine in the battle, Sengoku had no choice but to order Senmomaru to bring a large number of PX Bear robots on the stage. The powerful lethality of the PX Bear robots immediately made the situation of the pirates worse. The PX Bear robot aggressively attacked the subordinate pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, but did not launch any substantive attacks on the Whitebeard pirates. Naruto saw Scouyard next to Whitebeard, whose face was constantly changing. He saw that this guy watched his subordinates being knocked into the air continuously, his face became gloomy, and he put his hand on the handle of the giant knife. But Whitebeard didn't know about all this. Naruto knew this guy was going to make a move. Sure enough, something worse happened for the pirates. One of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Scouyard, suddenly attacked Whitebeard. No one thought it would be him who attacked Whitebeard. As Whitebeard's trusted son, Whitebeard didn't guard against Scouyard's attack, and saw Scouyard's giant knife go straight from Whitebeard's front belly to the back soldier. 73. Naruto grows impatient. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blood flowed down the long knife continuously. The pirate next to him watched this scene in shock. Naruto thinks that Scouyard is a fool and a coward, taking advantage of his father's unguardedness to hurt others behind his back. The love between father and son for so many years is not as good as Akainu's sowing dissension. It was Whitebeard in his prime that Naruto was willing to fight and brought down. Naruto believes that a character like Whitebeard will never cooperate with Marine and betray his son. Luffy is not slow, but unfortunately he was stopped by three admirals. Marco, the first team captain of the Whitebeard pirates, wanted to fly up to the execution platform to save Ace, but Garp punched Marco down with one punch. It seems that Marco is also unlucky. Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider put sea-stone handcuffs on Marco's hands. Admiral Kizaru took the opportunity, 207, to penetrate Marco's body with laser. Once demon fruit power comes into contact with sea-stone, it is basically useless. Naruto finds it very interesting. Kizaru and Aokiji are two admirals who have fought against Naruto. Naruto knows that their strength is far more than that. Naruto feels that the strength of these two people is suspected of paddling. Among the three Marine admirals, the most dedicated admiral is Akainu. The house leak happened to be raining overnight, and Whitebeard faced Akainu with a blood hole. Normally, Akainu would not be Whitebeard's opponent, but now that Whitebeard is injured. Advertisement. Besides, Akainu didn't face Whitebeard alone, and Marine kept firing shells at Whitebeard beside him. Scouyard is now recklessly throwing away his merits, and Naruto thinks that he is an afterthought. His greatest combat power has caused him to wear down like this, and no matter how hard he works, it is useless. Naruto looked at Luffy, who was rescued by Shemale King, Emporio Ivankov. This is exactly the same development as the original. If Whitebeard died fighting Akainu, he'd be damned. Naruto felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Naruto stood up under Ace's surprised eyes. Everyone's full attention is on the big battle. Sengoku and Garp are preparing to block the potential Luffy. The battle was too fierce, especially after Whitebeard solved the misunderstanding with his son. The pirates attacked Marine desperately. No one noticed Naruto standing up on the execution platform. Naruto slowly extended his conqueror's haki. Sengoku and Garp were the first to realize something was wrong, and then everyone who felt haki stopped fighting in unison. Looking towards the execution platform, in fact, he looked at the figure standing on the execution platform. I saw a haki extended by Naruto, revealing the smell of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The Marines and pirates participating in the battle can be regarded as elites, but under such a murderous haki, they are like powerless people. The moment they were enveloped by haki, they fainted. Some lieutenant colonels could still hold on, but these people trembled and lost their combat power. Advertisement: not only the Marines, but also the pirates, only some of them still maintained their combat power and stood still. Seeing Naruto's actions, Sengoku's vision immediately went dark, and there were only these people left. How could he fight this way? Naruto looked at the embarrassed Whitebeard and said, "Whitebeard, why are you fighting me with all your strength? I can't wait any longer. If this continues, you will die before you rescue your son." Whitebeard looked at the remorseful schoolyard who was watching over him, and responded, "As a father, you have to pay for your son's mistakes." "I'm sorry, little guy." Naruto stared at Whitebeard and said, "Well, you fight me. I promise Ace will definitely come back alive after the two of us fight." Whitebeard looked directly into Naruto's eyes and saw the firmness in Naruto's eyes. This little guy can completely attack himself with others when he is injured now. Now that I have been seriously injured, as long as this little guy is the one who contributes the most, he will be the one who defeats me. Isn't that Admiral Akainu's idea? Unexpectedly, this little guy insisted on having a fair fight with himself, so he must be a person who kept his promise. And seeing the news that Sengoku was out of breath after Naruto shot, and Naruto fought against two admirals. Whitebeard thinks Naruto's words are trustworthy. Looking at Naruto's current posture, Whitebeard also knew that Naruto would not let it go. That's all. Even if he risked his life, he was willing to find a way out for Ace. Whitebeard raised his head and laughed loudly. "Little guy, I agree to your conditions, and at the same time accept your challenge." Advertisement: Naruto waved to Hancock, who was looking at him eagerly, and Hancock returned to Naruto's side as fast as possible from the battlefield, and Naruto handed the video phone bug to Hancock. He asked, "Look at Ace, don't let people kill him, don't let people take him away, this is my deal with Whitebeard." Hancock naturally happily agreed. Naruto trusted her so much, and entrusted her with such important matters. When Naruto left, Hancock, who was still happy just now, immediately became a high-ranking queen, and she was like a different person. Naruto walked towards Whitebeard, met Sengoku with livid face. Sengoku actually wanted to stop Naruto, but his remaining rationality told him that as long as he did something to Naruto, Naruto would definitely stand on Whitebeard's side. Now the situation on the field is very clear. Marine's side, Whitebeard's side, Naruto and Hancock are their own side. If Naruto joins Whitebeard's side, then Marine will definitely lose. Sengoku dare not take this risk. Thinking about it carefully, the fight between Naruto and Whitebeard may be the best arrangement. No matter which side wins, the consumption of both sides is definitely not small, which gives Marine a chance to win them. After Sengoku wanted to understand the 4.0, he began to order Marine to shrink. Hearing Sengoku's order, Aokiji and Kizaru happily retreated. When the two passed by Naruto, Aokiji just gave a cold glance. Kizaru said his catchphrase, "That's scary." Akainu, on the other hand, stared at Naruto viciously with a dissatisfied face, but he could only walk back reluctantly because of the order. Sengoku looked at the shrunken Marine and the pirates, and thought about whether to take this opportunity to execute Ace, but looking at Hancock next to Ace, Sengoku decided to temporarily abandon the plan to execute Ace. Apart from the fact that Hancock's strength is not weak, it is because Ace is still alive that such a delicate balance is maintained now. The pirates also brought the wounded back to the ship under the order of Whitebeard, and now the battlefield is completely left to Naruto and Whitebeard. 74. Naruto's Whitebeard previous chapter next chapter advertisement. Naruto looked at the big hole in Whitebeard's stomach, and was a little disgusted. Whitebeard was seriously injured and fought with himself. If he won, it would be an invincible victory. "I didn't expect to have to be a doctor before fighting." Naruto asks Whitebeard, "Do you trust me?" Whitebeard nodded without hesitation. Naruto said with satisfaction, I am embarrassed to fight you who are seriously injured. Since you believe in me, then I will heal your injury first. Whitebeard readily agreed. Naruto first gave Whitebeard the special medicine he made himself. Whitebeard was originally too old and his body was badly damaged. The medical skills in this world may not be able to do it, but the Hokage medical ninjutsu brought by Naruto can do it. Naruto put his hand over Whitebeard's wound, chakra stretched. Reincarnation technique. As for the object of extracting vitality, Naruto thinks that Suyad, an unfilial son, is good. Of course not all of them, half of them will be fine. Everyone only paid attention to the every move of the two people in the center of the battlefield, and Suyad didn't notice the strangeness of his shadow at all. In the eyes of everyone, the blood hole on Whitebeard's body began to heal slowly, leaving only a scar at the end. Naruto looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, and it can be regarded as a real duel when it is restored like this, otherwise those pirates will not be convinced if he wins. Whitebeard was also very surprised when he saw the healing wound. Whitebeard felt that his body had reached its peak after being treated by Naruto. It has been a long time, and he has never been so relaxed. Whitebeard raised his head to the sky and screamed, venting the unhappiness brought about by his weakness for a long time. Then he looked down at Naruto. This kid gave himself a big favor. Advertisement. Then he will give back a hearty battle. Let's also look at this kid's arrogant confidence. Marine and the pirates looked at the two nervously. When they heard Whitebeard's long howl, the Marines generally looked bad, while the pirates were happy. Whitebeard's recovery gave them a lot of confidence. The videophone bug in Hancock's hand dutifully relayed what happened at the scene, and people all over the world put down what they were doing to watch the battle. Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, and the newcomer Flash Demon are dueling. The two people at the center of the world's attention are now in full swing. There is a clear boundary between the two. Whitebeard's haki is white, and Naruto's haki is red. The haki of the two are evenly matched, and neither can overwhelm the other. The impact generated by the two haki expansions knocked the Marines and pirates who were watching the battle sideways, and the nearby buildings were destroyed by the impact. Even though the people of the world watching the battle were not at the scene, they still felt as if their faces had been hit. Innocent children do not understand the nervousness of adults. Pointing to the sky in the broadcast screen and shouting, "The sky is cracked, the sky is cracked." The collision between Naruto and Whitebeard haki was so horrific. It had already gathered thick clouds in the sky due to the constant impact during the war. The collision of the two haki split the sky in half like a sharp knife. The two have been at a stalemate, but Naruto made the move ahead of time. Naruto first turned his wrist into lightning, God's punishment. Naruto released the lightning towards the sky, dropped a huge lightning column from the sky, and slashed towards Whitebeard. Naruto locked Whitebeard with observation haki. Whitebeard used his reach to catch the bolt of lightning that was slashing towards him, took a deep breath and blew it out, watching the mighty bolt of lightning being extinguished like this. Whitebeard laughed and said, "Such an attack is just scratching the itch, little guy," blowing it out in one breath. Advertisement. Naruto wasn't angry either, it was just a small temptation. After all, if Whitebeard couldn't easily defuse such an attack, Naruto was about to doubt his four emperors title. Naruto continued his attack. First, through thousands of thunders, countless violent lightning strikes are formed. Whitebeard was not afraid of the lightning that was coming towards him. He stepped heavily on the ground with one foot, raised the sword high to the sky, and launched a shock wave. The soil clods under the two of them cracked inch by inch, and the broken house next to them was completely reduced to dust by this violent shock wave, and the space distortion visible to the naked eye rushed towards the thundercloud. The thunder and lightning collided with the shock wave, evenly matched, and all dissipated. Naruto and Whitebeard fought heartily, which made Marine and Pirate next to him cry. Under the shock wave of the two getting stronger each time, Marine and Pirate retreated again and again. But fearing that it would spread to the execution platform everywhere, the two of them kept their hands, in order to let go of their hands and feet completely. Naruto took a small loophole and used the light-heavy rock technique to send Ace and Hancock into the sky, so they are not afraid of affecting them now. After the influence of the execution platform was gone, the two quickly fought together. Naruto let go of his hands and feet completely. Although the thunderball formed by Lei Ying was split by Whitebeard, it still scorched Whitebeard's beard black. Naruto continued to work hard. Heavy Shalon, 8-foot Chong Guyu. Ice Age. With all the big moves, Whitebeard is also very surprised by these attacks. No wonder this kid is so confident, he has learned all the abilities of these powerful fruits. Naruto alone is equivalent to the siege of a bunch of demon fruit power. Advertisement. Even Whitebeard will feel a little bit hard to deal with such attacks, but fortunately, Whitebeard has been healed by Naruto and returned to the top, and he can still catch all these attacks. The more the two fight, the more excited they become, and the bigger the scope of the fight, it's hard for Marine. The pirates are a little better, they can keep going backwards on the sea. The place where the Marines stood was constantly affected by the battle between Naruto and Whitebeard. Sengoku had to order all Marines to withdraw from naval headquarters. This is actually taking advantage of the gap between Whitebeard and Naruto. Whitebeard's broadsword was raised backwards, but he didn't cut it down for a long time. The two red and blue lights in Naruto's left and right hands formed the phantom of the stone sword and stone axe 833, and neither of them launched an attack. Sengoku sensed the huge energy fluctuations around the two people, knew it was a powerful collision, and immediately ordered Marine to retreat at full speed. Just after the Marines withdrew from naval headquarters, Naruto and Whitebeard's charge was completed. I saw a red and blue beam of light colliding with the white beam of light, and the contact was silent at first, and some Marines stopped and watched curiously. But when the two beams of light intertwined together, the majestic naval headquarters collapsed under the eyes of everyone. The aftermath of the collision blows up the Marine who stopped to watch, and then falls heavily, like a rag doll who has no resistance. Seeing that some of the Marines were about to be submerged, the three admirals stood in front of the shock wave, propped up a solid barrier, felt the strength of the shock wave on the barrier. Aokiji and Kizaru are no surprise Naruto can fight Whitebeard to this point. Akainu deeply realized that he really didn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, and asked himself what price he had to pay to bear such power. The pirates were better off at sea, and the huge waves created by the shock wave were barely acceptable to these pirates who sailed on the Grand Line all year round. The smoke and dust dissipated slowly, and the two people in the center of the battle also slowly appeared. This time, the heavy blow caused Whitebeard and Naruto to suffer a little injury. The two raised their hands to wipe off the bloodline from the corners of their mouths, and quickly fought together again. Chapter 75 evenly matched previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard is worthy of being one of the four emperors. For the long-term application of shock fruit, it is comparable to Naruto. The scariest thing about shock fruit is that it can trigger vibrations at any time. Whether it is physical objects or devil fruit energy, as long as the resonance is caused by vibration, the attack can be disintegrated. It's been a long time since Naruto fought such a close fight. Now that the devil fruit ability doesn't do much harm to Whitebeard, Naruto is ready to use his best ninjutsu. When Naruto first launched Rinnegan, Whitebeard fell into it without accident. But Whitebeard has been on the sea for so many years, the top observation Haki still sees through the loopholes in the environment, thus breaking through the environment. Naruto has been invincible since using Rinnegan. Whitebeard is one of the few people who can break free from the illusion. After falling into an illusion, Whitebeard noticed the peculiarity of Naruto's eyes, so he began to deliberately avoid Naruto's gaze. Even when he had to look straight, Whitebeard shook the air in front of him to distort Naruto's vision. Naruto isn't going to defeat Whitebeard with illusions either. So all kinds of ninjutsu come out: burst Rasengan, heavy Rasengan, spiral shuriken. If one ball is not good, make a bigger ball, and if one ball is not good, there will be more balls. The ninjutsu, which is different from the power system of the pirate world, caught Whitebeard by surprise. Whitebeard dodged several attacks first, and after experiencing the power of these balls, Whitebeard also began to vibrate the air and ground at high speed. Advertisement. Forming air bombs and soil bombs with different vibration frequencies. Under the attack of such high-frequency vibrations, Naruto's attacks were completely cancelled out. Naruto and Whitebeard were in full swing. Marine and pirates retreated again and again. In particular, the site where Naruto and Whitebeard fought is where the original naval headquarters building was, and now it has been turned into ruins by the fight between Naruto and Whitebeard. Of course, people all over the world have also seen the destruction process of naval headquarters. The world government has been furious since Naruto declared war openly, and the phone calls to Sengoku have never stopped ringing. Every phone bug is accompanied by a storm of criticism about why Marine let Naruto come to naval headquarters. Why not be prepared for such emergencies? If naval headquarters is not strong enough, why not ask the world government for help? Now Marine's inside and face are all lost, and his home was stolen by two pirates. Not only is Marine losing face, but the authority of the world government is also under great threat, giving the Revolutionary Army more reasons to confuse the people. Sengoku thought that he could abdicate safely, but seeing the battle in Marineford that was about to abdicate, Sengoku felt that his future was worrisome. In addition to not being able to carry out the handover of the marshal's power smoothly, Sengoku felt that he would definitely be infamous. It is also because the world government and Marine are too confident in their own strength, and they want to execute Ace, the son of the former One Piece, in front of the whole world, so as to improve the prestige of the world government and Marine in the hearts of the people of the world. If Naruto does not appear and proceeds according to the original track, it will indeed be a huge victory for Marine and world government. But Naruto came out to disrupt the situation, and the ending went to the unknown. Anyway, it would not be beneficial to Marine. An island in the New World. A huge black dragon looked at the small screen in front of him, and there was a touch of human thought in the wild vertical pupils. Needless to say about Whitebeard, maybe Whitebeard could defeat himself when he was young, but he definitely couldn't kill himself. Advertisement. But there seems to be hope for now. The blonde figure is too young to match Whitebeard now. Also possesses many strange never before seen abilities. This kid can continue to grow. Maybe this is the opportunity for his own death. The black dragon let out a long roar of excitement, and the island kept shaking for a while. On another island in the New World, a huge and fat woman let out a strange laugh. I saw that she saw the excited place, but when she grabbed it with her big hand, it was empty. The subordinates did not expect that she would focus on sweets after being attracted by such a battle, leaving such an oversight. Before he had time to beg for mercy, his soul was pulled out by a big hand and put into the liqueur glass in front of the guest woman. I only heard the woman smiled and said, "Interesting, it's so interesting." If you want to get this person, you can be my toy. It doesn't matter if the strength is too strong. What should I do? I really want it. On some great ship bound for Marineford, a man with red hair and one arm was lost in thought. I only heard him talking to himself. It's still too late. It really is a monster that has appeared, growing so fast. Because of his appearance, the pattern of New World may change. This is one of the 4 emperors who heard the news that Whitebeard gathered all his strength to attack Marineford. Red-haired Shanks, he had met the tragic end of this war before Naruto appeared. Advertisement. Either side will lose a lot. Shanks is going to Marineford as soon as possible to prevent such a tragic ending. But the appearance of Naruto broke this ending. As a result, the endings of the Marine and Whitebeard pirates are different. Seeing this situation, Shanks didn't rush on his way anymore. Blackbeard, who was hiding, had no place to hide due to the fight between Naruto and Whitebeard. After a certain collision between the two, Blackbeard and the 5 prisoners appeared in front of everyone. Since then, the person who ignited the fuse of this war finally appeared. Ace stared at this guy closely in the air. If it wasn't for this guy, Dad wouldn't be in such a situation. Apparently, the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates were also very aware of this situation, so some of them were assigned to keep a close eye on Blackbeard's trail. Those who betrayed their brothers would definitely be hunted down by all the Whitebeard pirates. Marine is very concerned about the 5 prisoners brought out by Whitebeard. These 5 prisoners are all criminals. Blackbeard used Ace as a nomination to become 7 warlords of the sea, but Marine, Li Jiaojiao, did not agree, so Blackbeard used the war as a cover to bring out the people he was willing to recruit. Now Marine doesn't understand what Blackbeard is up to. Blackbeard saw that Marine and the pirates were all paying attention to him, so he knew that most of his plan this time had failed, and some people were staring at him viciously, so he didn't plan to continue hiding. So Blackbeard generously took the crew he recruited to find a huge broken plank away from the center of the battle. Blackbeard felt that it was not the best time to escape, and his ultimate goal had not been realized yet, just in case there was a chance. The people of the world have long been shocked by such battles. Most people have only heard of the reputation of the 4 emperors, but have never seen such a devastating battle. Just 2 people destroyed an island beyond recognition. Constantly someone exclaimed. These 2 figures also aroused many young people's yearning for strength and the sea. 76. The battle to sink Marineford. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone watching the battle has different thoughts, but Naruto and Whitebeard are immersed in the fight. Whitebeard is definitely one of the most powerful representatives of the pirate world. Naruto has carried out the Sage transformation mode, constantly using Truth-Seeking Ball to attack Whitebeard. For such an attack, Whitebeard shows hard resistance at first. Although Whitebeard's big sword was covered by the top armament Haki, but facing Naruto's endless attacks, Whitebeard's big sword could hardly hold it anymore. Already faintly showing signs of collapse, after Whitebeard split the last Truth-Seeking Ball formed behind Naruto with a big knife. The big knife in his hand has slowly turned into powder, and with the aftermath of the attack slowly dissipating. Whitebeard has lost his weapon, and Naruto's Truth-Seeking Ball has also been used up. Of course, Naruto can continue to condense the truth-seeking ball with chakra, but Naruto sees Whitebeard, who has lost his weapon. Decided to fight Whitebeard hand to hand. Whitebeard also meant the same thing. The two fought together with bare hands. Fist-to-fist clash. Whitebeard's fists vibrate the air, and so does Naruto's fists. After all, when Whitebeard first appeared in 797, the system automatically obtained Whitebeard's ability. Boom. Two powerful fists collided together. Advertisement. The ground at the center of the battle between the two cracked deep cracks with the collision of the fists, and the cracks gradually expanded as the fists were received and collided continuously. Punch after punch, punch after punch. The final battle between the two of them is pure physical strength. The place where the two fight is constantly changing, and the cracks on the island are also constantly increasing. Soon, spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. There was a muffled rumbling sound from the bottom of the island. The marine and the pirates were very familiar with this sound. It was a sign that the island was about to sink. Naruto and Whitebeard are still fighting, but the battle has come to an end. When the final and strongest blow comes, Marineford will sink. Don't stay far away now. The water vortex formed after the sinking of such a huge island will swallow them all. The distance between the crowd was already far away from the battle center, and the figures of the two fighting could no longer be seen. They could only continuously feel the strong vibrations from the battle center. Beating everyone can only wait anxiously for the end of the battle. Sure enough, Marineford began to sink slowly. Naruto and Whitebeard also stepped up the battle, hoping to decide the outcome before the island sank. After an unknown number of moves, Naruto and Whitebeard stood face to face. Both of them had scars all over their bodies. Naruto and Whitebeard began to charge, and the final blow was coming. Advertisement charge is in progress, but neither Naruto nor Whitebeard make a move. Whitebeard looked at Naruto with joy and said, "Thanks to you, boy, for helping me get back to the top again. I am so happy to be able to fight with you, guy." Naruto also has the same feeling. Naruto is also very happy to see the strongest combat power in the pirate world. After all, Naruto has the blessings of giant body strength and immortality, and obtained the same ability as Whitebeard from the system, so Naruto is very confident in his victory in this battle. The power of the two is constantly strengthening, and the powerful force distorts the space around them into the appearance of a hurricane, and the hurricane also attracts the clouds in the sky. Black clouds kept gathering. The sky was dark, as if it was about to collapse. The central eyes of the two hurricanes are Naruto and Whitebeard. The energy was finally charged. Naruto and Whitebeard rushed towards each other at the same time. In the eyes of Marine and Pirate, BIBG, it was the two hurricanes slowly converging. The two forces merged together, compressed briefly and then exploded suddenly. The power of the explosion made the collapse of the island proceed silently. A crack appeared in the middle of the thick dark cloud, and the pressure was a little lower. The torrential rain poured down, and the rain curtain formed completely cut off everyone's sight, and the broadcast that affected the phone bug was also affected. Hancock, who was high in the air, barely stabilized his body in the center of power, but Hancock and Ace couldn't see the result of Naruto's decisive battle with Whitebeard. Advertisement: I saw the center of the battle, and there was no suspense about the outcome of the battle. Naruto stood there panting, feeling weak for a while. Naruto felt that he hadn't experienced such a weak feeling for a long time. Whitebeard fell to the ground, unable to fight. Such a rainstorm is also to shed tears for the defeat of a generation of heroes. Whitebeard lay on the ground laughing, and accepted his defeat frankly. Although Naruto defeated Whitebeard, Naruto still admired people like Whitebeard very much. After the torrential rain washed away the gunpowder smoke brought by the aftermath of the power, it gradually became smaller, and finally became a drizzle. The video phone bug recovered its signal, and the situation in the battle center was also displayed in front of everyone. Everyone saw Whitebeard lying on the ground. Although they saw the strength of the two men and felt that the outcome of the two was 50-50, but seeing Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, fell to the ground. The crowd was still in an uproar. While sighing for Whitebeard's failure, they began to worship Naruto's strength wildly. After all, this is a battle that took place in front of the eyes of the people of the world. Sengoku looked at the scene in front of him gloomily. He sent the fastest Kizaru, asked Akainu to stop Hancock, and asked Kizaru to bring Ace to Sengoku at the fastest speed. Marine has lost enough face today. Ace must be executed to save a little bit of Marine's face. Naruto's body was really weak after the battle, and he couldn't clearly perceive what happened around him, so he let Kizaru and Akainu take advantage of the loophole. Hancock lost to the joint attack of the two admirals. After Ace was robbed, Hancock quickly appeared in front of Naruto and told Naruto the news. Whitebeard on the ground also heard the news, and the rebroadcast that affected the phone bug also turned into a picture of Ace being executed, and Luffy was among them, but was stopped by Garp and Aokiji. Hancock looked anxious, but Whitebeard believed in Naruto's promise and was not in a hurry. Sengoku sullenly announced the order to execute Ace, and the executioner had already raised the spear high and headed down towards Ace. 77. Whitebeard's captain's order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sengoku thought that no matter how strong Naruto was, he couldn't stop Marine from killing Ace. But Naruto was not in a hurry. The executioner's spear pierced a void when he stabbed down, and Ace, who was brought to Sengoku by Kizaru himself, had disappeared. It turned out that when Naruto left Ace, he prevented Marine from making such a move, and put the mark of Flying Thunder God on Ace early on. After Naruto recovered a little, he directly ignored the distance and brought Ace back. Sea Stone has a restrictive effect on demon fruit power, but it is an ordinary stone to Naruto. After Naruto brought Ace back, he destroyed the Sea Stone that imprisoned Ace. As soon as Ace was free, he quickly ran to Whitebeard. After witnessing all this, the Marines and the pirates rushed towards the center of the battle. Sengoku was furious, and wanted to save Marine's reputation as a last resort, while the pirates hoped to rush to their father and good brothers. This unexpected development was all seen by Blackbeard, who rushed to the battle center the fastest. Blackbeard captured Ace and gave it to Marine to capture Whitebeard's character. Blackbeard is also very aware of Akainu's provocation against Squad. Blackbeard is very confident that under Squad's sneak attack, coupled with the joint fire of the three admirals and the concentrated fire attack of the Marine soldiers, most of Whitebeard's combat power will be consumed. At the end, Blackbeard himself jumped out from the dark to give Whitebeard the last blow. Blackbeard felt that he would be able to get the ability of Whitebeard's shock fruit. But Blackbeard's meticulous plan was destroyed by Naruto, and the worst thing was that Whitebeard survived, which was something Blackbeard didn't want to see very much. Blackbeard simply appeared in front of Whitebeard. Out of fear of Naruto, Blackbeard didn't dare to do anything now. But the huge miscalculation still made Blackbeard sneer. Ha 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 ha, Dad, I didn't expect you to have today. Sage, who must have died, would never have thought that you would have the fiasco of today. Advertisement. Whitebeard didn't want to talk to Blackbeard at first, but the last thing Blackbeard should mention is Sage, the captain of the fourth team. Whitebeard stared at Blackbeard with burning eyes. Ace originally didn't want to fight Whitebeard because he had to take care of his father. Hearing Blackbeard's constant stimulation of his father, Ace couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to Blackbeard impulsively. But Ace, who has been imprisoned for so long, is mentally and physically ill, so how could he be Blackbeard's opponent? But he was thrown out by Blackbeard after a face-to-face meeting. Fortunately, at this time, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates arrived one after another, and of course Marine also arrived here at the fastest speed. The flying Ace was picked up by Marco. Seeing Whitebeard sitting on the ground, the captain of the third team, Chao Zi, immediately handed the big knife he brought to Whitebeard, and Whitebeard stood up with the big knife in his hand. The doctor of the Whitebeard pirates also rushed to help Whitebeard treat him as soon as possible. During the treatment, he discovered that Whitebeard's body was unusual. The former Whitebeard had to rely on infusions to stay alive. When the doctor first saw Naruto's treatment, he thought that Naruto only temporarily stimulated Whitebeard's life potential, allowing Whitebeard to return to life. The doctor was very worried that Whitebeard would run out of energy after going through such a fierce battle, but now he is relieved after touching his father's body. The doctor also admired Naruto's medical skills very much, and was grateful to Naruto from the bottom of his heart, because he found that there was a faint glow of vitality in the old man's body. Standing up now, Whitebeard was stronger than Blackbeard could have imagined. Seeing Whitebeard standing up, Blackbeard obviously flinched a little, but Blackbeard also believed that after the fierce battle just now, Whitebeard must be at the end of his battle now. If you don't seize this opportunity, then Blackbeard will really fail. Blackbeard is a pure gambler. As long as there is a chance of winning, Blackbeard dares to bet. Advertisement. Whitebeard also had the same thoughts as the doctor about his own body, thinking that it was just Naruto using some method to make himself look better. Even if he returned to his residence, he would die soon. So Whitebeard said to his sons, "Go back safely to the new world. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new world has no ships that can carry me." Hearing Whitebeard's order, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked. Marco shouted out of composure, "Dad, do you want to stay here alone?" Whitebeard was willing to sacrifice his own life in exchange for the safety of his sons. Several captains could not accept Whitebeard's order, Even if they disobeyed the captain's order, they were unwilling to leave. Whitebeard looked at these children and knew that they must not want to leave, so he turned to Naruto and said, "Boy Naruto, I know you must have a way to send them away. I have been defeated by you, and I am willing to order them to give up all the garrison sites. The quid pro quo is that you send them away safely. Ask for flowers, this is a father's last protection for his sons." Although Naruto appreciates this kind of affection between father and son, but regarding his own interests, Naruto will not back down. "I will agree to your request, but with one more condition. They all evacuated at once and have nowhere to go. I hope they can continue to guard my station for me." The captains who looked at the catalog were angry. They thought that Naruto's request was to let them merge into the Flash Pirates, and Naruto's next words were the real slap in the face. Advertisement. Naruto looked at the unyielding captains and said, "I'm not going to ask them to disband, nor do I want them to merge into my pirate group. Song is helping me guard the station." When Whitebeard heard such a request, he naturally agreed, so he said to his sons, "If you are a human, you will know how to be grateful. Zero, Kid Naruto has been a great help and he's not asking too much. The new captain's order is, when you return to New World, help Naruto boy to garrison his station." Ace heard such an order and shouted, "We are willing to obey other orders, but Dad, you let us leave you, we absolutely do not agree." The other pirates also nodded in agreement, with resolute faces. Whitebeard looked at the stubborn children in front of him, his amiable atmosphere dissipated instantly, and his eyes became sharp. "Go back to New World, this is an order. Does it mean that you are going to disobey Dad's last order?" The doctor in the crowd hesitated to speak. He wanted to say that Dad's health was not that bad, and there was no need for such a life and death separation. However, there was Marine watching covetously, and he couldn't reveal Dad's current physical condition. Worrying. Seeing Whitebeard's full momentum, the captains lowered their heads sadly. It seems that they are willing to obey the father's order. Now that everyone agrees, Naruto is naturally willing to oblige. After Whitebeard saw that Naruto agreed, he walked in front of Blackbeard, first to block Blackbeard's retreat, and second, to prevent someone from Marine from coming out to prevent Naruto from sending his sons away. Naruto took a deep breath and used ninjutsu Kamui. After all, so many people teleport at the same time. Marine, Whitebeard, and Blackbeard who were present looked at Naruto's magic trick with astonishment, and saw that all the pirates in the Whitebeard pirate group were swallowed up bit by bit, and finally disappeared until none of them suffered a loss. Advertisement 78. Naruto's Marine previous chapter next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the disappearing sons, Whitebeard still couldn't help asking, "Am I qualified to be your father?" Ace, who finally disappeared, burst into tears and roared from the bottom of his heart, "That's natural, Dad." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates disappeared collectively. Because of the captain's order, they could only suppress the tears they were about to shed. The people on the island who were teleported so far were immersed in an atmosphere of grief. Sending off Whitebeard's most concerned sons, life is truly free of worries. Blackbeard was also relieved to see the disappearing pirates. If all the captains were there, Blackbeard would not be able to defeat Whitebeard. Now that the person in the way is gone, the probability of reaching the goal of 017 is a little higher. Blackbeard challenged Whitebeard, "Father, you're ready to sacrifice yourself to give them an embarrassment? Or are you going to avenge the dead Thatch?" Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard facing him with a trace of sadness. "As your father, I can tolerate any mistakes you make. But you have committed a crime that is absolutely unforgivable. You killed your own brother with your own hands." Advertisement. But Blackbeard said indifferently, "Dad, people's dreams don't stop. I fought Thatch and I survived, then I won." Finally, Blackbeard said arrogantly, "This is Lousy's time, old man, your time is over." Whitebeard looked at the arrogant Blackbeard with pity. The price of victory must not be the life of your partner. No matter what era it is from now on, teach, you are too conceited and rash. You will never become the One Piece. Hearing Whitebeard's assertion, Blackbeard's face instantly darkened. Blackbeard is a person who believes in power, and he once admired Whitebeard's power very much. But watching Whitebeard grow old and weak, Blackbeard began to feel disappointed. But in the face of the negation of the captain he admired, Blackbeard's hatred became more profound, and Whitebeard even dared to look down on him in his current state. Blackbeard could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and rushed towards Whitebeard. Naruto put his arms around Hancock's waist, and was about to watch this wonderful battle. Unfortunately, Naruto felt the angry steps behind him, and knew that the troublemaker was coming. Through the broadcast of the videophone bug, Marine has long been the laughingstock of people all over the world. The world government has issued a death order to Sengoku. Naruto, the culprit who caused all this, must be taken down. In fact, if the world government does not accept this order, Sengoku will do the same. Advertisement: if Naruto is not taken down, Marine will really be unable to deter pirates, and those countries that belong to the world government will also lose their trust in Marine. Sengoku ordered that from now on, the goal of all Marines is Naruto, and even ordinary Marine soldiers have to participate in the battle. If there are too many ants to kill elephants, Naruto will be exhausted here. Naruto didn't care about Sengoku's plan. Although he was tired after fighting Whitebeard just now, his recovery ability was also top-notch. After resting for so long, Naruto has recovered to his best condition. Seeing the dark Marine rushing up, Hancock stood in front of Naruto in a defensive posture. Although Naruto was moved by Hancock's maintenance, as long as Hancock did something to Marine under such circumstances, the situation of 9 snakes would be very embarrassing. Naruto couldn't let Hancock and her men fall into this situation, so Naruto stepped back with his arms around Hancock's slender waist. Countless shadow clone appeared in front of me while retreating. Seeing so many Narutos appearing in front of her, Marine felt that it was an illusion created by Naruto's desire to escape, but due to Naruto's weird tricks, Marine still did not dare to take it lightly. Mihawk and Doflamingo didn't leave either. They didn't help Marine shoot Naruto, but just watched the battle with great interest. Ordinary Marine met Naruto's shadow clone and was drawn into a terrifying illusion as soon as they made eye contact. Marines fell in large numbers. The slightly weaker Marine Vice Admiral is no match for Naruto Rinnegan. Also, some Marine Vice Admiral meets Naruto shadow clone with different devil fruit abilities. Since arriving in One Piece world, Naruto gained many devil fruits abilities through many battles. Advertisement: now these abilities are reflected in shadow clone. Marines knew that they had underestimated these shadow clones as soon as they played against Naruto's shadow clones. Smoker fights with shadow clone who has the same ability as himself. Smoker feels more and more frustrated as he fights. In Rogue Town, Smoker was easily eliminated by Naruto within a few strokes. Now that Smoker uses Naruto's shadow clone more often, he also feels that he has no chance of winning. Regarding the application of Smoke Fruit's ability, Smoker feels that he is not as good as Naruto's shadow clone. Seeing the fallen Marine, Sengoku, the 3 admirals, Garp and Crane also shot at the same time. The situation of these people was different after all. Some of Naruto's shadow clone vanished into smoke under Sengoku's giant Buddha palm. It's a pity that it was too late for these people to make a move. Under the attack of many Naruto shadow clone, except for the strong ones and the hardworking Vice Admiral 3.9. The other Marines have completely lost the ability to continue fighting. Naruto also withdraws the redundant shadow clone, leaving shadow clone equal to the number of people on the field. Naruto is really unwilling to make a move now. After fighting against top fighters like Whitebeard, Naruto is no longer interested in ordinary battles. Let shadow clone fight first. Naruto himself just wants to hold Hancock quietly and watch the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Little did they know that Naruto's move had been broadcasted by the phone bug to all over the world. After the battle between Naruto and Whitebeard was over, he was still able to resist all Marines. This kind of strength can be called the only emperor on the sea. 79. Blackbeard vs. Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement: Blackbeard's whole body was shrouded in dark mist. Whenever the darkness wants to corrode Whitebeard, it is shaken away by the shock wave around Whitebeard. Naruto knows the power of such shock wave best. Seeing Blackbeard baring his teeth in pain, and constantly eroding Whitebeard with dark mist, Naruto knew that Blackbeard was really smart. Dark water is really more suitable for dealing with Whitebeard's attack. It hurts a little, but Whitebeard's attack is ineffective under the effect of dark water, and even these attacks are all absorbed by Blackbeard. I have to say that Blackbeard chose the smartest way, which is to consume Whitebeard. After all, Blackbeard is not a pervert like Naruto. Blackbeard, who has not grown up now, is not an opponent of Whitebeard. There is only constant delay. Delay until Whitebeard's body can't hold on, that's Blackbeard's victory. A strange smile appeared on Naruto's face. Under Naruto's intervention, Whitebeard's body improved a lot, and it might not be as Blackbeard wished. Blackbeard is struggling to support, and can only continue in this state for a while. Whitebeard attacked without hesitation. 18 could see the blood gushing from Blackbeard's mouth every time he struck with the broadsword. Whitebeard's shock was not so easy to absorb. After a few cuts, Blackbeard was still hit by Whitebeard's knife, and Whitebeard pushed Blackbeard to the ground. But looking at Blackbeard, who was once his son, Whitebeard did not make a move for a long time. Whitebeard asked, "Teach, my son, have you ever regretted killing your partner?" Blackbeard laughed. "Dad, don't be naive, before you meet dark fruit. Maybe as long as you don't meet dark fruit." Advertisement, "I will be your good son and everyone's good companion for the rest of my life. But there is no way, I am willing to use the rest of my life to bet on an impossible thing. It turns out, I won. If you don't do it, you will never stop. It is this ability that chooses me, so that I can become the strongest." Looking at the crazy-looking Blackbeard, Whitebeard knew that Blackbeard's admiration for himself was only out of admiration for power. In such a guy's heart, he didn't understand what a partner is and what a family is. What a poor and sad fellow. Whitebeard raised the big knife in his hand. He decided to clean the door himself. Just as the machete came down, Blackbeard suddenly said, "Father, are you really going to kill me? Is there really a father who will kill his own son?" Whitebeard hesitated a little when he heard Blackbeard's words, and at the moment Blackbeard saw Whitebeard's hesitation, Blackbeard used liberation. In an instant, all the substances that Blackbeard absorbed with the dark water in the battle, no matter whether it is entity or energy, were released in one go. The target of all the attacks was the hesitant Whitebeard, and as Blackbeard expected, all the attacks were on target. Seeing Whitebeard, who was overwhelmed by the attack, Blackbeard smiled cruelly. "Father, your biggest weakness is your soft heart." Father hesitated because he wanted to lay hands on his son. But the son has no such worries about the father. Whether it is the sun or the darkness, there is only one winner. Blackbeard thinks he understands Whitebeard's current physical condition very well. Originally, Whitebeard's body was maintained by infusion, and with Squid's betrayal. Advertisement and then the earth-shattering battle with Naruto. Under such consumption, Blackbeard felt that Whitebeard's body must have been exhausted. Blackbeard is very convinced that after receiving his own attack, Whitebeard will definitely lose the ability to fight, and the next is the best time for him to achieve his goal. Blackbeard confidently looked at Whitebeard, who was surrounded by the attack. He couldn't wait to see the face of Whitebeard's end. Blackbeard said excitedly, "It's great to be able to die for you, Dad." The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Blackbeard's smile froze on his face. Because Whitebeard, as he expected, was not seriously injured and fell down, a stalwart figure stood still in the smoke and dust. There was an invisible barrier around this figure, isolating these attacks. "Impossible, how can you be fine?" Blackbeard was shocked when he saw the figure that appeared. Whitebeard saw the figure of Blackbeard rushing to attack without any hesitation. "You've let me down so much, Teach. Father will not forever tolerate a child who commits an unforgivable sin." Seeing the majestic broadsword looking at him, Blackbeard wanted to run away, but felt that he had been locked and there was nowhere to escape. Blackbeard looked at the big knife he wanted to cut, and there was only one thought in his mind, that is to run away, and he would really die if he was cut. At this time, Blackbeard exploded with great energy under the threat of death. Blackbeard used his strongest trick, the dark cave, and saw that Blackbeard's body continuously released darkness to the ground, and the things touched by the darkness were continuously sucked in and stuck. Whitebeard was no exception, swallowed by the darkness. And the so-called crew members recruited by Blackbeard from the big prison on the bottom of the sea just watched Blackbeard's battle coldly. They agreed to Blackbeard's shot at that time because Blackbeard swore that he could knock Whitebeard down. Then everyone attacked and killed Whitebeard completely, but now it seems that Whitebeard is strong. After going through such a big battle, he can still suppress Blackbeard. Advertisement: since Blackbeard didn't do what he promised, then this is Blackbeard's battle alone, and there is no need for them to take action. What kind of man is Blackbeard? And the crew he recruits are just like him and sinister and cunning. Blackbeard is also well versed in their nature, so Blackbeard can only bear the fatal attack by himself. The darkness quickly engulfed Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Naruto could feel the shock from the fight, but he couldn't see the specific situation under 307 clear darkness. Suddenly, the continuously surging dark gas froze for a moment, followed by a strong shock wave that completely dispelled the darkness. Only then did Naruto see the situation in front of him clearly. Whitebeard was standing still, with a huge gully in front of him, but the figure of Blackbeard beside him disappeared, leaving only a deep winter equals hole surrounded by darkness on the ground. The prisoners brought out by Blackbeard also disappeared with Blackbeard. Similarly, there is a huge black hole on the ground where the prisoners were originally. After Whitebeard fought Naruto, he was attacked by Blackbeard again. At this moment, I couldn't hold it any longer. I saw Naruto, who came over and sat on the ground unsteadily. Seeing this scene, Akainu attacked Naruto's shadow clone like a mad dog. Maybe this is the perfect time to tackle Whitebeard. The members of the Whitebeard pirates who were teleported to an unknown island in the New World also watched this scene nervously. Naruto put his hand on Whitebeard and began to treat Whitebeard. I only heard Whitebeard sigh. From now on, it will be your young people's world. If I were a few years younger, Teach would have no chance of escaping. Thank you, Naruto boy, for making my curtain call a great one. Naruto appreciates Whitebeard very much. Naruto agrees with Whitebeard very much. He nodded and said, indeed, your era has passed, and the next is my era. 80. The sinking of Marineford. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard and Naruto looked at each other and smiled, and the sound of laughing hurt Marine very much. After Naruto finished treating Whitebeard, Whitebeard said to Naruto seriously, boy Naruto, leave quickly, I will cut off the back for you. Naruto said, that's not necessary, I have a way to get out of the body. What are you going to do? Will you go back to your sons? Whitebeard shook his head and said, now that the final captain's orders have been issued, I'm not going back. It's time for the young eagle to leave the old man's shelter. Boys, let's go on their own. Since you don't need my queen, then I will leave on my own. Whitebeard, who is very convinced of Naruto's strength, is unwilling to intervene in Naruto's battle at all. Whitebeard feels that if he intervenes, it will be an insult to Naruto. After Whitebeard bid farewell to Naruto, he left freely. No one knew where he was going, and Naruto would not ask. After Whitebeard left, Naruto turned his attention back to his shadow clone battle with the Marines. Naruto felt that Aokiji and Kizaru didn't try their best, and the attitude of these two people was very strange. Now Akainu has already been burning with anger, and he shows no mercy to Naruto's shadow clone. Naruto also understands that shadow clone is not the real body after all, so it can only hold Akainu back for a while. Advertisement. Under Akainu's all-out attack, the shadow clone will lose sooner or later. Seeing Whitebeard's departure, Akainu also reduced Naruto's shadow clone to ashes. At the same time, Sengoku also defeated Naruto's shadow clone. Naruto knew that Marineford would sink soon. During the battle between Naruto and Whitebeard, Marineford had begun to sink slowly. After experiencing the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard, several vice admirals and grand prizes of Marine are still fighting fiercely with Naruto's shadow clone. After experiencing such a few battles, the speed of Marineford's sinking was accelerated. Seeing that Naruto was about to leave with Hancock, Sengoku ordered, don't worry about the clones, concentrate on attacking Naruto's body. Sengoku took the lead, and the huge golden Buddha palm shot towards Naruto with great force. Akainu immediately responded to the call and released the meteor volcano. Meteor-like magma continued to fall wherever it passed. Akainu didn't care about the fainted ordinary marine and launched such a big attack. Garp felt a little disappointed watching Sengoku and Akainu's attack. Is this his old friend and one of the candidates for the next marshal? Is he really old? Is it time to quit the Marine Power Center? Garp did not follow Sengoku's order to attack Naruto. He and Crane were actively sheltering Marine immersed in the illusion. For Naruto's appearance, Garp's impressions are very complicated, and the joy mixed with the complicated emotions cannot be ignored anyway. That's Ace. Ace, like his own grandson, facing Ace's arrest and Sengoku's execution. Garp as Marine Vice Admiral is very sad, but he can't do anything. That's why Garp didn't fight back against Luffy's fist when Luffy came to rescue Ace. This was his only selfishness, because Garp knew that Luffy couldn't break through Sengoku's defense line. Advertisement. Garp just doesn't think he can stop one grandson from saving another, but he's not hopeful about that outcome. The appearance of Naruto completely turned the situation upside down. He rescued Ace and had a shocking battle with Whitebeard. Naval headquarters was completely destroyed by the battle between the two of them. Garp felt that he should hate Naruto, but his inner joy deceived him. Can't help himself, out of such complicated emotions, Garp didn't do anything. Naruto looked at the massive attack towards him without any fear, hugged Hancock's slender waist tightly, and a black truth-seeking ball appeared around them to wrap the two of them together. The attacks of Sengoku and the three admirals landed on the black truth-seeking ball. The black truth-seeking ball was not crushed, but was smashed into the deep pit with the attack. Sengoku and the three admirals didn't hold back, trying to crush the truth-seeking ball in one go. Naruto and Hancock have already moved to the side via Flying Thunder God. After Sengoku continued to attack for a period of time, he felt that something was wrong. Naruto is definitely not the kind of person who just takes a beating and never fights back. Sengoku suddenly thought of Naruto's weird way of appearing and disappearing. Feeling the increasingly tense truth-seeking ball under the attack, he hurriedly called the three admirals to retreat. Even counting their retreat, just as they left, the truth-seeking ball began to collapse and explode, and only a black halo could be seen rapidly spreading. There was no sound at the beginning of the huge explosion. As the halo spread, the sound of the explosion came. Naruto stood on the shore of the bay and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. A black mushroom cloud rose, and Marineford was sure to sink. For Naruto's failed capture, Marine has no way to save face. In this war, due to Naruto's intervention, Marine suffered the greatest loss. Luffy brought out more than 200 prisoners, and Blackbeard even took away Shiryu, the warden of Impel Down, and several other criminal prisoners. Ace was rescued, Whitebeard passed away unharmed, and Naruto, the instigator, was not injured at all. Advertisement: the most important is the naval headquarters, Marineford, which is about to sink. Marine's image in the hearts of the people will also completely collapse like the sinking Marineford. All this happened on the eve of Sengoku's resignation from the position of marshal. He originally planned to leave a final glory on his resume, but he did not expect such an ending. It is conceivable that Sengoku's resentment towards Naruto is not unreasonable. Naruto didn't care what happened to Marine. He had already returned to Ya, Wang Nuahao, Amazon Lily with his arms around Hancock's slender waist. When the girls on the island saw Naruto, who came back safely, they jumped up one after another. Naruto didn't know which one to hug for a while. After enjoying the quiet tenderness, Hancock Hockey stood up and announced to the pirates of the Nine Snake Pirates, "In order to celebrate the king's victory, let's have a party. Everyone, get ready." Of course, the members of the Nine Snake Pirates also saw Naruto's heroic appearance through the broadcast. Since Naruto has become the queen's husband, they are considered Nine Snakes. With such a strong protection, Nine Snakes are no longer afraid of other people's coveting. Such a happy thing is certainly worth celebrating. At night, all kinds of beauties raised their glasses and shouted, "Cheers to Naruto." Naruto naturally enjoys it very much. Infected by such enthusiasm, Naruto indulged himself drunk for a long time. 81. Amazon Lily Daily Previous Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. The rare relaxation smoothed out Naruto's tension after the battle. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw Robin sitting beside him quietly reading a book. Robin didn't notice that Naruto had woken up. Naruto rides Robin and accidentally pulls the beauty into his arms. Robin exclaimed, but also followed Naruto's movement and lay down. For a while, no one spoke, and the two quietly enjoyed the warm moment. "Naruto, thank you." A subtle thank you sounded in the silence. Naruto seemed to hear it, but he didn't seem to hear it, he just hugged Robin a little tighter. "It's not that I don't feel resentful towards Marine Robin, but I dare not be resentful." 20 years ago, Ohara's sky filled with flames still appear in Robin's dreams from time to time. The hell-like fire made Robin think that Marine and world government were unchallengeable existences. Robin could only bury his hatred in his heart. Before meeting Naruto, Robin could not believe that such resentment would dissipate. Naruto destroys Enies lobby for himself, Robin thought it was over. This time Naruto did a bigger thing, although Naruto's original intention was not for Robin, but it is an indisputable fact that Marineford sank under the battle between Naruto and Whitebeard. Robin felt that the mountain that weighed on him had finally disappeared. It turned out that Marine would be in such a mess, and the Marine headquarters would be sunk by 170. Marine has done so many unrighteous things under the banner of self-righteousness, and now he has been punished by mistake. Robin is very satisfied at this moment. This is his lover. No matter what others think of him, he is his undisputed hero. The two hugged each other quietly, knowing that Nami's lively voice came from outside the door. Advertisement: Naruto, are you up yet? Naruto released Luobing and sat up. Robin had a rare shyness on his face. The two walked out of the room one after the other. Naruto said happily, "Good morning, everyone." A group of girls responded enthusiastically. The members of Nine Snakes have long been impressed by Naruto's heroic fighting posture, and now their eyes are shining when they look at Naruto. If it weren't for Hancock, it would have come up long ago. Naruto enjoys such enthusiasm very much. For Naruto, an island full of women is a paradise. Naruto followed Nami to a small lake, where the mermaid Mei kept thumping. Perona suspended in the air with her back to Naruto and kept cheering for Mei. Naruto took a closer look and found that Mei was fighting a ferocious crocodile. Born suppressed. Mei saw Naruto approaching from the corner of her eye, so she quickened her hand movements. When Naruto came to the edge of the lake, Mei ended the fight neatly. Looking at Naruto with pride and complacency, Naruto said helplessly, "Actually, you don't have to work so hard, I will definitely protect you if I'm here." Perona turned her head in surprise when she heard Naruto's voice. Hey, Naruto, you are finally back, I miss you so much. Why? Mei said seriously. Naruto's words will only become stronger and stronger. We must keep up with your pace and not hold you back. The girls around also nodded in agreement. Advertisement. Nuo Kagao also said excitedly. After coming to Nine Snakes, I realized that women can be so powerful. Several girls showed Naruto the results of their practice during the period when Naruto was away. Naruto was also very surprised by the progress of his children, not to mention Perona and Robin. They both have their own rhythms for the development of their devil fruit abilities, and the two of them began to awaken their own haki through practicing this time. To Naruto's surprise, Kaya finally learned how to use her slippery fruit ability. As ordinary people, Nami and Mei have also awakened haki, but the scope is still small, and it can only play a small deterrent effect at present. Nuo Kagao has awakened observation haki, which is not weak. It is indeed a great help. After Naruto left with Hancock, the women's desire for strength reached a new level. Indeed, they are not suitable for such a big battle. Hancock is able to go because of Hancock's strength, and he can guarantee to retreat unscathed in such a big battle. Although Naruto will not treat them as a burden, but Naruto has defeated Whitebeard now, and if he wants to sit on the throne of Pirate King, there are still 3 emperors to challenge. Besides, the world government will never let go of Naruto, a guy who has lost their prestige, so the girls don't want to be left behind by Naruto every time they fight. They must try their best to keep up with Naruto's pace. In case they can turn around to protect Naruto at some point, of course there is no need to let Naruto know about such a hidden idea. Naruto is very satisfied with the results of the practice of the girls. Since his lover is determined to become stronger, he must support him. If you want to master haki as soon as possible, you need a certain amount of pressure. The greater the stimulation, the stronger the haki will be. Since all the girls have the qualifications to awaken haki, Naruto feels that he can use his own haki to gently stimulate the growth of the girls' haki. Naruto suggested, since you want to improve your strength so much, why not practice under my pressure? In this way, the strength will definitely grow very quickly. Advertisement. The girls readily agreed that they trusted their lover too much, and Naruto would definitely control the intensity so as not to hurt them. Hancock, who had been looking for Naruto, also arrived at the lake where Naruto and the others were. It is a good idea to hear Naruto's suggestion. Hancock is going to board the Golden Mary and sail with Naruto. Her biggest worry is that there is no Conqueror's Haki Awakener in Nine Snakes. Hancock can't hand over power with confidence. Naruto's proposal can not only train women, but also help members of Nine Snakes to exercise. If there is a Conqueror's Haki Awakener, Hancock feels that he can give Nine Snakes to her with peace of mind. So Hancock went on to say, this is indeed a good way, not only to help them, but also to help Nine Snakes. Naruto immediately understood Hancock's thoughts when he heard Hancock's words. Indeed, as long as the problem of the successor of Nine Snakes is resolved, Hancock can set sail with himself without distraction, and Naruto does not want to see Hancock worry about such things. So a group of people came to the central square of the island. Hancock issued an order to summon the members, and soon all members of the Nine Snakes in the central square were present. Hancock solemnly announced, starting today, the selection of the successor of Nine Snakes will begin. After solemnly announcing the start of the selection, Hancock glanced at Naruto and said shyly, my husband-in-law assists me in the selection. Naruto thinks that Hancock's shyness is so cute, but luckily he grabs it before Luffy. Hancock tried his best to invite Naruto to sit on the throne, and Nami and his daughters stood in the front, looking at Naruto enjoying himself a little speechlessly, cursing inwardly, what a big pervert. Just when the members of the Nine Snakes were wondering about the selection method, Naruto's haki slowly unfolded, and everyone in the square felt a mountain suddenly pressing down on them. 82. Selection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The first ones to feel the pressure were Nami and the others standing in front. Fortunately, Naruto was very subtle in controlling his haki. Naruto controlled the strength of haki to the point where the girls were on the verge of the limit. For other Nine Snakes, Naruto is not so polite. After all, they are helping the Nine Snakes to choose the next leader. Naruto is full of haki for them. If they can't bear Naruto's haki, they are not qualified to be the leader of Nine Snakes. Amazon Lily is a magical place. People here can use haki more or less. Even the animals are equally fierce. This is indeed a good place for Nami girls to practice. Naruto and Hancock sat leisurely on the seat. Hancock handed a grape to Naruto's mouth from time to time. In the next few minutes, some Hydra members could not hold Naruto's haki fainted. The others were gritting their teeth and persevering, seeing that these female fighters were sweating uncontrollably, and they really tried their best to resist the slight pressure. Hancock frowned when he saw some people fainted at the beginning. These people must have lacked exercise to pass out so quickly, and they must practice hard when they wake up. The mother-in-law looked at the people who were working hard in the central square and couldn't help smacking her lips. Whoa, this is really amazing. Under such coercion, my mother-in-law seems to have seen the hope of the rise of 9 snakes. How many people will make explosive progress under such coercion? These people are the backbone of the future 9 snakes. Advertisement and all of this was brought by Hancock's self-confessed Wong husband. It seems that although this person will bring certain dangers, he will also bring more opportunities for the rapid development of 9 snakes. As the role of the national teacher, Granny Zaw has absolute foresight in her eyes. Granny Zaw did not ignore Naruto's treacherous movement in the Summit War. Naruto suddenly appeared on the Amazon Lily Island with Hancock, so my mother-in-law paid more attention to this way of moving. This kind of movement is the ability that Granny Zaw cares about the most. Since 9 snakes are on both sides of the calm belt, except for Marine, few people can pass through the calm belt to reach 9 snakes. Therefore, the exchange of information between 9 snakes and the outside world is very blocked. With the help of Naruto, 9 snakes will be able to get timely information about changes in the world situation. This is really important for 9 snakes. The mother-in-law was a little thankful for Hancock's good eyesight, and pulled Naruto to the position of the 9 snakes. What she didn't expect was that Naruto coveted Hancock's beauty at all. More than half of the pirates in the Central Plaza couldn't bear Naruto's haki and fell down. These people are powerful and have adapted to Naruto's current haki strength. Seeing this, Naruto increased haki's output. These people couldn't relax anymore. The bloody haki seemed to present a scene like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of their eyes. Some people fainted from such killing intent. When Naruto increased the pressure again, apart from Nami and his daughters, only Hancock's 2 younger sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, remained in the Hydra team. Advertisement: there are also 6 female warriors who protect the country. They are Margaret, Yafilandra, Kikyo, Belladonna, Stubby and Nolly. Except for the 2 sisters of Hancock who became huge because of the snake fruit, the 6 female warriors of the Guardian Warrior are all beauties with their own characteristics. Seeing these beauties immersed in the oppression of death, Naruto still feels a little bit unbearable. When he was about to relax quietly, a small white hand next to him also quietly pinched Naruto's waist, as if as long as Naruto felt a little relaxed, this small hand would tighten. Hancock absolutely does not allow Naruto to be waterproof. I know that this big pervert will not be able to bear it when he looks at a beautiful woman. He is not qualified to be the leader of the 9 snakes unless he goes through the most terrifying trials. The most important thing is that if the 9 snakes have no leader, then how can Hancock fight Naruto and leave with confidence? So Hancock will never give Naruto a chance to relax. Naruto awkwardly increased haki's output, and then retracted the small white hand around his waist, and handed a crystal grape to Naruto's mouth. Naruto could only secretly apologize in his heart. He only listened to the most beautiful one. Ask for flowers. Apparently, the strength of the female fighters among the fighters is not equal. Now only Hancock's 2 sisters and Margaret are left as a fighter. Naruto is very surprised that Margaret can survive to this point. After all, Hancock's 2 younger sisters have the ability of the snake fruit, and those with the ability are generally stronger than ordinary people. Looking at the powerhouses on the Grand Line, those who are not capable are Garp and Shanks. These 2 people can be said to be the pinnacle of ordinary people's combat power. But now there is such a female warrior in front of Naruto. Naruto believes that as long as time passes, Margaret will also have the opportunity to become the peak power of ordinary people. Advertisement 0. In order to help Hancock achieve his goal, Naruto locked Margaret tightly, and the huge pressure hit Margaret and Hancock's 2 younger sisters. Margaret couldn't stand under such terrifying coercion. She could only kneel on one knee and struggle to support herself. Hancock's 2 sisters have long described it as dull, and their hands stretched out the ground like spider webs. Cracks, such cracks are still spreading. Naruto said at this time, "Give up, it's too painful. Give up, it's the most comfortable to give up. If you give up, you won't lose your life. If you persist hard, it will only lead to a dead end. Is the purpose of your insistence on death?" Under Naruto's devil-like agitation, the 3 are still struggling. Hancock looked at the 2 sisters with worried faces, but this was something that had to be experienced, and although Hancock was very distressed, she couldn't stop it. All of a sudden, the 3 of them raised their heads and shouted. Especially Margaret had a big explosion when she was on the verge of death. None of these three people gave up in the face of death, but Margaret's aptitude was obviously superior, because she broke through at the last moment. A stronger conqueror's Hakino erupted from his body. 83. World Government orders previous chapter next chapter. Advertisement. The Haki that erupted from Margarita had a short fight with Naruto's Haki, and was quickly suppressed by Naruto. Now all members of 9 Snakes have fallen down in the central square. The result is also obvious. Hancock thought that his younger sister was the most likely to survive until the end, but he didn't expect Margaret to have such potential. With such a successor, Hancock felt relieved. As for Naruto, who is still reluctant to let the girls of Nami enter a state of near death, let's be a little bit more exciting. After the girls of Nami woke up under Naruto's Haki coercion, they found the members of the 9 Snakes lying on the ground behind them. Naruto sent out a healing ninjutsu, and the members of the 5 Snakes woke up slowly. Hancock looked seriously at Margaret below and said seriously, "Margaret, come up." After Margaret approached Hancock's 703, Hancock raised Margaret's hand and announced, "From today onwards, Margaret is your new queen." At this moment, Grandma Za, who had been watching, rushed out to stop her and said, "No, this is against the rules." Hancock was originally a proud and arrogant character, and he would restrain himself in front of Naruto. Now facing his mother-in-law who refuted him, Hancock's haughty attitude is fully displayed. "This is the king's decision. Do you have any opinions on the dead old woman?" The mother-in-law has long been used to Hancock's attitude, and said with a smile, "The queen of the 9 Snakes must be the most powerful woman on the Amazon lily. Margaret may have that potential, but she is not qualified now." Advertisement. Hancock's brows were tightly furrowed, and he was about to explode. The mother-in-law immediately remedied, "If you are not strong enough, even your orders will not be able to convince the crowd, Hancock." "Of course, Hancock, you can leave too." Hancock was very puzzled by what Granny Za said. The queen of the 9 Snakes must be the strongest, but she can leave. What is this old guy thinking? The mother-in-law explained with a smile, "Hancock, you were the queen of the 9 Snakes before Margaret grew up. I, the 2 Serpentine Highnesses and the National Defenders can assist Margaret in governing the country. You can leave without any worries, and when the 9 Snakes are in trouble, you can just show up again." Hancock. Hancock thought of the means by which Naruto brought himself back. Obviously, as long as Naruto agrees, Grandma Za's idea can definitely be realized. Hancock's beautiful eyes looked at Naruto. Naruto took Hancock's hand and said, "Of course I will be of service to you, my majesty the queen." Hearing Naruto's words, Hancock's proud look changed to shyness again, and Naruto really loved Hancock's change of look. After solving the problem of Hydra, Naruto is ready to sail again. In the preparations before the voyage this time, Naruto once again saw Hancock's capable side. The Flash Pirates finally ushered in his vice captain. Naruto's main duty is to fight and protect his lover, so he doesn't have to worry about other things. Advertisement. After busy preparations, the time to set sail has come. Naruto can't wait to fight the remaining 3 emperors. Flash Pirates, set sail. Amidst the cheers of the girls on board, the Golden Mary sailed away from Naruto's paradise. Naruto sailed happily, but Marine's was miserable. After the explosion of the truth-seeking ball, Marineford sank completely shortly after Naruto took Hancock away. The naval headquarters, which stood on the sea for many years and deterred countless pirates, sank like this. The culprit for this result is Naruto. After Marineford sank, Sengoku boarded the warship with all the Marines, and kept salvaging the surviving Marines at sea. Sengoku actually doesn't have a good solution in his heart now. The Marineford sinks, and the Marine headquarters has to be rebuilt. The location of the construction depends on the consent of the world government. A group of Marine warships are now drifting in the sea, anxiously waiting for the latest order from the world government. Although the world government is very annoyed by Marine's inaction, as a major ruling weapon of the world government, Marine is still necessary. So the order from the world government was long overdue. Sengoku looked at the command in his hand, and his erratic heart suddenly settled down, and the result he expected came. The world government command shows. Because of Sengoku's serious misjudgment and misconduct, the world government decided to remove Sengoku from the position of marshal. The display of martial affairs is jointly handled by Sengoku, Garp, and Crane. The new Marine Marshal will be produced among the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji. Whoever has the strongest strength can become the new Marine Marshal. Advertisement. Finally, the Marine of the headquarters needs to rush to the first branch of New World Marine for repairs as soon as possible. After the new Marshal takes office, the address of the new naval headquarters will be decided separately. In the end, we tried our best to block the news of the escape of the pirates from the great undersea prison. Sengoku, who has always had no doubts about the world government, felt a little ridiculous when he saw the last order. Prisoners who escaped from prison have long been broadcast to the whole world by the affected phone bug. The world government's actions are undoubtedly deceitful. If the world government asks Marine to arrest the prisoner at all costs, Sengoku can still believe in his own justice. Sengoku decides not to obey the last orders of the world government in his final moments as Marine Marshal. Sengoku, as the Marine Marshal on the warship, gave orders to the various Marine branches to hunt down the escaped Level 6 prisoners. Then Sengoku read the command in his hands to the Marines, and took off his hat in front of everyone. The seagulls that were originally shining with gold have also become dim at this moment. After receiving the order from the world government, Akainu was the most excited. The candidate for the new marshal was selected from among the 3 admirals. Kizaru himself is a 3.1 guy who is afraid of trouble, and the first time he heard the news, he said that he had no idea of becoming a marine marshal. Akainu turned his hostility towards the silent Aokiji. Aokiji actually disapproved of Akainu's actions when Akainu destroyed Ohara 20 years ago, and has always doubted the justice he upholds. Dissatisfaction with Akainu has accumulated over the years. Aokiji feels that if Akainu becomes the marine marshal, there will be more incidents like sinking fleeing ships for Akainu's extreme justice. So Aokiji accepted Akainu's challenge. Sengoku deeply felt his failure, and just after he resigned, the 2 admirals were ready to fight for the position of the new marshal. Akainu can't control that much anymore. He made an agreement with Aokiji that before arriving at the first branch of Marine, the first island they encountered was the place where the 2 had a decisive battle. 84. Punk Hazard Previous Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Although Naruto, the huge butterfly wings, flapped the hurricane enough to change the world of pirates, but some things returned to their original track. Just like with the exception of Nami and Robin, Luffy's friends are still the same group as before. Just like Rayleigh went around and became Luffy's master. Luffy arrived at the Amazon Lily by accident, then the battle between Akainu and Aokiji still happened in Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard is the first island encountered by Marine on the route to the first branch of Marine. The 2 admirals are about to have a decisive battle, and the aftermath of the battle is not something that ordinary Marines can bear. When Akainu and Aokiji landed on the island, Sengoku led the Marines to leave first. After all, there were many Marines injured in the Summit War, and there was an urgent need to find a place to repair. And there can only be one winner between Akainu and Aokiji. No matter which side loses, it will be a blow to Admiral's authority. What's more, if the strength of the 2 fights against each other, it will be difficult to end if it is not tragic. Letting the Marines see that the 2 admirals are fighting for the position of marshal is not conducive to Marines' internal unity. Akainu and Aokiji stood face to face, and their abilities exploded, truly transforming Punk Ha-18 Sade into a double sky of ice and fire. Ice and fire have never been substances that can coexist. Either the ice quenches the fire, or the fire melts the ice. Advertisement in Akainu's eyes, he is bound to win the position of marshal, and in Aokiji's eyes, he is more dissatisfied with Akainu. On such an uninhabited island, the 2 can finally fight freely. 10 days and 10 nights of fierce fighting. The result of the battle between Akainu and Aokiji still followed the original trajectory of fate. Of course, it is still a little different from the original. Akainu tried his best to fight with Naruto Shadow Clone at the end, and consumed a lot of combat power. In contrast, Aokiji did not consume as much as Akainu. Therefore, although Aokiji's whole body was burned by the hot magma, after all, he did not break a leg as before. At this moment, Punk Hazard is already a hell of ice and magma. The ice in the middle of the fight between the 2 did not melt, and the magma was hot. After standing face to face and speechless for a long time, the 2 left with their backs to each other. Sengoku and others who arrived at the first branch of Marine have been waiting for the result of the decisive battle between the 2 admirals for so long. After all, the winner will be the new marshal. In the anticipation of all Marines, Akainu appeared at the entrance of the first branch of Marine. Sengoku was a little disappointed when he saw that the person who came was Akainu. In Sengoku's heart, the candidate for the new marshal was Aokiji, but judging from the current results, Akainu is the clear winner. Sengoku has violated one of the orders of the world government, and Akainu's becoming the new marshal is a certainty. Soon, the newspaper announced to the whole world that the new Marine Marshal Akainu took office, and Akainu's first order after taking office was to announce that the first branch of the Marine would become the new Marine headquarters. Setting up Marines headquarters in New World also shows Marines' determination to declare war on 4 emperors, plus a Naruto. At the same time, Aokiji resigned his admiral position to naval headquarters for what he thought was justice. Although Sengoku tried his best to persuade him to stay, Aokiji still left. Advertisement. Naruto was not surprised at all when he heard the news at sea. Naruto knew the outcome of this battle a long time ago. Indeed, Naruto also believed that Akainu was stronger than Aokiji. Naruto has fought both of them, although Aokiji is against Numenon and Akainu is against Shadow Clone. Naruto thinks that Aokiji's personality is too knowable and calm, which may also be related to Aokiji's fruit ability, while Akainu is more crazy, with super explosive power. Of course, after the fight, Akainu's lava fruit did not escape the capture of Naruto's system. So far, Naruto has mastered all the abilities of the 3 admirals in Marine. As for Sengoku's ability, Naruto felt a bit ashamed to become that huge golden Buddha. If possible, Naruto was not going to use the ability of the golden Buddha. For the abilities of the 3 admirals, Naruto is most satisfied with Aokiji's frozen fruit ability. Just like now, under the scorching summer of New World, the ability of frozen fruit came in handy, and it was very popular with the girls on the boat. Naruto was also feasting his eyes on seeing the girls' clothes. Just a long time after Aokiji and Akainu 2 admirals left, Naruto and his party also arrived at Punk Hazard. Naruto knows that Punk Hazard is not really an uninhabited island. There was a major poison gas leak in Punk Hazard, which indeed killed many people on the island, but because of the cover-up of the terrible accident, the island completely faded out of people's sight, and even Marine didn't know that there were still people here. Now that we are here, Naruto will go to the island to take a look. After all, there are Momonosuke and Wano-kuni warriors here, and Naruto needs to find clues from these people if he wants to reach Wano-kuni. Besides, Trafalgar Law should also appear on this island at this point in time. Naruto is still very interested in Trafalgar Law's ability to exchange human hearts with each other at will without harm. Naruto took the girls to the island. It was very hot at first. At the beginning, Naruto kept condensing ice for the girls. Later, the further you went to the center of the island, the temperature dropped. Advertisement. Soon in front of Naruto and his party, a lake with half ice and half fire appeared. Naruto can be sure that the center of the fight between Akainu and Aokiji must be here. The energy left by the 2 fights has not dissipated for a long time, which led to the appearance of such a magical lake. When Robin was about to draw this spectacle on paper, a fire-breathing flying dragon appeared in the sky. Naruto has been eating the delicacies prepared by Hancock during this time. The source of the meat in these delicacies is also sea beasts and some land beasts on the Amazon Lily Island. It's been a long time since Naruto, a beast that can fly into the sky. Apparently Fire Dragon has also spotted Naruto and his party, and is about to open its mouth wide and swoop down to attack Naruto and the others. Such gadgets obviously don't need Naruto's hands, but they can test the achievements of the women's practice. I saw Nami's eyes widening, and Haki was released from Nami's body, but the range of Nami's Haki was still not big enough. When it reached the position where the Fire Dragon was, Nami's Haki could no longer have a strong deterrent effect on the Fire Dragon. The huge body of the Fire Dragon just shook slightly. At the same time, the flame of the Fire Dragon also came in front of everyone. At this time, Mei gave Naruto a big surprise. It is estimated that Murloc Karate has been engraved into the genes of excellent Murlocs. Mei learned Murloc Karate with her own groping without a teacher. I saw that Mei fired water bombs into the sky from the water tank. Seeing the girls fighting seriously, Naruto took Hancock to the side to watch over the girls. 85. Guys concerns previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Robin's hand protruded from the Fire Dragon's eyes. Due to the mastery of armament Haki, Robin's hand was not afraid of the high temperature of the Fire Dragon's body surface. The Fire Dragon immediately lost its sense of direction when its eyes were covered. The Fire Dragon struggled upwards, trying to shake off the hands covering its eyes. At this time, the ghost of Perona directly passed through the Fire Dragon's body, and the Fire Dragon's fighting spirit was visibly lowered by the naked eye, and the flying height also dropped. The Fire Dragon began to breathe fire indiscriminately. Kaya stood in front of Nami, Nokagao and Mei. The heat of the flame could not leave burn marks on Kaya's skin at all. Nami and Nuokagao prepared the attack shell brought out from Sky Island, and with the help of observation Haki, the 2 girls hit the root of the dragon's wing precisely. Mei used Wu Leguan, the esoteric art of Murloc Karate, on Fire Dragon's head, and saw a wrist-thick water column ruthlessly piercing Fire Dragon's head. Seeing the huge Fire Dragon corpse falling from the sky, The girls hurriedly dodged to the side. Naruto saw that the battle was over, so he went up to help his children end it. Naruto drew out the long unused autumn water and jumped into the air. After a few sword lights, the fire dragon was accurately disassembled, and Naruto's many shadow clones took these parts steadily. After all, it was the spoils of the joint efforts of several women, and Naruto did not want to give up at all. Naruto collected all the edible parts, left the portion that can be eaten now, and put all the rest in the Kamui space. Advertisement. After Kaya got the meat of the fire dragon, she used the magma next to it to cook a magma barbecue feast for everyone. I have to say that the prey I killed with my own hands tasted delicious. After resting for a while, everyone walked forward, crossed the central lake, and the ambient temperature began to drop. The girls asked Naruto to go back to the boat to get some clothes, and then continued to move forward. Soon after, a huge snow-capped mountain appeared in front of Naruto and his group. After the girls boarded the Golden Mary, most of the places they sailed were in tropical climates. This was the first time they encountered a snow-covered island, and they were very excited. Just when the girls were eager to climb the snow-capped mountain, a group of strange guys in protective clothing appeared. These people immediately released the gas when they saw Naruto and his party, but the gas was blown away before it reached Naruto. The great fireball technique that Naruto spat out from his mouth counter-killed. Naruto is convinced that these people are Guy's subordinates, and this gas is Guy's devil fruit ability. Guy's strength is not that strong. Naruto thinks this guy is a whetstone for the girls to practice, and the fire dragon just now can't reflect the strength of the girls. Up to now, it would be too inconvenient to insist on bringing Mei with her. After all, Mei has to rely on the water tank to move, and Going Merry needs someone to stay behind, so Naruto sent Mei and Nuoki Gao back to Going Merry on, and then led the others towards the snow-capped mountains. Boom! While everyone was advancing, 2 gunshots rang out on the silent snowfield. Although it was not very clear, all the girls had observation Haki was still very sensitive to the sound of gunshots. Naruto and Hancock rushed out quickly, and the snipers running in 2 directions were quickly stepped on by Hancock and Naruto. The light bullet in Naruto's hand directly pierced the attacker Locke's heart, and Scorch was already under Hancock's feet. Turned into stone, Naruto and Hancock are not soft-hearted people. It would be naive for Guy to think that the sneak attack of these 2 people can wipe out Naruto and his party. Advertisement. Guy isn't naive, he's just too scared. Guy always thought this place was a good place for his own research. Since the poison gas leaked, Punk Hazard has become a well-known uninhabited island. Unfortunately, there was a battle between the 2 admirals on the front foot, and Naruto, the evil god, on the back foot. Guy felt that he was really unlucky. This is an uninhabited island. Why did these people come here? Guy knew what Naruto was doing, so in extreme fear, Guy sent out the Snow Mountain brothers, who were good at assassination. Guy regretted it when he was sent out, and now Guy is like a guy in the laboratory. The trapped animal was very scared and didn't know what to do to remedy it. At this time, Luo walked into Gaisa's laboratory. Gaisa saw the expressionless Luo as if he saw a savior. Luo, what should I do? The evil star is here, and I sent the Snow Mountain brothers to assassinate them in a daze. That's the man who beat Whitebeard. I'm going to die, what should I do? Suddenly, Guy smiled at Shang Luo with an anxious expression on his face. Hey, Luo, don't forget that your heart is still in my hand. If I want to die, I will definitely take you away too. Luo frowned slightly when he heard Guy's threat, but soon relaxed, and suggested to the anxious Guy, do you want to show a friendly and submissive state? After defeating Whitebeard, the captain of the Flash Pirates didn't ask the Whitebeard pirates to merge with him. As long as you show a corresponding surrender state, the captain probably won't care too much. Advertisement. The most important thing is to try not to let the captain find out about our business. If he finds out, the consequences will be hard to predict. After listening to Luo's suggestion, Guy's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good way. Luo's advice on business issues provided Guy with new advice. Gaisa is very confident in the weapons he has researched. Anyway, the prepared performance will show the power of the weapons to the bosses of New World through videophone bugs. As long as your weapons are very powerful, you can get a steady stream of orders. I believe that no ambitious force will refuse such benefits. Besides, Naruto's strength was shown to the world in the Summit War, and Guy felt that it was a very good choice to take refuge in a backer like Naruto. Thinking of this, Guy felt that Naruto's arrival was actually a good thing for him. Li Jiao. Guy happily patted Luo on the shoulder, thanked him for such a good proposal, and went happily. He summoned his subordinates to arrange to welcome Naruto, and if he couldn't beat him, he surrendered. Guy felt that he was a Junjiching who knew the current affairs. Seeing the back of Guy leaving happily, Luo's eyes became deep. For Naruto's arrival, Luo couldn't predict what would happen. After all, such a strong man has the strength to do whatever he wants. Thinking of Naruto, I can't help but feel a little frustrated. Although he is not as old as himself, he possesses unmatched strength. A newcomer who has only been in the Grand Line for less than a year has the strength and prestige comparable to the 4 emperors. After all, the other 3 other than Whitebeard may not guarantee that they will completely defeat Whitebeard and drag all the Marines in naval headquarters after defeating the Beard. Luo couldn't help but wonder if he could cooperate with this new emperor. 86. Perona's actions. Previous chapter advertisement. Naruto and his group saw the research institute not far away, but there were 2 rows of yellow figures standing in front of the research institute, and Naruto couldn't figure out what Guy meant by putting on such a formation. Naruto still doesn't know much about his current reputation. With the strength Naruto has shown now, Naruto has a strong deterrent effect on any island. As long as he arrives on any island now, anyone on the island who has watched the battle will definitely respect Naruto. This is the effect after defeating Whitebeard. After all, Naruto is a big man who can definitely sink an entire island, and he is also the new emperor of New World. Many people believe that the remaining 3 emperors are not necessarily Naruto's opponents. When he got to the entrance of the institute, Naruto saw the smiling and flattering Guy. Guy talked to Naruto very enthusiastically. I am really honored that Lord Naruto is here. Your arrival is very welcome. Guy saw current. Naruto asked with a half smile. There were 2 people who attacked us on the way, and we have already killed them. I don't know what you think about this. Advertisement. Hearing Naruto's inquiry, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Guy's head. Guy 230 rubbed his hands nervously and said, I don't know, I haven't heard of anyone else on this island. On this island, who dares to oppose Lord Naruto? Why? Naruto raised his eyebrows and said irrefutably, it's better that way. Then he walked into the research institute with his daughters Shirin. Naruto wanted to see what kind of idea this guy was playing. Guy behind Naruto wiped off the cold sweat from his head. Just for a moment, Guy was sure that he sensed the breath of death, and his head would fall to the ground if he was not careful. Guy caught up with Naruto as soon as possible, introduced to Naruto the different functions of different parts of the institute, and actively arranged a place for Naruto to rest. Naruto's original intention was that Guy was used as a tool for the girls to hone their strength, but now Guy's behavior made Naruto embarrassed to do it. At this time, Guy cautiously put forward a suggestion. Your Excellency Naruto, there will be a grand performance here in 2 days. I think this kind of performance will definitely satisfy you, and I hope you can enjoy it. Naruto knows that Guy is the one who manufactures weapons for some pirates and countries. Now the person standing behind Guy is Doflamingo. Naruto is not afraid of Doflamingo at all, but Naruto hopes that the experiment 2 days later can teach him a fair lesson. Guy chanced to scatter. Advertisement. 2 days passed quickly, and Naruto took all the girls to experience the joy of snow mountain skiing. During this period of time, Naruto could always feel Luo's observation, but the strange thing was that Luo did not appear in front of Naruto, since if he doesn't show up, Naruto won't bother to care about him. On the 3rd morning when Naruto arrived at Punk Hazard, Guy came and knocked on Naruto's door in person, and respectfully invited Naruto to watch the show. After Naruto arrived at the scene, he saw the impact phone bug, and at the same time, the big guys on the impact phone bug also saw Naruto. Even though they were separated by the impact phone bug, these people still felt a sense of fear for Naruto's appearance. Especially Doflamingo, who is suspicious by nature. On the first day of Naruto's arrival, the spy arranged by Doflamingo in Guy's hands reported Naruto's news to him. For the appearance of Naruto, Doflamingo had countless conspiracies in his mind, but these conspiracies were all shattered by the figure of naval headquarters fighting Doflamingo. With Naruto's current strength, Doflamingo is sure that he is not Naruto's opponent. No matter what Naruto wants to do, he has nothing to do. BWGB. BF. Others have different thoughts when they see Naruto's appearance. With everyone's different thoughts, the experiment led by Geisa started, and a huge iron cage was hoisted up, and inside was the pirate that Geisa had arrested from somewhere, and a group of purple slimes appeared in the out of the cage. Guy proudly introduced to everyone that this purple jelly-like thing is the new type of destructive weapon he researched this time. With the intelligence of the girls understood when Geisa started to introduce that Geisa wanted to use the living people in the iron cage to do human experiments. In fact, the girls were not just playing for the past 2 days. Advertisement. Perona's ghost has already visited various places in the research institute and figured out the secrets of the research institute. What makes Perona very angry is that Guy even used a group of children for experiments. If we take these pirates as an experiment, Although the pirates are also very miserable, there may be villains among them who have done all kinds of bad things, but the children are definitely innocent. Perona lost her parents when she was young. Moria adopted Perona and gave Perona the same care as her father, and raised Perona so well. Before she met Moria, Perona had encountered many bullies, so she felt sorry for hurting children. Perona finds it inexcusable. Perona puffed her cheeks angrily and told Naruto all this. Seeing Perona like this, Naruto felt that his heart was going to be cute, and said on the spot, "Perona, Moria is gone. I, as your lover, is your strong backing. As long as you want to do it, I will support you." Perona looked at Naruto's serious face and was stunned. All along, Perona felt that she had the most affection for Naruto because Naruto saved Moria. But looking at Naruto now, Perona deeply felt that Naruto was definitely a very qualified lover. With Naruto's support, Perona's mood became better because of seeing those people who were subjected to experiments. That is, with Naruto's current strength, ordinary people dare not provoke him. Since Naruto fully supports her, she must not take herself, it will disappoint Naruto's kindness. Seeing Perona drifting away excitedly, Naruto showed a doting smile. Loli is really too cute. Perona was imprisoning the infants, and Fang met Luo, who came to treat the infants secretly. Seeing the pill in Luo's hand, Perona immediately stood in front of the infants as a protector. Two eyes stared at Luo fiercely. Perona felt that Luo was not kind.